Yo, what up, everybody?
Face to
To tell you the truth, I was actually crying because I felt completely robbed.
1997 Mr. Olympia.
Yeah, I already saw the GTA 6 trailer. We reacted to it last night. Greg made a video about Eddie Hall crashing out. Yeah, so we can react to it. Why not?
I'm gonna ill you, and remember, that's with a K. I'll rip your turking head off. These were fans of Eddie Hall hoping to get a picture. And so who's in the right? The fans or Eddie Hall? Coach Greg, I'm at the airport in Germany, and this just went down. The world is raging against Eddie Hall. Why is this? Well, apparently with video footage, Eddie Hall chased after a vehicle and let me see if I get this right. World's strongest man Eddie Hall chases down cars after heated confrontation outside family home in England. I'll rip your turking head off. And so several people sent me this video, said, Coach Greg, you gotta do a video. Eddie Hall is an asshole, Eddie Hall this, Eddie Hall that. And so I'm thinking, there's gotta be something, a reason why Eddie Hall would go and attack these people.
Does Frank have new vids?
Let me take a look. He has been uploading a bunch of random horseshit lately. That might be a new one.
So this evil doctor mutilates my face and then hires people to gang stalk me. And when I called them out for it, they got their buddies at TikTok to remove the video. Removed for integrity and authenticity. As if you can't see the dozens and dozens of hateful comments that people are leaving on my videos in order to sway the opinion. What they do is they censor and they shadow ban me. They make sure people don't watch my videos, and then they get their cronies, these gang stalkers, these agents, to leave negative comments to make me look like I'm a scammer or I'm lying or stuff like that, just so they don't get exposed to what they're doing to hardworking, honest people. These people ruined my face. I spent all my money trying to get it fixed, and now that I ask for help, they're continuing to censor and shadow ban me and hide the truth of what they did to me. It's completely disgusting and despicable.
I think we already saw that one yesterday, so yeah, no new... Not really any new Frank Mentz as of right now. He might upload something later. Sometimes he uploads late. Some stupid shorts. Thanks for the donation though, James. Appreciate it. Why is the Gym Reaper not a strongman competitor? Why the fuck are you asking me? Ask him.
People. And so Eddie Hall made a video going over exactly what transpired before this altercation. And so if you just watch the final 30 seconds, you're gonna see Eddie Hall chasing after a vehicle. I'm gonna ill you, and remember, that's with a K. I'll rip your turking head off. These were fans of Eddie Hall hoping to get a picture. And so who's in the right? The fans or Eddie Hall? Even I'm siding with Eddie Hall on this one. The Blue Lobster supports Eddie, of which Eddie responds, Gregging my Doucette to this comment. Eddie wanted to make a response. Please, no one
This is after Eddie Hall called Greg every word in the book, called him a liar, said his supplements were a scam. Dude, it's just... These people have no fucking shame at all. Like, they're all attention-seeking dipshits. That's a stupid take, too, by the way. These, you know, alleged Eddie Hall fans are probably just cunts, but Eddie acted like a fucking retard. Like, you could say they're both in the wrong, sure, but the way Eddie acted was, like, actually fucking retarded, and he was clearly lying about a lot of what happened.
Contact, abuse, or harass the people involved in the incident. They have young children, and I don't want any emotional or especially physical harm whatsoever to come to them or their families. The shame from their backwards video going viral and backfiring them is enough, in my opinion. I mean it. And so this is the real story, and there is video evidence of this. Eddie Hall has recorded all of this from his CTT footage at his home. And so imagine this. You're in your house. It's the evening. Your family's there, your kids. 3 vehicles pull up and stop directly in front of his house. They're parked there for 10 minutes, essentially blocking his escape. After a while, you're thinking, I need to confront this. And so his wife walks out with the attack dog to say to these guys, look, it's time to go. This is my property. This is my place. My family's here. We don't feel safe. Their response, hey, it's a public sidewalk. We can do what we want.
Yes, I know, but you're sitting outside our gates like a weirdo, look. Move on.
Just because you can do what you want doesn't mean you should do it. There are things you just should.
They're on public property. They weren't committing any crimes, and he escalated things to a ridiculous extent. Like, again, his every single reasoning for why he behaved that way was a complete and utter lie. Oh, these people were being suspicious in front of our driveway, and I was worried they were going to do something dangerous. He has a fucking gate. They weren't doing anything other than him claiming they were being loud or something. He couldn't even prove they were being loud and obnoxious. They moved away from his gate and were no longer blocking the entrance to his fucking driveway. They weren't causing any fucking disturbance. He just didn't like them being there in a public area. Again, a sensible, rational thing to do would be to just call the police if you think they're doing something suspicious or might cause a crime. He is just a fucking Karen who thinks he can police the entire world and make everyone do what he wants them to do. And then he freaked out, acted like a fucking retarded toddler, no justification for how he acted, and he lied about every fucking reason why he did what he did. Dodo Donny Trollers, this is the surgery Frank had done. It looks brutal. Also, he has no new donations on his Kickstarter, so he's done for.
Doucette is used to remove the posterior-most part of the lamina propria.
Jesus.
It initially leaves the mucosa of the ethmoid intact, but eventually we will enter that and do an ethmoidectomy.
Yeah, why would you get the surgery? Like, if it's only for cosmetic reasons, why in the fuck would you get the surgery? If there's some, like, health reason to get it done, like, sure. But why in the fuck would you risk getting the surgery just because you think it might make you look slightly better? Like, just seeing that, it's like, yeah, no fucking way. NASA's Goddard Institute for Space Studies, Manhattan. They specialize in planetary climates, especially Earth's. The White House. decided not to renew their building lease where they've been for 64 years. NASA's total funding is 0.3% of the federal budget. Yeah. Let's make the United States less scientifically competent. That's a good idea.
My plan is that I will be pilot and I'll help everyone. Pilot.
Yeah, he's the pilot. Great. You see, this is the spirit. We love Pakistan.
My pledge to my country is that when I will grow up, I will be the scientist like Dr. Abdul Qadir Khan, who helped Pakistan in making the nuclear power.
Inshallah, we have a bright future. We have here students who are going to make Pakistan a great nuclear nation.
When I will grow up, I will be army and save Pakistan and destroy India.
Strong army, wow, great!
My pledge is to help people who need for like people money and all this.
He is going to help the people in Pakistan. Great. Nation of Fawad. Inshallah.
Yeah. Hopefully India can put them in their place. Well, thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Should not do. And so I've already had this happen to me in the past. You see somebody inside. It's 7 in the morning. I personally call the police. We don't know what they're doing. You don't know why they're there. They're not invited. There's no reason to be there. And so how do you know what they may or may not do? Remember, there were 3 vehicles. Now, Eddie Hall is the world's strongest man, an incredible fighter, but just because he can fight doesn't mean he wants to go and attack 3 vehicles pulled up to his door. He doesn't know what they might have brought with them that you could perhaps pull a trigger with, something sharp. We don't know. We don't know their mental capabilities. We have no idea what they might want. Now, did they perhaps go there to get an autograph, a signed picture, whatever? Does it matter?
It doesn't matter!
You want to give pictures. You want to be there for your fans, but you can't always. There are times when you need to have your privacy. And so upon leaving, they decide to then park a couple doors down. The vehicles are still there. Eddie Hall's there with his son, his wife. Why should he have to put up with this? Remember, this guy is very famous, over 5 million followers. He's traveling the world, and his time with his family is precious. And so if you're out there honking your horns, disturbing the peace, parked outside of his house, I don't care if it's legal. If they ask you to leave, a good, decent human being would leave. Or you've got 2 young kids in your car, and Eddie Hall upsets you because he came out screaming and shouting. How should Eddie know that this is going on? The vehicles are blacked out. The tint is so strong he can't see inside of them. Now, Eddie, he also has children, and so you should understand what it's like.
By the way, the video footage doesn't even support his claim. It's only the rear windows that are tinted. The front windows are not, including the windshield. Same with this other car, and it looks like it's the same with this other car. So this guy has his windows open. This person doesn't have their window open, but it's not tinted. And this person also has their window open and it's not tinted. Like, everything he's saying is just a fucking lie. Dodo $2, make your best CCP joke. Here's one, VG in China. Copyright means right to copy.
Do you know a joke about the CCP?
Okay, I know a joke that CCP, they claim that they have freedom of speech, but we don't know whether they have freedom after speech.
Ah, very good. Do you know a joke about the CCP?
I don't know. They just eat bugs and drink gutter oil, so 2x speed.
In this, the
We can watch that later. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Now, Eddie, he also has children, and so you should understand what it's like to be in Eddie's shoes. Why can't people put themselves in other people's shoes to understand exactly what they're going through? How would you feel if Eddie Hall and others pulled up to your house in 3 separate vehicles?
Yeah, stupid. Taking human growth hormone is not the same as somebody, like, literally removing pieces of your fucking eye socket. It's, like, the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard. Yeah, let's see. One, you can just not take it if you don't want to anymore. And very low risk of any kind of fucking side effects. And the other, you could become legally blind. Yeah, hard max. They're both hard maxing.
Vehicles and stop there for 10 minutes. Would you not feel potentially threatened? And so why do you think he reacted this way? And so Eddie Hall, he leaves, he chases him down. And remember, Eddie Hall can run a 6-minute mile. He can swim a mile in 23 minutes. Now, if it were not for the fact that his Crocs were not in sport mode, that's right, when the heel is up, Eddie Hall, I'm certain he could have outran the vehicle. This video has been going viral across the internet, painting me as a bad guy who smashes cars up, threatens people, and upsets kids. The truth is now live on my YouTube channel, so please look at both sides of the story before judging. 3 blacked out cars circled my kids' home last night at close to 9 p.m., revving engines, beeping horns, looking into the property, and wouldn't leave when asked to do so. Things escalated, and here you're seeing the last 30 seconds of a total of an 18-minute harassment of my kids' peaceful place of sanctuary. Let this be a lesson. Stop judging things based on what you see on the internet. You see a final clip, oftentimes edited, and you make a judgment on who that person really is. Some people read, for example, a thumbnail in a video that I made, a title, and think I'm attacking the person. And seeing as only 10% of people see my videos actually read them, oftentimes they get it wrong. And so the message when I was a kid was, don't judge a book by its cover. Just because Eddie Hall used ChatGPT and accused Coach Greg of selling fake steroids, of which he did not.
You know, I notice, like, Greg got that hair transplant a few years ago, and he's already getting miniaturization after, like, 2 or 3 years. Why in the hell did he get the hair transplant? Like, his transplanted hair is already going bald.
Which obviously is not true, doesn't mean that he's a bad person. Sometimes he just doesn't get it right. People can say and accuse you of anything, but unless they were actually there, unless they know what actually transpired, it's all just rumor. To the same extent, to say Eddie Hall had roid rage in this incident, it wasn't roid rage. We all know Eddie Hall is 100% natural. Remember, guys? Roid rage, that indicates the person would be on steroids. Now, do I believe that Eddie Hall is natural? Nope. I just tell you what I think. Whether he is or he isn't, that's not for me to decide. I'm giving you my opinion. But was it actually roid rage? Whether or not he was natural or not, I think that he could have done the exact same thing. Now, would I have done the same thing? Probably not. What did I do in the past when this happened to me? I called the police. Some of you are going to say, oh,
yeah, you know, like a normal, sane individual who doesn't have any, like, reason to do this.
But that's beta. You should have gone out there with the weapon and stood your ground. Or I can let the police do their actual job, of which we paid millions of dollars in taxes for them to do so. 3 vehicles, blacked out windows. How do they know they're not crazy? And so was it a smart move to chase after these people? I don't know if it was smart. Eddie, I'm certain, could handle all of them. Remember, if it's 100 humans versus a gorilla, well, the humans are going to win. But if it's Eddie Hall against 3 men...
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling fucking grrrgrrr8 tonight. So, can we react to this tonight? This fucking delusional retard believes that the cure for everything is vegetarianism LMFAO.
Before we get started, I want to make it clear that I am not...
Yeah, I guess we can react to that later. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
in vehicles. I also think Eddie is going to win unless they have some advantage. And so you...
Dodo donated $2. Video unavailable. Palestinian protesters stage protest at Columbia University Butler Library.
Video obtained by CNN shows pro-Palestinian protesters at Columbia University on Wednesday, including scenes of some protesters being shoved and blocked from leaving the main library on campus. In a press release, the university called the protests a disruption, adding that no protesters involved chose to immediately identify themselves. Protesters, who are asking for the university to divest from companies that have ties to Israel, called for the library to be renamed the Basel Al-Araj Popular University, according to a Substack post from an activist group on campus. On X, New York City Mayor Adams says the NYPD was entering the campus to, quote, remove individuals who are trespassing. New York Governor Kathy Hochul said she was briefed on the situation and added, quote,
get fucked.
Everyone has the right to peacefully protest, but violence, vandalism, or destruction of property are completely unacceptable.
Breaking news, dozens of pro-Palestinian protesters have stormed Columbia University's Butler Library.
As well as campus security. The Trump administration, if the university wanted to have its $400 million in federal funding restored. Now go ahead, take a look. By about 100 masked protesters that happened about 3:15, a group of about 100 students, some of them wanting to get into the safety officers here at the campus. And we're not sure if the people being arrested or any of those protesters, we're not sure who is a student and who is not.
These are the most cringe retards on the entire fucking planet, dude. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Never can tell. If they're willing to go to his house, rev the engines, honk the horn.
Eddie provided no evidence that they're revving their engines or honking their horn. By the way, his security cameras do have audio. None of that audio was ever captured the entire time. So, again, given that everything else he said is clearly a complete lie, and he's trying to come up with some rational justification after doing something stupid, he's probably lying about that too.
How do you know these just are normal fans? We don't know. 5 million people. All it takes is 0.0001% of people to be crazy, and they show up.
Okay, if they're crazy, then why did he get his wife to go and confront them? Why did he leave the gate open for a prolonged period of time? Why didn't he keep the gate closed? Why didn't he get the police to deal with it if he was afraid of them and thought they were dangerous? It's just clearly all a lie. Eddie is an entitled Karen. It's all there is to it. So he probably thought they were like fans or something, and he didn't like them being in front of his house. Got his wife to tell them to move. They at least stopped blocking his driveway, and they were out of sight, out of mind. He just still didn't like the idea of them being there, and rather than just calling the cops, he just freaked out at them, told them, I'm gonna kill you. No reason for him to do any of that. He's just a fucking Karen.
Up and it's all over.
And then he starts to crawl away very slowly. He's got this horrible mean look on his face, and he went, I'm gonna knock you out. And I just saw red. I'm sorry.
And so what that tells me, if I'm reading behind the lines, is he was probably ramped up. He just finished a fight. Remember, it was a major fight against Mariusz Pudzianowski, which he won in under 30 seconds. So
he, again, it's just a joke. Mariusz is a 50-year-old man. He took the fight and did a Bob Sapp. He just wanted a payday. He gave up as soon as the fight started because he didn't want to get hurt. It's like, this is just a fucking joke.
And you're used to fighting people. That's where your brain goes. It's very hard to have self-restraints when somebody initiates. And so you hear him saying, he's mad. I'm going to rip your head off. He tried to grab me inside the vehicle. They started it. They showed up to his house. They started. They were asked to leave, and they didn't. So other than calling the police, when he...
They're in a public area. He has no right to tell them to leave.
out there, if you hear a man who doesn't want to take a photo with you, does he have to? Should he have to? It's 9 o'clock at night, he's there with his family. And because he didn't take a photo because you wanted, oh, but my kids are in the backseat, of which he can't see. It's blacked out. Is it really Eddie Hall at fault? Just like in a Joey Swole video, they post these videos to try to make fun of the person, make fun of them in the gym and so on. Only it backfires when the video evidence actually gets shown. You thought that by posting this, you were going to make Eddie Hall look bad for attacking you. But what you didn't know is Eddie had the full footage, start to finish, the missing 17 minutes. And so, how do you feel right now? Many people are going to see this video footage and they're going to think,
this video footage proves the guy's a complete liar. So he claimed they were blocking his driveway. Or he said they were in his driveway. They weren't. They were on the road. They would have been blocking the entrance into his driveway, but the gate was closed.
They should all be expelled and then sentenced to live in the streets re-sluting in their own starvation and eventual death.
Yeah, I agree. Or deport them. Send them to one of those Venezuelan prisons. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. So he lied about them being in his driveway. They're on the street. They're just blocking the entrance. 2, he said, oh, they were so dangerous and I was worried. Like, I didn't know if they were there to hurt me and my family. Then why did you open the gate? Why did you have your wife come and talk to them? Why was the gate open for like 5 fucking minutes straight if you were worried about them? Then after the gate was closed and they moved out of the entrance to his driveway, and by all accounts didn't seem like they were making any noise or causing any disturbance, they were literally just sitting there, he just goes out and then creates more of a fucking problem. Like again, if any of what he said was true, oh, I was worried about my family and it being dangerous, then call the cops. Like, it's just stupid.
These people approach Eddie Hall's house, they're bad people. You're lucky that Eddie Hall cares and he's saying don't do any harm to these people, because he could have made it really bad. Hey guys, this happened to me. I want you to go and cancel these people. Order 69. And so you're lucky.
I don't care what you're here for. Just f*** off, just drive away. Just leave me alone.
And so remember, before Eddie Hall chased him, he didn't just bolt out of the house and chase after them, say I'm going to threaten you, I'm going to do this and do that. He walks in and says, hey, guys, leave. Alex has already come out here. She's already told you to leave. You're still here. Now, I'm asking you nicely, one time. Leave. Get out. Go. And they still don't go. They just drive down the road a little bit. Oh, we can do whatever we want. Everyone acts as if they can do whatever they want until somebody gets upset. And then when that person gets upset, they record. We're posting this on social media because you're the big bad Eddie. But what you didn't count on was they recorded all of the footage before this transpired. Those guys are lucky Eddie Hall wasn't hydrated. 6,500 comments. We all know if Eddie Hall is hydrated, look out.
I'm just constantly dehydrated.
These lads were looking for a reaction, got one, and then played the victim. Typical. And so this is exactly what's going on. You show up to his house, provoke him, get him upset. Keep your cameras recording, and when he doesn't get out and smile for the camera and give you exactly what you want.
Eddie is in control of his actions, claiming, oh, well, somebody made me mad, and then they got a reaction out of me. You're a grown adult. You're not a fucking toddler who doesn't know how to control themselves. He's a grown adult, and when someone else is acting immature or stupid, he can act like a mature adult and do the right thing and act sensibly. So it's just fucking stupid. Stop making excuses for Eddie. He did something fucking dumb. They were acting dumb, but then he decided to act dumb too. So, yeah, again, none of the justifications he made are in any way sensible.
Or better yet, after they die, then grind up their sorry carcookas and turn them into farm animal feed.
Yeah, I'd be in favor of that. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Eddie Hall's a bad person. Now, at the end of this video, Eddie, he
Well, Eddie Hall is a bad person. Let's see. He causes animal suffering and death through his food choices, refuses to go vegan, supports animal abuse. He's clearly just a fucking jackass. He's a man baby, overreacts to situations and acts like a dickhead. He's also just a selfish twat. I made that video about him with that kid with cancer and everything. He's just a selfish jackass.
He breaks down. There was once a situation where a child was lost. Somebody then approaches him. Hey, can you smile for the camera and take a photo? Eddie Hall, not today.
That's not what they did. That's not what happened. Eddie did not have to interact with these people in any fucking way. And anyone who has ever been a celebrity knows not to do this. When people go outside their house and start harassing them or something, or asking for a photo or an autograph, they stay indoors and then just call the police and tell them somebody's harassing me or trespassing. Like, again, this is just an entitled jackass Karen.
It's not a good day. That person then calls him an asshole. You're a jerk. Shame on you. Can Eddie Hall and or other people not have a bad day? There are things that happen that are beyond their control. Everyone in this world sometimes are going to have a bad day. If somebody just loses a child and you ask them for a photo, they're probably not going to be very cheery, very happy. And so you have to cut people who are famous some slack once in a while. Callum writes on social media, Big Eddie Hall coming, smashing our cars and punching me in the jaw and scaring the kids for no...
Blaha's murder roommate donated $2. Blaha acting like he has big forearms. That's funny. Thanks for the donation, Blaha's murderous roommate. E donated $2. If you're the black man in this video, DM me. Let's talk. I'll pay for your time.
You sorry ass cracker, cause he can get his ass whooped right now in front of y'all. Bitch, I'll catch you in Vancouver where we can knuckle up in the street. And if the police y'all beat your motherfucking ass.
This guy's like 5'4" and out of shape. Who is he gonna beat up? He literally looks like a fucking midget, and he's fat and out of shape. Okay. Well, I don't know what Armor Hero XT is. Never seen this. This looks like Power Rangers.
What are your thoughts on dopamine detoxing?
Huberman, oh my god, this is going to be AIDS.
Is that legit? Does it work?
Well, up until about 6 months ago, I would have said no. But my colleague Anna Lemke...
She's been on the show. Yeah, she's great.
Fantastic. I have such admiration and respect
She's
for
great.
her. Yeah. Just a brief anecdote. I direct a neuroanatomy course for the medical students at Stanford. I should have known who Anna was. And then one day she came in to give a lecture on dopamine and addiction. And my first thought was, oh my goodness, I have to get her on the podcast and I want her talking to the world because it's such powerful knowledge. So if people haven't heard that episode already, go listen to Chris talking to Dr. Anna Lemke. I'm going to listen to it. I've listened to all her podcasts that I was aware of, but again, we were talking about it's sometimes hard to find podcasts. So I'm going to listen to that. Cannot listen to her enough times. The dopamine, you asked earlier about the arc of dopamine and how long it lasts. The one of the key takeaways from that book, Dopamine Nation, that I've incorporated in my own life is that there are certain activities like cold water that create long-lasting arcs of dopamine. Those can be very useful for putting us into long-lasting motivational states. So these are not big peaks and troughs. These are the pain of the cold water followed by this long, long arc of dopamine. Wonderful. It's kind of an antidepressant, positive motivator, natural stimulus. I always say if you don't have access to an ice bath, cold showers, yes, will work. If you have a shower that doesn't get cold enough, keep in mind that the original studies showing this dopamine increase had people get into 60-degree water, which is not that cold, 60-degree Fahrenheit, for 45 minutes to an hour.
Everything he's said about this like dopamine shit is just retarded nonsense. So dopamine's a neurotransmitter. There's like at least a dozen different forms of dopamine that all do different things. But plain and simple, dopamine just triggers motivation. So after you have sex, you'll get a dopamine release, and that dopamine makes you motivated to have sex. You can get a dopamine release from exercise. You can get a dopamine release from accomplishing work. Like, there's a lot of different things that trigger dopamine releases, and it's a hormone that's involved in motivation to do certain things. Eating also triggers dopamine release. When people have destructive behaviors that involve dopamine, so let's say you have a porn addiction, or you're addicted to eating food, this idea of dopamine detox is just fucking stupid. It doesn't do anything. Like, you're still going to have this sort of motivation to go down these habits that just aren't productive for you. You just have to find some other source of motivation. So if you have like a gambling addiction, alcohol addiction, food addiction, porn addiction, you just have to find some other habit-forming activity that gives you motivation to do that activity that isn't destructive. There's no way to have a dopamine detox. It's a neurotransmitter that's ever present in your brain.
So your water bill might go up, but you could just draw a kind of cool bath and get in that up to the neck. So, because I realize there are sometimes some cost barriers to people. Not everyone has an ice bath. No.
Dopamine detoxing.
Yeah. So dopamine detoxing is something that apparently today my short-term working memory is off. I swear I can't.
Well, yerba mate, get that in you.
I can't think of any. I'm caffeinated. I can't think of any pharmacologic reason for it, but no excuses. So dopamine detox, I would have thought was not something real.
Kid Boo, don't tell her to watch this anime, but just nigga, if you say it's bad, I'm gonna find and grape you. Oh my god, yeah, this is gay. I don't want to watch an anime that's about fucking grown men crying. Yeah, this is gay. I'm not watching that. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
It seemed kind of silly to me, actually. And I'll tell you why it seems silly and why it still seems silly, but why it may have some utility. But then Dr. Anna Lemke, told me that it actually can be quite useful to take some time and space away from social media, certainly from any addictive drugs. That's the treatment for addiction, and restore those dopamine levels to baseline. Now, the way that dopamine detoxing was initially described in the Bay Area, where it seemed a lot of tech types were talking about it,
oh my God,
was in terms of, I heard...
Like, again, what he just said doesn't make any fundamental sense. The reason you stop doing something like addictive drugs is because they're harmful, not because they release a high amount of dopamine. And dopamine may be one of many causal mechanisms that encourage addiction. So what does it matter if you dopamine detox? If you're doing something harmful that's, not something that's productive for your well-being, doesn't matter if it fucking releases dopamine or not. The issue is that you're doing the thing. It's just dumb. Like again, what is dopamine detox gonna do for me when most of my day is spent like exercising? Is that a problem that I exercise a lot and exercise releases a lot of dopamine? Should I stop exercising? Is it a problem to have high dopamine levels from exercise?
Oh wow, so bitch ass nigga Richard afraid of characters showing emotion? What a surface level retard nigga bitch you are with no genuine taste or desire for anything good. Just stick to reading shitty stories like Berserk. Real niggas love Demon Slayer.
Dude. I'm not interested in stories where male characters act like whiny, over-emotional women. Simple as that. Thanks for the donation, Lidboo. Debunk donated $2.
Hey, are you crazy?
Oregon's on a keto diet. Okay, I'll react to that next. Thanks for the donation, Debunk.
Something like, oh, people aren't even looking at other people's faces. They're really kind of living this like monkish lifestyle, like no food that they really enjoy, no anything. That to me seems kind of crazy and kind of extreme. I mean, I can understand not ingesting a lot of highly palatable foods, eating some blander foods. I can understand certainly not doing any prescription drugs or taking some time off from caffeine. Caffeine increases dopamine receptors, which makes the dopamine that's available more powerful at evoking the dopamine response.
Which, by the way, can be a good thing. One, low levels of dopamine seem to be a major risk factor for Parkinson's disease. So increasing dopamine levels in the brain or making your brain more sensitive to dopamine may help prevent things like Parkinson's. And two, if you're engaging in productive behaviors that release dopamine, like exercise, and you're taking caffeine, that can help reinforce that productive behavior. So what is the issue?
I can understand avoiding certain substances and behaviors, but the idea that you weren't going to look people in the eye because there was going to be too much dopamine, I mean, I guess it depends on who you're looking in the eye and how much their look positively arouses you. But the fact of the matter is that that's not a very rational way to think about dopamine detox. But staying out of high intensity, highly rewarding activities, I think could be useful in terms of reestablishing that dopamine balance. And everything we know from Anna's work is that dopamine, if you drive those dopaminergic states too long, addictive drugs, etc., people can do this with sex, food, drugs, gambling, social media, all sorts of things, pornography. What ends up happening is the amount of dopamine that's released over time goes down and down and down and down and pretty much is traversing into the territory of pain. And then people, again, are back to this thing where, they're scrolling internet porn 8, 9, 10 times or hours a day, and then they're wondering why this isn't effective for them anymore, whereas it was before.
What's happening, people? If you
Huberman's just a retard. He literally just makes no sense when he fucking talks.
But no real men love the new Planet of the Apes trilogy regardless if they think them shooting assault weapons or riding horseback is silly.
I haven't seen the latest movie, but the first two are fucking stupid. Or the first 2 or 3. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
See, what's going on? These products are pure fats. Not my idea. Go ask the brain. I just do as he says. Hey, brain!
Here, what's this? This is a keto diet. Instead of carbs, we're eating fats. Do you even see how much weight we've gained lately? And summer's just a month away. The sea, the beaches, we have to get back in shape.
Okay, so what's off the menu?
Potatoes, pasta, rice, honey, beer, cookies, candies, fruits. All in all, no carbs.
And what's on the menu?
We'll eat 2 to 3 times a day, small portions. Meat, eggs, fish, mushrooms, vegetables, nuts, sour cream, cottage cheese, seafood. What are you, crying?
Yes, it's tears of joy. I'm salivating just thinking about this diet.
From this day on, our ration is 70% fats, 30% protein, and 0% carbs. Well, 5% at most.
Brain, why do we feel so bad?
Nausea! Headache and dizziness!
Muscle pain!
Insomnia! That's just a keto flu. We burn the fat and reduce the insulin that stores the fat. That's why we excrete a lot of sodium into the blood.
Oh, so it's the kidney's fault?
Don't fight, just wait a bit longer. Ooh, yeah!
Hey, Brain, we've got a new problem. Our breath stinks.
That's not a stink. That's an unpleasant smell of acetone. It'll pass in a week. And why do I always want to pee? Carbs helped us hold the...
There's nothing to debunk, it's just stupid shit.
No reason. Now that you have full context, do you see what people do? They're always playing the victim, damaging the cars. We were nowhere near the house. They were parked directly in front of the house and then moved just to the side. And so he's lying. And then he pulls out the appeal to sympathy. Now, many people, they do this. They do this as a Coach Greg all the time. Oh, I'm female. I'm youth. I'm a young person. I'm only 23. I wasn't on steroids. Coach Greg is saying I'm on steroids. I'm young.
They were not in my eyes, they were cinematic masterpieces with great writing and character development, regardless of them shooting assault weapons and riding horseback.
Wouldn't call them cinematic masterpieces, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Young and innocent. Appeal to sympathy. You try to make people feel bad for you. And so his last sentence. And so he writes basically, hey, it's my 10-year-old kid's birthday and my wife's 37 weeks pregnant. And so poor me, it's my son's birthday, my wife's almost about to give birth, and Eddie Hall came to attack me. You started all of this. Since that time, since he's released the footage, of course he's taken his video down. And so Eddie Hall has been vindicated. None of the allegations are true. They tried to make him look like an asshole, tried to make him look like a bad human being.
Yes, a keto diet does reduce cognitive performance.
But in the end, the footage saved him. Now, imagine there was no footage. What do you think would have happened? Eddie Hall would have been seen as a horrible human being. And this is what people do. They take your videos out of context. They, for example, could take a video from Coach Greg for perhaps 2 hours or explain things, and they
Hell, the third one almost made me cry.
I still haven't seen the third one, but thanks for the donation, Dodo.
take a 15-second clip out of context. Coach Greg says that if you don't have your abs, you're fat. And so what do people think? They think that Coach Greg spreads information that everyone should be shredded, have a six-pack, that if you have above 10% body fat, that you're a bad human being. I'm literally being interviewed by a 300-pound news reporter in Malta, of which he says, I'm such a fan, can I have a photo? I watch all of your videos. I learn so much from you. And people seem to think that you're somehow trying to put people down, but you're only trying to educate. This is from somebody who admits during the interview that she's morbidly obese. Before you go, do not forget to pick up your 50 keys of Turk. I just smuggled it in across the border. I'm gonna finish this video. Subscribe, click the bell button, comment to boost the algorithm, like the video if you liked it.
Week we remember those who died in World War II. I've come to Delaware in the United States for a special edition of Political Thinking, at the start of a new series of conversations with, rather than newsy interrogations of, those who shape our political thinking about what has shaped theirs. My guest this week is the last living president.
You know what, actually? Let's watch this real quick.
Had his lawyer send me a cease and desist last night at midnight. They want me to take down the video where I shared screenshots of people that were allegedly scammed by him. And they're trying to say right here that it's entirely false and there's no truth to any of these statements.
So I got access to the internal system where all the clients talk amongst each other, the trainers, right? And I could see people complaining that they didn't get any service at all, the service that they thought they were going to get. routine spamming piece of shit that all of a sudden has blown up all over the internet. You can't help but see all his morning routine bullshit, right? Well, when I first saw him, I said, who is this asshole running around town with the gag ball in his mouth? And then his head bopping up and down over and over out of a tub of water. Then I'm thinking he's all done with this show. And no, he takes a banana and he rubs it across his face a couple times. Reminded me of a sharmuta, what she does with your thing when she's all done with you. You guys know this asshole, right? I couldn't understand, what's so special about this guy that he needs to be viral on.
Perhaps the reason Dodo likes Planet of the Apes so much is because it portrays the evolution of a species, which he can no longer experience since his species is extinct, so he experiences it vicariously through those movies.
Maybe. Thanks for the donation, Tyler.
I had a discussion with a New Age spiritual girl today who eats meat. I asked how she reconciles needlessly killing and eating animals, and she almost started crying. WTF is up with the cognitive dissonance?
Well, people are dumb, selfish jackasses. That's all there really is to it. So, thanks for the donation, Masashi Blade.
And everything. And it got worse because then that stupid idea got viral. You saw every other asshole making videos of their morning routine. Like I give a fuck. Well, I've never seen someone go viral this fast in a matter of weeks into the multi-millions. So I wanted to see, what else is special about this guy, right? So then I see he's a fitness lifestyle coach that sells programs. Sounds familiar.
Two donate tellers, what do you think? Who would win? And if human, how many would it take?
Okay, so.
Don't care about the gorilla thing. Also, did you see this?
Our silence means something. It means that we...
No. I was actually planning on reacting to that. Thanks for the donation, too.
Right, but it gets better. He's from Miami. What's with fucking Miami and all these assholes from there, right? He drives fancy cars. He's living in fancy places. He's wearing fancy designer clothes, that Gucci shit that we all love. He uses all that show to sell programs to people, and it reminds me.
If you're at 20 to 25% body fat, why would you go on a bulk? That's just stupid.
Of Wes Watson, that piece of shit. But is this guy another piece of shit like Wes Watson? Or is he doing things the ethical way? That's what we're going to find out. So it all started, I was on Instagram and I saw a post by the original asshole, Nick Trigilli. You guys know him. I call him the asshole from back in the day, right? Even though he's a friend of mine. He knows he's an asshole. Anyway, he posted a story on this Ashton guy, right? And it goes viral. 1.5 million views, 2 million views. I don't know. I can't count anymore, right? And it's saying that he's scamming people, and it shows some text messages from people complaining.
It's only a matter of time until this idiot is behind bars. And yeah, I said it, locked up, and I'm going to explain why. After my reel the other day, I got dozens of these DMs, stealing $7,000 to $10,000 from God knows how many people. This guy couldn't even hire me because he has no money left because he took a loan out to hire Ashton and he disappeared. Let me give you guys a little friendly fucking advice. And this should be common sense, but clearly you guys don't have that. Do not hire someone online to be your coach that's flexing their lifestyle and showing off and not providing any educational information. They're not fucking here to help you. They're here to enrich themselves, and that's fucking it.
Well, after the video's viral, lo and behold, he gets a cease and desist from Ashton's lawyer saying, you must take this down, you're lying, we can sue you.
Ashton Hall had his lawyer send me a cease and desist last night at midnight. They want me to take down the video where I shared screenshots of people that were allegedly scammed by him. and are trying to say right here that it's entirely false and there's no truth to any of these statements. So I'm not going to take the video down, and I am going to get to the bottom of this. So I want to help you guys. So send me a message or a DM with the word help so I can collect your information. So if this man took money from you, it's time to stand up for yourself. Now, if there's no truth to this, then nothing will happen. But if there is truth to this, you guys are going to see what happens to people who scam people of thousands and thousands of dollars. And make sure you share this with everybody you know.
So when I saw this happen, I was interested. I want to see.
There's that other dumb bitch I did Worst of the Fitness Industry on. What was it? Brittany something? For some reason, she blew up on social media, even though she's like a pretty ugly girl and not particularly fit. She just wears fuck tons of makeup. And she had some online coaching service, and she didn't make a client limit on her website. So she ended up getting like thousands of fucking people paying for her coaching services. And rather than just making a client limit on her website where only a certain amount of people can purchase at any one time, and then maybe refunding a bunch of people, she just took all their money, pocketed it, bought like an expensive condo, bought a horse and all this other shit, and then tried her best to let it all blow over. And then there was some class action lawsuit where I think she had to pay back like $300,000 or something. And yeah, this sounds exactly the same
Oh,
story.
you do not know what you're missing. Just watch this scene and this scene.
Dude, if I was one of those chimpanzees, I'd like grab that kid and rip his fucking arm off or something. Bro, like, the storyline to Planet of the Apes was so fucking stupid. So dumb. Like, human beings have guns. And not only do they have guns, even if you have highly intelligent apes, humans, just because of our anatomy and our nervous system, we have a greater ability to make fine, precise movements. So even if a bunch of highly intelligent, like genetically modified apes got access to firearms, they wouldn't even be able to use them as effectively, and humans outnumber them by a massive degree. And on top of that, not only do we have guns, we have like fucking armored vehicles, like bombs, fucking fighter jets and shit. If there were a bunch of apes that like broke out of a zoo and then like stole like, you know, guns from like a gun shop or something, like they'd all be dead. It's so dumb. The way they handled the story was just so outrageously retarded, and the only reason they did it was because if you made a realistic story where, okay, that virus was like killing off a lot of humans and they were dying off slowly, and the apes like slowly over time became more and more intelligent, and there was like this shift over generations where apes became more dominant and humans had to like run and hide. Like, it'd be boring. You wouldn't have like some big huge action scene or anything, and they just for the sake of, oh well, it'd be boring otherwise, we can't come up with any other smart ideas, they just created like this dumbass fucking story. What they should have done, have the first movie where you have the basic backstory of like how these apes became intelligent and how this virus broke out into humanity and stuff. Then have a huge time skip where, you know, humans are like very, very much outnumbered and crap. you could still have it be a prequel to the original films, but you have to have that huge time skip. Like, these movies are just fucking stupid. Just brain rot horseshit for, like, a dumb modern audience that needs big explosions and stuff. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
PPA you've debated, Svaria tries to kill X, roaming millennial receives $10 million from Russian state-controlled media, Vosh caught with lily porn after defending CP, Frank Tofano. Well, what else is there to say?
Yeah, it's almost as if the only people willing to debate me are retarded, lying degenerates. Thanks for the donation, Masashi Blade.
Is this shit true? But also I want to help Nick, and you guys know, I have a great lawyer. Kali Muscle tried to take my shit down, tried to take my videos down with that fake-ass stupid company he hired, right? To put false copyright claims on my videos, and what happened? I hired this great lawyer. They sent people to this asshole company's door, shut them down, and they removed all their bullshit claims against my videos.
Hi, how are you? Cover sheet.
With this guy, so he...
Nick Gurr donated $2. Pav, you found the best choir ever.
Wait!
VG, there is too much to keep up with. Israel, Palestine, Russia, Ukraine, India, Pakistan, new pandemic on the horizon, AI. I know the doomer predictions have been going on forever, but are we finally in the end game?
There's always been bullshit going on, dude. It's nothing new. Thanks for the donation, Vegansism.
I see green. Yeah. I see green. I see green. I see green. What is green? It's wood.
I'd open that door and smack the shit out of that bitch. Yeah, we'd see how much of a fucking boss babe she is after she gets hit in the face. Oh no.
Mr. Chief, face the camera.
Oh, that's mean. Oh, that's so mean. Like how he just opens the door and this cat screams at him. Oh.
Don't eat my plants. Don't eat my plants.
In nomine Patris et Filii.
Oh. Those are some really adorable kitties. Well, thanks for the donation, Nick Gurr.
If I send you a selfie, can you tell me how much you'd pay for me at auction?
Yeah, sure. Why not? Thanks for the donation, Richard, the third leg. Or Richard's third leg.
That's what it did. There was a huge time skip between the first and second movie. The first movie, Rise, takes place in 2011, Will Dawn takes place in 2026, and War takes place in 2028. Also, the virus was killing of people clay, so humans were outnumbered.
The first movie was fucking stupid. You have apes and chimpanzees shooting machine guns. They'd literally all be killed day one. And then once people find out, like, these apes were genetically modified, super intelligent, and it was this viral outbreak, people would either kill all the chimpanzees on the planet or in captivity, or they'd do something to isolate them from people. So that was stupid. They should have just left that crap out and had it more about, like, just how the apes became intelligent and stuff like that. And the time skip still didn't make any sense. Humans and apes were literally at war with one another. Guess what? Humans would win, even if they were outnumbered. Because of the differences in our, like, the structure of the bones in our hands and arms, and our nervous system just being adapted for fine motor control, humans would obliterate apes. It wouldn't even be fucking close. So you need a time skip where humans just don't have access to firearms anymore for whatever reason. And you could, like, explain that away in a number of different ways, like, human society just ended up collapsing because so many people died or whatever, and apes outnumbered us by so much that they took away all our guns and destroyed them or something. But it was just outrageously fucking stupid. Just beyond fucking dumb. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
He sent that company, Ashton's company, a letter right back to them. So, I saw those messages that Nick put in there, and you guys know me. I want to investigate. Is this guy a scammer? Or is he ethical? Is he doing ethical business stuff? And I always give people the benefit of the doubt. You can't just assume people are doing illegal things without seeing things with your own eyes, right? So I got access to the internal system where all the clients talk amongst the...
Yep, I got a Lotto Max ticket. 80 million. Bro, I have a good feeling that 80 million is mine. I can feel it. I know a couple days from now, I'm gonna have 80 million fucking dollars in my bank account. Fucking guaranteed.
Each other, the trainers, right? And I could see people complaining that they didn't get any service at all. The service that they thought they were going to get according to the contract, right? And then I also noticed that people were also complaining that anytime they said they want to cancel their membership and ask for a refund, their messages were magically being deleted. So I saw many people complaining about the service, wanting a refund, and we're never getting it back. So it looked to me like there may be truth behind those messages that they were sending Nick that he made in that viral video. So seeing all that, this is going to require me to see the contract that these people signed, because, listen, all businesses, doesn't matter how good or bad it is, always has unhappy customers. So was this company, scamming people, not giving refunds when they should have? We don't know until we see the contract. But the facts are there's people complaining, and time is going to tell to see what happens with this, because we're going to see, is Ashton Hall doing these things ethically, or is he the next piece of shit like Wes Watson?
Guys, thanks for watching.
Oh, would you look at that? It's the usual suspects. Usual suspects, usual suspects. Did you notice?
That's the same shit they got your last whole foot. Bitch! That's the same shit they got your baby daddy for. Dummy! That's the same shit they got your last whole foot. Bitch! That's the same shit they got your baby daddy for. Come outside, ho! Get up live, ho! Come outside, ho! Get up live, ho! Come outside, ho! Get up live, ho!
Gross baby. I'm not watching that one. I'm surprised she can do a cartwheel and shit. Jeez. Bro, if she wasn't morbidly obese, she could be like a fucking Olympian. Like, holy crap. She has a nice butt. It's actually impressive. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
The virus whipped out half of the planet. People were dying by the millions, therefore there were not enough people to even assess guns. Also, movies don't have to always be logical and make sense. The Marvel movies don't.
Well, the Marvel movies also suck, so that's not a good example. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Potatoes donated $2. Oh, that is a potatoes. Dude, if I had a Hyrax that looked like this, I'd literally name him Potatoes. Oh my god, that's amazing. Oh, he is potatoes. I think lettuce. He does look like he thinks lettuce. Oh my god, that is a potatoes indeed. Oh yeah. Take a look what fucking Gummy did. So, just so you all know, this fucking thing right here, he dragged this from upstairs inside my room, carried it down the fucking stairs, and then dragged it under my desk. I don't know why he did that. He brought this from downstairs. Or, sorry, he brought this from upstairs.
Jake Cutler tell me that of all the things that he said, he thought HGH helped him to lose. Is there anything in there
Let go.
you feel like is bad advice or was possibly overrated?
Gummy, let go. Let go. Stop dragging this. Let go. No. Why? Oh, gum. I have no idea why. He just decided to do that today. Well, slide 3. Oh. My goodness. That's a good snoot. Oh my god. That's a really good snoot. Oh. That's a beautiful pig. What a nice oinker. My goodness, he's enjoying the water. Look at him, at peace, on a nice sunny beach, just enjoying life. It's a nice oinker. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, wow. He seems displeased with this music. He says no, does not like that music. What animal is that? What the fuck is that? What the hell? Oh, Tanuki. Tanukis are pretty cute. Thanks for the donation, potatoes. $21st only tillers, more of the usual suspects. What do you notice?
We have, and sometimes we misinterpret with one another to try and create an understanding and basically encourage empathy.
I have a problem that you understand. We all need somebody to lead. Clap your hands like sing along.
What in the hell even is that? I'd beat the fucking shit out of him.
Hey, yo, bro, bro. Back over there, bro. Bro, but I just want to go through, bro. They doing the most right now. Hey, yo.
I wouldn't beat the shit out of him, but he is a dickhead. We have a dream, yeah, indeed. Thanks for the donation, 21st.
Of this country.
Did we watch the Johnny or whatever? Yeah, we did.
To being born during the Second World War, a man who says it shaped his beliefs and his values. A man who served for 50 years as a frontline politician, as senator for this state, as vice president to Barack Obama, and then president of the United States. On this special anniversary, we invited President Joe Biden to reflect on the history and what it teaches us now.
Good to see you.
Real pleasure to meet you.
Honored to have you.
I'm told you know this place.
I know this place. Yep, it's Hotel DuPont. And this was the center of all activity in this town for a long, long time.
And am I right, you launched your senatorial campaign in this building?
I did, the main hall downstairs.
Please come and take
it. Almost a sacrilegious. A young Democrat coming to Republican territory to announce it. No.
That was what, just 50 years ago?
That's all. Yesterday.
Mr. President, thank you so much for talking to us.
Thanks for being here.
In this week of celebrations of VE Day, I've been looking back at a speech you made a year ago at Normandy for the 80th anniversary of D-Day. And you said, they knew beyond any doubt there are things worth fighting and dying for. It's a message of sacrifice. Do you fear that that message is being forgotten in America right now?
I do fear a little bit. And I don't think it's been forgotten by the people. I think it's been forgotten by the leadership a little bit. Excuse my cough. The fact is that my father and mother's generation knew what was at stake. They knew that that democracy was literally hanging in the balance. Adolf Hitler, had he won, had there been no united Europe and united with the United States, the United States has never been able to avoid a war in Europe. And so one of the smartest things we did after World War II was we formed NATO because alliances provide security. And imagine had we not done that. So another thing, I've been to a landing on D-Day, a reenactment of that event, not on the 80th earlier, and coming in one of those boats, those landing craft, and the thousands of ships were out there, and the tens of thousands of men and women, mostly men, who stormed the beaches, and then how they scale those cliffs. There's 6,000 grave sites there, 6,000.
That's what's in your mind on this week.
And anyway, the world has gotten smaller, and so imagine if we didn't have NATO now, what would be happening in the Mediterranean? What would be happening with regard to activity by Russia and China in the region? But NATO is the strongest alliance in the history of the world.
You say imagine. Can you imagine it now? Because there are some people who fear that this Atlantic alliance, born in the Second World War, is now dying before our very eyes. Is that your concern?
It's a great concern. I think it would change the modern history of the world if that occurs. Look, we are not the essential nation, but we're the only nation in a position to have the capacity to bring people together to lead the world. Otherwise, you're going to have China and the former Soviet Union, Russia stepping up. And when I say inflection points, there's so much change taking place so rapidly that there needs to be an ability to respond rapidly. And I just think to myself, what would happen in the Middle East as bad as things are now? Were there no NATO, do you think Russia and China would have stayed out militarily? I don't, anyway.
At the centre of NATO is this promise, isn't it? You called it in a speech I saw in Warsaw a few years ago, a sacred obligation, which is
sacred.
You defend each other. Do you think
attack on one is an attack on all?
Do you believe that obligation is still respected by Donald Trump?
Well, he doesn't say it is. And I think the rest of the world, I know one of the only advantages of being the old guy is that I've known every major world leader in the last 30 years, and I know them personally. And I know all the major world leaders today. And I can tell you, the last meeting of the G7 meeting, the NATO 7, anyway, or the G20, which is a larger group, as we left the meeting, almost every world leader would pull me aside and say, we got to get NATO. My democracy is at stake. Every generation has to fight to maintain democracy. Everyone's going to be challenged. And we've done it well for the last 80 years, and I'm worried that there's a loss of understanding of the consequence of that.
You've talked about a great threat to democracy. Do you really believe that there is a greater threat now to democracy than at any time since the Second World War?
Yes, I do. Because, I mean, look at the number of European leaders and European countries are wondering, well, what do I do now? I mean, what's the best route for me to take? Can I rely on the United States? Are they going to be there? Not alone in the United States. Will they stay together? And, and instead of democracy expanding around the world, they're receding. And democracy is every generation has to fight for it.
And yet you hear what's being said by this administration. The Vice President J.D. Vance complains about European freeloading, he calls it. The Defence Secretary, let me just read it. You know what they're saying in this administration. The US Defence Secretary talks about European freeloading. The Vice President talks about your country, the United States, bailing out Europe. There's an anger there. Have they not got a point?
No, they don't have a point. Look, you have of all NATO nations, almost all of them are 2% right now. But what they've done is, when we were attacked, what happened? They all responded, support us.
Also, movies don't have to always be logical. That's why they're called works of fiction. Why do you want all movies to be logical? Fiction does not always have to 100% make sense. All movies would be boring.
They have to make sense on some level, Dodo. If they're just stupid, you can't really suspend disbelief. But thanks for the donation, Dodo. I don't take nicotine gum, I take lozenges. Nicotine gum isn't vegan. And yet, it helps me. Spider-Man 2 worth playing? It's worth playing. In a lot of ways, it's more annoying than the first game. The pacing is terrible, but the actual combat when you get to fight people is definitely better. It's not as well optimized. They made a lot of weird... I don't know what the fuck they were doing exactly. It's pretty poorly optimized. Desktop garage kit? The fuck is that a porn? Okay, it's... Doom the Dark Ages. VR naughty, that's definitely porn. Gorn 2. Should get a set of Corsa Evo. Racket Pinball. That looks kind of cool. Want Zombie Army VR to come out. That looks like fun.
Look, imagine there being no NATO. Do you think Putin would have stopped Ukraine? Do we think Putin would have stopped? I don't understand how they fail to understand that there's strength in alliances. There's been...
Yeah, I'm still dieting. I had a very hard training day today. I trained legs and I did hard 30 minutes of cardio on the mountain bike. I went cycling with Gummy in the backpack. Oh, and I'm fucking exhausted. I'm like not eating anything. Just want to lie down and not do anything, dude. I just want to win the lottery so I can just diet and not have to worry about having enough energy to stream and shit and just do whatever the fuck I want whenever I want.
Benefits, the cost there, it saves us money overall.
Let's turn to Ukraine, can we? Because you compared the war in Ukraine with the Second World War. President Trump is now saying, look, if you want peace, Ukraine is going to have to give up some territory. Some people think that is common sense to say that. Do you think it's not?
Tanuki $20, holy shit. Oh my god. That's a nice Tanuki. Wow, so handsome. Oh my god, that's beautiful tanuki. I want a tanuki. Oh, look at those tanukis. So pretty. So nice. Those are sweet, beautiful tanukis. Oh my god. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, they're so cute. Oh, that's nice. Look at him going into his tunnel. Thanks for the donation, Tanuki.
It's not common sense, it's perhaps modern day appeasement.
It is modern day appeasement. Look, listen to what Putin said when he talked about going from Kyiv into Ukraine.
Yeah, I know I sort of already won the lottery with, like, the job I have, but, you know, you still gotta do it. And, yeah, it can... I just want to be able to take days off more often. Like, you know, there's weird stresses with doing, like, YouTube and streaming where if you don't upload and stream, like, practically every day, like, less people end up watching, then you make less money, so then you do have to do it, like, pretty much every day in order to, like, keep things going along and stuff like that. It would just be nice to just have a large, like, massive, infinite cache of money so that I can take, like, 2-3 days off a week or something if I want to. Dodo donate $2. I said they don't have to be 100% logical. Also, by your logic, Ant-Man is a really bad movie because new Flash humans can't breathe oxygen at atom size. Well, the Ant-Man movies suck, so I don't really care. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Richard Pussy donate $2. Don't talk about crying, you little pussy. You even cried when the most ugly person left you. Never cried about that. Just as ugly as the person in the Last of Us movie, you gay simp, pussy loser, you bitch. Thanks for the donation, dipshit.
And why? He believes it's part of Mother Russia. He believes it's historical rights to Ukraine. He talks about Eastern Europe. What this man wants to do is reestablish the Warsaw Pact. He can't stand the fact that the Russian dictatorship that he runs, that the Soviet Union has collapsed. And
yeah, I'd still stream and upload YouTube videos and shit if I won the lottery. Like, you know, I still want to do vegan activism. I still like doing it. I know there's a lot of people who, you know, get enjoyment and stuff out of the content I make, and that's fulfilling. And having some level of responsibility does help kind of ground you. If I was, like, living, you know, some sort of just life where I literally did not ever work, I could see that leading to me having, like, sleep problems where I'll stay up for, like, you know, a day straight and then do nothing but play video games or something at night and then finally crash and then just have, like, a fucked up sleep schedule and might have issues with, like, boredom or something and, you know, stuff like that. So having something where you have, like, some sort of set schedule and responsibility can be good. But, yeah, it'd just be nice being able to take a few days off per week and stuff.
And anybody thinks he's going to stop, it's just foolish. And look, we have $1 trillion economies with economic exchange with Europe. I just don't understand.
I'm planning on making more vlogs. I'm gonna get at least one new camera for vlogging. The Insta360 X5 came out. I'm gonna get that. And I might get one more camera. So I'm gonna start doing that more.
understand how people think that if we allow a dictator, a thug, to decide he's going to take significant portions of the land that aren't his, and that's going to satisfy him. I don't quite understand.
So you call it appeasement. What might happen if the Trump administration says, look, that's the deal. You've got to give this territory up, at least temporarily.
Maybe you can traffic people like Andrew Tate. I don't think I'm nearly social enough to actually be able to do that. The idea of having to talk to like hundreds of different women and then manipulate and gaslight them over the course of like months to get them to do like internet porn and then manage them and then talk to random dudes that donate to their OnlyFans. Like, I just, that amount of talking and dealing with people, there's no way, even if I had no morals.
7,777,777,777.
Let me take a look. Oh my god.
You.
Oh. So orange.
Light up my life. You give
Oh my
me
god.
hope.
He's looking straight at you. I think he might be sentient.
To carry on. You light up
Oh my
life.
god.
Maui.
Oh wow. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, that's so good. Maui's tired. Thanks for the donation, even though.
What is your fear of the consequence of that?
My fear of the consequence is that some of the NATO countries are going to decide that maybe, especially those along the border with Russia, they just say we got to make an accommodation. We got to make an accommodation. We got to give Russia more space. We got
21st donators, why'd you skip my last donation? We need to bring Jasmine back into the videos so she can steal your money, so you have to stream more often. Maybe you should play Ghost of Tsushima again so I can donate Frankie Sugarwater Boy's name mid-boss fight. I don't think we're going to be doing that, but thanks for the donation, 21st.
we have to yield to the pressures, whether they're economic, political, or military. And
So you see countries like Romania, for example, having a presidential election, choosing people who are Putin's friends.
I don't even want to say it. Yeah, worry about it.
What do you make of those scenes in the Oval Office? President Trump and President Zelensky?
I found it sort of beneath America, the way that took place. And the way we talk about now that, well, it's just the Gulf of America. Maybe we're going to have to take back Panama. Maybe we need to acquire Greenland. Maybe Canada should be. What the hell's going on here? What president ever talks like that? That's not who we are. We're about freedom, democracy, opportunity, not about confiscation.
Does that mean, do you think, that talk destroys the alliances that
Sure it does.
the United States have depended on?
Well, it destroys it. It weakens it considerably. Weakens it considerably. I mean, Canada, the way we talk about Canada, it's like as if it could be a 51st state. Canada's been an ally. Look, we have a significant advantage. One of the reasons why we thought it was important to be a thing called NATO. We have the Pacific Ocean, Atlantic Ocean on the east and on the west. Canada, Mexico, north and our south. What does Britain have? What is all framed? What are they surrounded by? They're surrounded by countries that have been at war off and on for the last 500 years. And NATO brought stability.
But you will know what they sometimes say of you, sir. They sometimes say, look, President Biden warned us about this invasion of Ukraine. He did. He led the West in standing up to Putin. He did that. But they sometimes say that you didn't have the courage to go all the way to let Ukraine win. You let them stop the invasion, but you didn't give them the weapons they needed, the long-range weapons, to really win.
I think you did big mistake by not uploading response videos anymore. You know how many views you would have got if you had professional editor go over your streams and cut most important parts where you respond to big drama. You'd have a huge online presence.
I don't know. So YouTube has sort of, I don't know if I'd say shadow banned, because there have been some videos I've made that clearly got recommended. But there's been some algorithmic changes that sort of negatively impacted my viewership when I upload. I know for a fact, this is absolutely confirmed, YouTube just randomly unsubscribes people. I've talked to enough people saying they've had to resubscribe to me like 20 fucking times because YouTube keeps canceling their subscriptions. So that's why my subscriber count has been steadily going down for the most part. And I'm sure there's some other things, like, I don't know, maybe people got bored of my reaction content. Like, there is a thing that happens where people have, like, a high amount of interest, then it wanes. But, I'm sure if I started uploading again, I could probably end up averaging, like, maybe 20K plus views per video, you know, something like that. I was sort of maintaining that for a while before I transitioned to streaming. But one of the big motivators for streaming was, like, half of the fucking videos I uploaded would just get demonetized. It just ended up becoming so fucking hard to, like, make good content where, you know, I find a video, find a topic that I know is going to get attention, be kind of promoted in the algorithm. Then on top of that, I have to find, like, some funny idea and comedy and stuff to go along with the video, make a skit, you know, film it and then edit it and shit, like, which takes hours to do, upload it, and then, what do you know, demonetize, no money. And then, like, doing that for several days in a row and all of your videos getting demonetized. Like, you put in all that fucking work and then you literally make $0 over it. And then you have to just keep doing it over and over and over and over and over again every single fucking day in the hopes that, well, hopefully some of them get monetized to make money. It just became so fucking insanely stressful. Even though I was able to make it work and make enough money, like, it is so fucking insanely demotivating to, like, 3-4 days in a row, upload really good videos that don't violate YouTube's terms of service, and then for no reason get them fucking demonetized. So I just switched to streaming. The income is just way more fucking reliable. And if anything, most months I end up making more money anyway. I am planning on making more vlogs, more content around training, and then occasionally uploading some, like, response videos and stuff. But, yeah, I don't know. I know for whatever fucking reason, just my tone or something, the way I come off, I annoy people, and, like, maybe I end up getting, like, a ton of people, like, reporting my videos just because I offended them. And then, like, maybe that's one of the reasons why I get demonetized and shit, but it's just, like, I can't fucking do that crap anymore, so I am gonna make more vlogs. You know, I am more jacked and lean and better looking and stuff, and people have been asking me to make, like, more workout content and vlogs and stuff, so I'm gonna do that. See where that goes. Might just be fun anyway, but yeah. Thanks for the donation, 3.
Well, a few people do say that, but the idea that they could win without engaging NATO in war, NATO having engaged the Soviet Union, former Soviet Union, Russia, is not likely. We gave them everything they needed to provide for their independence, and we were prepared to respond more aggressively if, in fact, Putin moved again. But we needed to. This is a tricky thing. You know, we had Poland now. Poland's a NATO country. You know, Poland used to be in a situation where it was part of the Warsaw Pact. There's just a lot of change taking place. And the idea that we're ready to go to World War III with 2 nuclear powers could be avoided. We did avoid it, but we also made...
That was the threat, though. That was the worry in your mind.
Yes. Well, look...
Go too hard against Russia.
Well,
nuclear weapons are used.
Go too hard against Russian territory, yes. Up to now, it wasn't involving Russian territory. And, you know, what did Putin do when things got really tough for him? Threatened to use the tactical nuclear weapons. This is not a game of roulette.
It's a frightening time. Now, I can tell how angry you are, I think, with some of the things that your successor, with Donald Trump, has been saying.
Oh, hey, Gum Gum. How you doing, Gum Gum? I was out cycling with Gum Gum. He was in the backpack, and we came across a bunch of cows in a field. And Gum Gum was staring at the cows, and the cows were staring at me and Gum Gum. It's really cute. Cows are nice. I like cows. Cows are our friends.
And doing, you say it's not who we are, it's not America. The other day you said in a speech, nobody is king. Do you think he's behaving more like a monarch than a president?
Oh, I'd rather not comment. I'm not sure how he's behaving. He's not behaving like a Republican president.
You're being diplomatic, sir. What do you say about his 100 days? Now he says, look at all these things I've achieved. I've closed the border. I've started to bring jobs back to the United States. I'm cutting government waste. He says he's delivering what people voted for.
Let me tell you, when I left office, we had created more jobs than any president in the history of the United States in one term. Our economy was roaring. We were moving in a direction where the stock market was way up. We're in a situation where we were expanding our influence around the world in a positive way, increasing trade. We regained control of what we invented, the control of the future of computer chips, which control everything. We were in a situation where there was growth, opportunity, and we, for example, they told me, remember Trump had this plan, he was going to, rebuild America, increase our infrastructure. We had infrastructure week for 4 years.
I mean, like if someone else edited your VODs and uploaded response videos, maybe even on a different channel. It might have been popular. Like, look how fartards like Hassan made, and everything he says is straight up stupid. Would have been cool seeing your VOD edits.
I mean, that is a possibility. Like, I think there is an unfortunate reality that the reason why people like Hassan are popular is because he's stupid. Like, he appeals to a certain audience of fucking idiots who want to hear that. And I just annoy everybody. I'm not like just a left-wing crazy social justice warrior. I'm not a hardcore like MAGA conservative. Even among vegan circles, like, there's so many disagreements that I have with literally every community of people, and it can be hard to fulfill a niche in that sort of way because I just end up annoying, like, everybody to some extent, right? So, I don't know. There may just be something about me that kind of prevents that sort of skyrocketing fame popularity. Might be worth a try getting some editor to like chop up the live streams, then upload it to a different channel, but yeah, I don't know. Thanks for the donation, 3.
You're an unlikable person, you know that. You claim to have cured your depression, but if your baseline mood was always low, you're comparing your cured depression mood relative to that baseline. This could partially explain your deadpan monotone effect.
Whatever you say, I don't care. Thanks for the donation, Truth.
Years nothing was built. I was able to convince the Congress and the American people to accept $1.3 trillion in economic growth.
So he says his 100 days is a triumph. What does President Biden say about Trump's first 100 days?
I'll let history judge that. I don't see anything that was triumphant.
And you see things to worry about. Do you, when you talk of a threat to democracy, worry about a threat to democracy here at home, here in the United States?
I'm less concerned about that than I was, because I think the Republican Party is waking up to what Trump is about.
You think they may fight back?
I think they're beginning to, yes.
But you will know people see laws apparently being broken, courts ignored, Congress sidelined. They don't like what they see.
Well, I think they're seeing that too. I think that's why I don't think you'll succeed in that effort.
Let's return to where we began our conversation. You have this powerful phrase about an inflection point. You said once that we're living through a dramatic...
Oh yeah, another fucking reason why Hassan is so popular too is because he's literally protected by the Twitch CEO. So, like, I don't have any of those fucking protections on any platform. So, that's another reason why Hassan is able to, like, get a bigger audience and shit.
Change in the world of the sort you only see every, 6 or 8 generations. Young people are very frightened at the moment. I think possibly more frightened than any time I can remember in my lifetime. Are they right to be?
They're right to be concerned. That's why they have to be involved. They have to be involved. They have to get engaged. They have to be part of the political process. They have to vote. They have to make sure they make their views known. And I think it's a...
Dude, it's so retarded how he didn't become president again. It's so stupid. Dodo $20, Miss Biden yet? Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's just fucking crazy. Like, there's a very realistic possibility in, like, an alternate universe, if Biden still ran, we wouldn't have had to deal with Trump. Like, Biden could have just been president, and things would have just stayed on a good trajectory.
Maybe also a wake-up call.
Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo.
There's a Look, think about this. The idea the United States is deciding to significantly reduce its work in terms of technical advancement.
Is Spawn goated? I like the overall narrative of Spawn. The comics weren't particularly well written. Like, especially when you compare them to Japanese manga, they're not nearly as well written. So it was hard for me to stay interested in Spawn comics. But the overall idea and narrative was cool and interesting. Spawn had a lot of problems too. The HBO animated series was fucking fantastic. But translating it to like a cinematic universe, especially, back then, would have been fucking impossible. It's just way too violent, way too dark. They never would have fucking done it. Sort of has the same problem that Berserk has. Only with Berserk, now that we have, Deadpool movie and stuff, and studios aren't as paranoid about releasing, M-rated content with shit that is actually for adults. There is a possibility that Berserk could become more mainstream and get good anime adaptations and shit. Spawn's kind of out of the limelight. I know they're planning on making a Spawn movie. Maybe it'll, accelerate its popularity again. But yeah, it's very, very hard to actually do a real life Spawn adaptation. And especially since it's not the 90s or even early 2000s anymore, a lot of people don't even know what fucking Spawn is. So hopefully with the new movie coming out and they do a good job and it's accurate to the source material, we could see some more Spawn movies or see some more adaptations to it. But yeah, the Spawn is pretty fucking dope. He's a sick character.
Look, how can you remain the most powerful nation in the world and have a second-rate infrastructure? How can you maintain the most powerful the nation in the world with a second-rate education system? How can you be the most powerful nation in the world if you don't have the ability to provide opportunity for a vast majority of the American people? Look, my dad used to have an expression. He said, look, Joey, everybody in America deserves a shot. It's a shot. It's a shot. That's why I changed the economic model. We talk about, instead of trickle-down economics, as my dad would say, not a whole lot trickle down to his kitchen table. But I tell you what, we grew the economy from the middle out and the bottom up. I focused on that. The wealthy still doing very well. They got to start paying their taxes a little more, number one. But number two, the middle class is growing.
Hope is a word that you've often liked to use. Hope instead of fear. And when you moved into the Oval Office, up on the wall there was Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who talked about the triumph of hope over fear. He was, of course, America's wartime leader. Do you fear that the America that we've seen ever since that time is ending? The Atlantic Alliance we've seen ever since that time?
No, here's what I fear. I fear that
if there was a Berserk film, who would be the best actor to play Guts? I don't think he's necessarily right for the role, but probably Henry Cavill. I really don't think there's anybody on the planet who could really play Guts particularly well. But Henry Cavill would be the most obvious logical choice. It's either Henry Cavill or you're going to have to really spend a lot of time trying to find somebody who's kind of an unknown name who is really into fitness and bodybuilding, but is a really good actor, but just hasn't gotten their big break yet, and just find some unknown actor, sort of like how George Lucas cast Star Wars. But you'd have to, it would either have to be that or Henry Cavill. He'd be but I don't think he'd really be right for the role. If you look at any of the... If you look at any of the artwork for Guts, he's kind of brown-skinned. No one really knows who his parents were. But he's probably part Kushan. or a mix of some other ethnic background. Because like, same with Casca, she's probably part Kushan or something else. Because he has a similar skin tone to Casca, only Casca is a bit darker. So Henry Cavill wouldn't be great for the role because he's like too white, in my opinion. And some of his facial features also don't quite match. You could maybe get the hair right. And he's also not jacked enough, and he's not willing to take steroids. Henry Cavill does have an impressive physique, but like Guts is on a whole nother fucking level. Like, he is just so fucking ridiculously physically imposing. Like, Henry Cavill isn't really gonna be able to get to that sort of level without steroids. Like, he's absolutely fucking diced and just fucking enormous. So, yeah, having Henry Cavill swing that, like, fucking Dragon Slayer, you have to have somebody who just looks a lot bigger and harder for any of that to be believable. Guts is just, like, again, Henry Cavill would have to go on steroids, and also finding an actor that has the appropriate ethnic background would probably be a little hard. Like, I know Hollywood is kind of weird with that, where for some reason now we don't really care what race a character is. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if they cast an Indian Batman at this point. But I know Hollywood is a little iffy on casting white characters to replace, you know, brown-skinned people, and like, yeah, Guts is a little brown-skinned, so Henry Cavill would be the most obvious logical choice because it's Henry Cavill, but I don't think he'd really be right for the role. You'd have to find like a very intense dude. And like, Henry Cavill's played you know, the Witcher. Like, I think he does have range. Like, he's played Superman pretty well. He's played Geralt very well. He has range. I think he could play him accurately enough, but just not the ideal kind of casting pick, you know? Let's see how I compare to Guts at this point. Ugh. I gotta piss really bad, dude. Still not quite that lean, but pretty... I'm getting there. You know what? I think I might just take steroids. I might just go on gear. Wait. Where's the back shot? But yeah, I'm still not quite there yet. I don't know. Oh. I'm just gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back. Oh. Gum, what are you doing? Oh. What's my gum up to? Ugh. Yeah, I kind of want to look like Guts. Sort of want to go on steroids just so I can look like Guts. I'll diet down first and see if I'm satisfied, but I might just go on gear. Leave humanity behind and such.
Allies around the world are going to begin to doubt whether we're going to stay where we've always been the last 8 years. For example, when we had the first G7 meeting, that is the leaders of the European nations in England, hosted by your government, we sat down the first meeting, I think it was in February, of my first year. And I sat there and I looked and I said, America's back. And Manuel looked at me and said, for how long? For how long? I take some responsibility and credit for rebuilding NATO. We added 2 significant powers to NATO. 10 days before Dr. Kissinger died, he called me. He said, not since Napoleon has Paris not looked over its shoulder at Moscow with a feeling of dread until you came along. NATO is stronger. They can't do that. They know. And so, in the meantime, I still remember what Manuel said. He said, for how long? Now, here we are. We did all that. And in 4 years, we got a guy who wants to walk away from it all. I'm worried that Europe's going to lose confidence in the certainty of America and the leadership of America in the world to deal with not only NATO, but other matters that have consequence. Look, what did we do? I was able to put together AUKUS. That is an alliance in Asia. Australia, Japan, the United States, India. I mean, the idea that we're in a situation where we moved in a direction that, for example, in Africa, Africa's going to have 50% of the world's population. 50% of the world's population. I think it's by 2080.
I can hear your passion. I can hear your anxiety that the world is changing the way it has. And for a long time you said, I'm the man who can stop Donald Trump. And you did once. And in the end, you withdrew from that election campaign at the last minute. It's a question lots of people ask you, Mr. President. Did you leave it too late? Should you have withdrawn earlier, given someone else a bigger chance?
I don't think it would have mattered. We left at a time when we had a good candidate. She was fully funded. And what happened was, I had become, what we had set out to do, no one thought we could do. And become so successful in our agenda, it was hard to say, no, I'm going to stop now. I meant what I said when I started, that I think I'm prepared to hand this to the next generation, the transition government. But things moved so quickly that it made it difficult to walk away. And it was a hard decision. But
regrets though?
No, I think it was the right decision. I think that well, it was just a difficult decision.
But you shouldn't have taken it earlier.
Well, I don't think so. I mean, I don't know how that would have made much difference.
I want to thank you for giving us this interview on VE Day and give you a chance just to reflect finally a little bit about the people you've met over the years, because you were telling me when I first met you about the veterans that you've met last year in Normandy when you went for the 80th anniversary of VE Day.
They're an incredible generation, and they're fading out. And I sat with them, and they talked about how much it mattered to them, what they were proud that
I'm pretty sure Gummy's chipped. Actually, I can't remember. I know Prismo was chipped. I don't even know if Gum Gum was chipped. I'm not sure. Yeah, I actually can't remember now.
they had stopped this fascism, what they had done. You know, I was in the cemetery two years before when I went over to Normandy, and I was walking through the graveyard and meticulous.
Why Guts out of all the characters in fiction? I just think he has the best physique out of any anime character. Just from my perspective, I just think he has the most ideal male physique. Like, simple as that. You know, everybody has their own preference. Some people think Goku looks sick, Vegeta. Some people think, like, Chris Bumstead, you know, looks the best. I think Guts, out of any fictional or non-fictional, you know, interpretation of the male body image, I think Guts just has an ideal male physique. So there's a lot of there's a lot of different, you know, people that I thought looked fucking dope, like Kevin Levrone, Ronnie Coleman, Jay Cutler, Goku, Vegeta, you know, shit like that. But yeah, for some reason I just find Guts' physique to be the best out of, it's just what I consider to be ideal male physique. No, Guts isn't 6'8". I think Kentora Miura actually mentioned his height. No. In the Berserk series, the character Guts stands at a height of 6'8". Really? No, he's 6'3", but he's 6'8" with the Berserk armor, apparently. r/Berserk. Some sources say he's 6'3", others say 6'8". There's no way he's 6'8". So I'm pretty sure Kentora Miura actually stated he was like 6'3", which would be my exact height. You can see him just next to other characters. There's no fucking way he's 6'8". Like, no chance. Like, that's pro basketball player height. So yeah, I'm pretty sure Kentora mentioned somewhere that he was like 190 centimeters, like 6'3". Officially, it says Guts is 190 centimeters, 6 foot 2.3, and many ads for volume 26 release. Here's some Japanese reader's review, number 24, YA issue 190. He also said next episode 233. I think this is the first time they officially announced how tall Guts is. Personally thought Guts was 195, so he's like 6'3". Same height as me. There's no way he's 6'8". No fucking chance. Because, like, Griffith would have had to have been, like, what, 6'7" or something? Like, he wasn't that much taller than Griffith, and Pippin was taller than Guts by a lot. So Pippin would have had to have been, like, 7'4" or some shit. Like, there's no fucking way.
Mostly kept in the American cemetery, and thousands of dead Americans. And I looked and I knelt down. I thought I saw there was two crosses next to one, the father and the son. Oh my God! I was not kneeling, but squatted down, and all of a sudden I heard behind me, "Can't help!" I turned around. There was a gentleman with a VFW hat on, a veteran's hat on, and he saluted me. He said, "Stress." I saluted him. I said, "Thank you for what you did." And he put his hand on his wife's shoulder and said, "No, thank her, she did it." And I looked at him. He said, "She was part of the effort. She built the ships that got us here. She built it, stepped up. The entire generation of women of our country stepped up." He said,
"Is Reddit or X more cancerous?" Definitely X at this point.
So proud of her. I'm so proud of her. The men and women I met knew when they got off those landing craft, when they came into those gliders, that they were as likely to die as live. And they did it. They did it anyway. Because they felt it was worth dying for if need be. They had to stop this maniac, Hitler. They had to maintain democracy. They're willing to give their lives to do it. An incredible generation.
And finally, this is about values as well, isn't it?
It sure is.
You've talked very movingly about your late son, Bo, who served in Iraq, and said that in many ways the values he embodied were like the values embodied by the wartime generation. Is that the plea that you want to make for those values to be maintained in your country?
It is. Look, my son was a good man. And my dad used to have a saying. He said, "Look, Joey, everyone's entitled to be treated with dignity, no matter who they are, no matter where they're from." And my son ran for attorney general and won. And he was a likely candidate for governor. He was offered the Senate seat, and he turned it down because he didn't want to be given the Senate seat appointed. And one day I came home on a Friday, and I came home. I got a call on a Monday. He said, "What are you doing Friday, Dad?" And I said, "No, what do you need?" He said, "I want you to pin my bars on." I said, "Pin your bars on? You're married to I joined the National Guard. I think I have an obligation as an attorney general." When his unit got sent to Iraq, he decided he had to go with them. They wouldn't let him go because you're either state property or federal property. If you're National Guard, you're the state. So he decided that. The National Guard kept coming to Washington. He was able to work it out so he would give up his attorney general's job while he was in the National Guard, and he went to Iraq for a year because he thought it was his duty to do so. Unfortunately, he lived not very far from a burn pit, and he acquired stage 4 glioblastoma, more brain disease anyway, and he died.
This VE Day, your minds are on, finally, the values of people like your son and people like you met in Normandy.
And I still think that's the values the vast majority of American people value.
Why do you like Berserk so much? Do you recommend it? I think Berserk is probably the best story ever written that just covers the human condition and how to deal with the human condition. It's very similar to Conan in a lot of ways. I think Conan is also a very good story on the human condition, but Berserk is an even better story. You have to read it to really know what I mean, but it relates to literally everybody, even women reading that story. There's literally a chapter in the story during the conviction arc that just makes it explicitly obvious that that story isn't just for men, but it's also for women. And Guts as a character is just an analogy for human suffering, human difficulty, and overcoming things just with strength. And that's why I like the Berserk manga so much. And yeah, you absolutely should read it. Yeah, I've already reacted to the GTA 6 trailer. There's not much to think about it. It's just a GTA 6 trailer. They didn't really show any gameplay. It was just some cutscenes and story stuff. It doesn't look like it's going to run at 60 FPS. So everything they've shown so far looks like it's running at 30 FPS tops. So, again, they showed mostly cutscenes. I think when the game actually comes out, it's going to run at like 1080p or 1440p upscaled, and it's gonna use a lot of like DLSS, maybe some frame gen shit. It's gonna run at a low frame rate. The draw distance and crap like that probably isn't going to be great, and there's going to be like some weird blurriness and crap, just like every other fucking console game that comes out. So I'm not going to play it on console. I'm just going to wait for it to come out on PC for me to play it, because it's probably just going to run like shit and play like shit on console. I just can't play games at 30 FPS anymore.
Everything we can to avoid war, but not yield to tyrants. Not yield.
President Biden, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
It's clear that the passion which drove Joe Biden...
Yeah, that guy should have become president, but that's not the timeline we live in.
We would like to pause this relationship. Stop it, I'm powerless. No, you have a ton of power. That's exactly what you get for being filthy rich. I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate whatsoever on my end. I was morally grandstanding and acting as if I'm any better than any of these people that I was making content about even on.
What we do here is go back.
Hey there, folks. I'm your local content cop. I make sure everyone's content is up to par, and if it's not, I will bring them to justice. We've all made content that we're not very proud of. You know, maybe you made music for a very controversial project that you might regret, or maybe you went on stream and shouted that America deserved a terrorist attack.
Nah, I'm probably not going to play Stellar Blade. I think that game's overhyped as fuck.
I'll spare you any further examples, but on today's episode of Content Cop, our theme is friendship. Today we're going to be talking about a former great on YouTube that has turned into one of the biggest, disingenuous, hypocritical, spineless pussies that I've ever seen on this website. That's right, we're going to be talking about Anissa Jamha's husband, Idubbbz, otherwise known as Ian. Some people call him Ian. I'm going to be calling him Ian. Oh, come on, Cameroon. You're just mad that Idubbbz doesn't say the naughty slurs anymore. He's very mature now. I think you need to grow up. That actually has nothing to do with it. I honestly could not care less what kind of words he uses in his videos. Also, that maturity narrative is complete bullshit. He does damn near everything that he apologized for to this day. Most importantly, we're going to be talking about how dogshit his content is now, but before I get ahead of myself, let me fill you in on why we're here and who we're going to be talking about. If you're very keenly aware of the situation and you just want to get on to the video, here's a timestamp, or you can use the chapter feature on YouTube. Otherwise, let's get into it.
Welcome to the Filthy Frank Show.
Idubbbz gained popularity with his collaborations with Filthy Frank & Co., as well as his edgy and offensive humor seen in Kickstarter crap, bad unboxing, and Content Cop. Despite being really funny at the time, his offensive vocabulary would likely not fly on YouTube today.
Oh, it's a single piece of paper that says
nice friendship.
Now let's bring in one of his close friends for over 8.5 years, Ethan and Hila Klein of H3H3 Productions. Their videos together marked some of the most iconic collaborations during that era of YouTube. As times changed, so did the creators. Filthy Frank went on to become Joji, Maximofo and Anything for Views would start their channel, Cold Ones. H3H3 would focus on their podcast, which didn't go without its own controversies over the years, which left Idubbbz to move on and try different types of content like documentaries on enigmatic figures of the internet. As Ian moved away from his old content, he would run into a few of his own controversies, which we will be dabbling into today. But what I really want to nail in here is throughout all of that, H3 always stood by Ian, even at the expense of his PR. After his documentary with Sam Hyde, Ian's content would really start to lose his soul, which we'll get into later. But let's fast forward a bit. Enter Hassan Piker.
We think that
America deserves bloodthirsty, violent pig dog.
A hype beast, polarizing socialist streamer, and former co-host of Leftovers, a show on the H3 podcast. Hassan and Ian were very friendly. Everything was fine until the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel, which led to a falling out between Ethan and Hassan. More on that later. After a long back and forth, this rift peaked with Ethan's return to H3H3 Productions releasing content nuke Hassan Piker. While Ethan's fans praised it, Hassan's fans and orbiters like Denims and Frogan did not, which drew the attention of psychopath Bad Empanada. Trust me, more on him later. Since then, Ethan has been harassed by multiple snark subreddits, had CPS called on his kids, and even had 2 human skulls sent to his house. Meanwhile, Ian's former editor Froggy Tonic, whom Anissa, Ian's wife, was still publicly engaging with on Twitter, started posting tweets harshly attacking Ethan and Hila with misinformation. When Ethan asked for Ian's support, he chose to stay out of it, until he didn't by choosing to release a dogshit video titled Content Cop H3. With all that out of the way, let's continue. Ian, that one was for you. I hope burping is still funny.
I have made some cruel, hurtful content. The content I'm talking about specifically are Content Cop videos and videos where I was just generally criticizing people for very lackluster reasons. I was morally grandstanding and acting as if I am any better than any of these people that I was making Content Cop videos on, and I'm not. I don't think anyone deserves that level of cruelty or hate.
Okay, so Content Cop videos were apparently bad. Ian doesn't think it's okay to morally grandstand and thinks that Content Cop videos are hurtful and cruel.
someone disappeared, huh?
No, it's just his chin disappeared.
Oh,
So instead of changing your Content Cop format to not morally grandstand or whatever, you do the same thing, but instead of the use of slurs, you just make a hit piece on your friend of nearly 9 years. Then you include people like Denims, who have promoted malicious misinformation that has directly led to in-real-life harassment of Ethan's kids. So are you pro-harassment or are you anti-harassment?
I can recognize that you did not deserve the hate and harassment that I sent your way. I would make, a couple videos, the Content Cop and the Content Deputy, and then I would say, okay, I'm done. For me, it was done. It was not done for the people who watch my videos. It was not done for the person who was being harassed. I didn't plan on making a content cop on H3.
I don't know, maybe you just lack empathy?
I have always thought that I was an empathetic person. I think only in these past couple of years have I gained the ability empathy. It sounds really pathetic to say at the age of 32 I've acquired empathy.
No, Ian. It is pathetic.
You know, my empathy meter's only maybe like a quarter of the way filled up. But it...
Yeah, what a perfect excuse. You haven't filled your empathy meter enough. I'm sorry I poked you over, sir, but alas, my empathy meter is only 3/4 the way full. Ian, you were 27 while making those videos, but you're telling me all of a sudden over 5 years you just, boom, gained empathy? I'm sure it had nothing to do with the fact that you would not have been able to make that content in the post-2020 adpocalypse era of YouTube, given the fact that you were teasing a new content cop before that. But no. It's because you decided to start caring and feeling empathy. Where was all of this so-called empathy in the H3 content cop? You never mentioned CPS in your video, and your veiled attempt at empathy was only sprung by the YouTube apology ratings guy, not changing his rating for Ethan's apology.
Did you joke around with the doctor when you got your vasectomy? No.
Video.
But I asked him if I hadn't responded the way that I had, how would the video have ended differently? And he said, oh, absolutely.
This doesn't make you look good or caring in any way. It makes you look manipulative.
I was morally grandstanding and acting as if I am any better than any of these people.
That's
that
exactly
what
what
you
you
get for being filthy rich.
Ian, you are a massive hypocrite.
And do you know what else is massive?
We're gonna take a pause from the H3 drama for a moment and take a look at Ian's changed content. It's fucking dog shit. Unlike Ian, I'm actually gonna try to provide some context here.
iDubbbz has to be going broke. That's the only explanation for this. Because, like, again, his videos were not made to appeal to any general audience that just likes, you know, good content. It was literally just to appeal to Hassan's audience. And Hassan might have paid iDubbbz. Who knows?
iDubbbz would crack well over 1 million views for every video he uploaded since mid-2015. This was until 2022 after things began to dwindle for him, as his videos went from well-thought-out comedy videos or goofy, bad unboxing videos to ranking playground equipment. To put it simply, this content is boring and genuinely unfunny.
You can get pretty dangerous with swing sets, especially if you're doing it side by side with another person.
And this isn't because he's not doing commentary videos anymore. Whenever he does, those suck as well.
My studded leather sash gives me 8 strength and 8 agility, which, no. Let's do that over again. Why did I say agility? 8 strength and 8 stamina.
It's very evident that Ian has lost a sense of humor. Maybe this is a side effect of gaining a quarter bar of that empathy meter, but it feels like he's lost any sense of irony. In this video, he basically makes a pseudo content cop on carton arcs. It was very poorly received. It's just very apparent that Ian just doesn't get it.
Yes, it's very easy to call these people unhinged. Another word you can use is disabled. Their brain isn't working like yours or mine. For some people, they feel like they have to answer the door.
What the fuck? Yes, Ian, responding to someone in public who's talking to you makes you disabled. Ah, you're a retard. You're fucking retarded. You're disabled. Because you respond to someone in public, you're fucking disabled.
Yo, is this person fucking retarded?
Yes.
Before you say that people stopped watching because he stopped doing all the series that he was known for, he tried returning to bad unboxing, but it just felt soulless.
Good craftsmanship.
Thoughts on Will Tennyson's content? He is an amoral, attention-seeking cocksucker, and he doesn't really make fitness content. He makes what is essentially Mr. Beast with a fitness twist to it. Jesse James West is probably more Mr. Beast, but it's like dumb challenge videos that you see go viral, but just with a fitness twist to it. It's just all horse shit. Even when he does things like reviews other people's programs, like he was reviewing Greg Doucette's program, they're absolute garbage, dog shit fucking videos. Like, the guy doesn't actually understand how to do a review of somebody's training program. Like, you have to follow the program for at least, like, a single mesocycle. You know, talk about how, like, okay, how did my strength increase? Did my body composition change? What's the injury risk like? How fatiguing is it? How productive was the training? How enjoyable was it? Was the exercise selection good? You know, like, stuff like that. But no. Oh, man, that set was really hard. Oh, I'm getting a great workout. That's it. And then dumb shit, retarded fucking kids who don't know anything about fucking training, who might actually go to his fucking channel to learn about it, don't learn fucking anything, and then they're like, I'm gonna try Greg Doucette's program. Will Tennyson said it's really hard. He just uploads absolute fucking trash. And didn't that fucking cunt do a fucking collab with Liver King, or was that Jesse James West? Yeah. This loser fucking amoral cocksucker did a fucking collab with Liver King, one of the most lying fucking pieces of shit on the entire fucking planet. This fucking scumbag is selling garbage, useless fucking supplements to his dumbass fucking followers, making tons of money off of it, claiming, oh, my lifestyle and supplements are what got me jacked like this. All the while, everyone fucking knew, including Will Tennyson, knew this guy was taking just shitloads of fucking steroids. Then it ended up getting leaked. This guy was spending $10,000 to $15,000 on fucking steroids per month to fucking look like this. And, like, to make matters worse, like, Liver King promotes one of the, like, shittiest fucking diets imaginable. Like, one of the worst fucking, most unhealthy fucking diets you can possibly follow that's completely antithetical to health and fitness. And this fucking weaselly, lying, attention-seeking motherfucker does a collab with somebody that he knows is an amoral, lying dipshit, sells garbage bunk fucking supplements, lies about being on fucking steroids, and promotes one of the most unhealthy fucking diets that's antithetical to fucking health and fitness. And he just did it because he knew he'd get a lot of views. And congratulations, you got a fucking million views off the video. That's he would have made at least $5,000 off of this one fucking video. And that's a lowball estimate, by the way. Could have been as much as like 15,000 depending on like ad rate and shit like that, but yeah, Will is just an attention-seeking, fucking lying, amoral cocksucker who will upload fucking anything as long as it gets him attention and views. And on top of that, he's promoting Greg's... like he does a lot of shit. I fucking can't stand Will. Guy's a little weaselly, fucking ghoul-faced dipshit.
Oh, I like that. I feel like a little pupil. Oh, it's big girl panties. You think I'm gonna wear this? I'm not a large. I'm a medium, homesprung.
Like, he didn't allow people to send in fan mail, probably because he was scared of his own audience.
I've learned a lot since the last bad unboxing. Number one, do not trust strangers to send you packages.
Like, nobody cares about the packages that your wife ordered from your Discord on Amazon. They want to see the whimsical shit that your audience sends you to get a reaction out of you.
I'm Jewish.
The only good piece of content around this era was his collaboration with Max and Chad, not only because it was nostalgic, but because Max and Chad are genuinely funny.
Great Flash. Punching, boxing, fighting, money. Money? Sponsorship. Dance guy.
Max and Chad haven't aged one day. Meanwhile, Ian just looked like he got out of rehab for meth. Most underwhelming reunion I've ever seen. If this was Ian from 7 years ago, this would have been a lot less dry. I feel like he's constantly trying to be on his best behavior for the mob. It's very clear the juxtaposition between Max and Chad versus Ian. Ian looks depressed, damn near soulless. And as a former fan of iDubbbz, it was hard to come to terms with the fact that Ian just isn't funny anymore, which sucks.
Alpha Brahmana, this is Flaming Pegasus. We're out here looking for W. Washburn. He's been missing for a while.
You should consider trying caffeine with 2 tablespoons cacao powder or the theobromine. Feels euphoric. Well, isn't it just like taking caffeine with more caffeine? I take caffeine with nicotine. So before I work out, I'll have an energy drink and nicotine. And that gives me a really good, strong, stimulant effect. But it also gives me a mix of calm, and it also just really stimulates my nervous system well, and it pretty much gives me a runner's high as soon as I start training. I found the best benefit from that.
2 plays.
Favorite comedy movie of all time? Either Dumb and Dumber or Monty Python's Search for the Holy Grail. Those would probably be my 2 top comedies. What's your leg volume at the start of a mezzo? What volumes do you end with at the end of accumulation? If we're talking about volume in terms of total sets, the set count stays the same. You're pretty much never, except there's rare circumstances, are you ever going to add sets throughout the duration of a mezzo. The only time as a natural lifter you're ever going to add sets over the course of a mezzo is one, if you've had a long layoff or you're just starting training and you have to just increase your general fitness and reduce become more adapted to training. Like in circumstances like that, you might start off with only one working set, and then by the end of a mezzo, you're doing like 3 or 4 working sets per exercise. Or if you've added in a new exercise into your routine that you're not used to, and just because of different factors, like you're not adapted to that particular exercise and it's very straining or taxing or higher risk and feels kind of dangerous, you might increase the amount of sets you do over the course of a mezzo. But other than that, you're not really ever going to be able to add sets over the course of a mezzo. Naturals can't really do that. If you're on steroids and you can just increase the dose of gear you're using, then that becomes much more tenable. If you're talking about like just total tonnage, that entirely depends on how much you're going to be able to add to each particular lift, or the amount of reps you're going to be able to add to each lift you're doing. And I wouldn't be able to, like, that's just going to be highly dependent on a given individual and how fast they can progress. But yeah, in terms of total set count, you're generally just going to stick with the same set count at the beginning of a mezzo or at the end of a mezzo. And right now, I'm doing about 12 sets for quads per week.
Before we get on to our video's focal point, I feel it's important to give a bit of context on some people that are pertinent to the situation with H3. First up, we have Sean Damn it, I said people who are pertinent to the situation.
Solve all of our problems, we would have so...
Yeah, Dr. Mike doesn't know what he's talking about. I've heard him recommend increasing set count over the duration of a mezzo. You can't do that as a natural. Dr. Mike is on steroids, so I think his opinion on that is highly biased. And on top of that, he doesn't train particularly hard. So if you're training like, 5 or 6 reps shy of failure, yeah, no shit, it's easy to add sets. But if you're training between 1 to 3 reps shy of failure in general, adding additional sets for an exercise is extremely difficult. Like, you're not going to be able to make enough of an adaptation from week to week to be able to add in another set.
Socialism at this point. If someone just went out of their way and...
So first up, we have Frogan.
I will never have any fucking pity for any fucking soldiers. U.S. military? Boo fucking who? I hope you get PTSD.
The next day.
You're doing them. Oh my god, I want my fucking Camaro, no student loans. Fuck you. I hope you get PTSD. And I hope you get no health insurance when you get back into fucking America. And they posted it in my head. I'm like, based? Based?
A Hassan Orbiter, Twitch streamer, and moderator for Hassan Piker. Other than her close association to Hassan and just being extremely unlikable, Frogan is notable for being kind of the first domino to this situation. Oh yeah, also she was twice nominated for Rising Star of the Year at the Streamer Awards. On October 7th,
yeah, and she gets no views on Twitch.
After Hamas's attack on an Israeli music festival, Frogan tweeted this.
Leftists preach and foam at the mouth at the thought of a revolution happening in America. But as soon as what happens in the Middle East, what they're doing is wrong.
After this quite insensitive tweet, Ethan Klein quietly unfollowed her on Twitter, which caused Frogan to have a giant meltdown. She started tweeting a bunch of shit and crashing out on Discord and went on stream and started throwing shots at Ethan Klein.
If you are so fucking close-minded.
I wouldn't say 12 sets is necessarily my maximum adaptable volume, but if you increase set count too far, you're going to have to deal with fatigue issues, and injury risk can increase substantially. So I'm able to make good weekly progress with 12 sets, and I don't seem to have really much of a risk of injury at that volume, so if I go any higher, I start having like pain in my knees. I have tendinopathy in my left adductor, and then that gets aggravated, so just 12 sets seems to be a good sweet spot. If you try to hit maximum adaptable volume constantly, you're just like really increasing your risk of injury. It's like running a race car full gas constantly, like it's just more likely to have a breakdown.
That you can imagine that the suffering of an Israeli person is valid, then you're lost. And the same goes for Israelis. And again, I say this to blue in the fucking face.
Bruh. It's not wrong to think that a terrorist attack against an innocent group of people is gross, especially while acknowledging the many problems with the Israeli government. This would just cause a shit-slinging match between Ethan and Frogan, and before we go further, we need to introduce our next character. Enter Denims! She is a much more popular Hassan waiting room, and for whatever reason gets a lot more attention than Frogan, which I'm sure has everything to do with her riveting, groundbreaking commentary.
Even if you are forming any memories at 4, you're not gonna be able to remember them past like 15. You have maybe 1 or 2 memories. The average age of adults' earliest memories is 3.5 years old. You're not really forming memories at 3.
A group including Denims and Frogan hosted a panel at TwitchCon where they created a racial tier list. At the top you had Arab, and at the bottom...
What do you think about not taking deloads? I've heard a lot of science lifters talk about it lately. Their argument is basically that you only need to take deloads when overtrained or injured, and that it should happen extremely rarely if you keep volume for 10 set.
Depends on what type of training you're doing. If you're training for strength specifically, and pretty much all your volume is done at like 85-90% intensity, then you're gonna have to take deloads. You're also, like, as you accumulate, you're just going to get to a point where you just can't accumulate any further, and you're going to be stuck, and rate of progress is going to be completely halted because of the fatigue you're generating, and you're absolutely going to need to do deloads fairly regularly. When I'm on strength phases, I can usually only accumulate for 6 weeks until I just can't accumulate anymore and I'm completely stuck. With hypertrophy training, if the majority of your volume is between like 60 to maybe 80% at most, then you can have extremely long mesocycle lengths without having to do any deloads. You may not even ever have to deload, just because the training just isn't hard enough on your body, and fatigue is just kept at a low enough state where you can just keep making steady progress, and also without like increased risk of injury or anything. So it kind of depends. I'd say with strength phases, you're absolutely going to have to do regular deloads. With hypertrophy training, where most of your volume is probably going to be between 60 to 75%, maybe as high as 80%, then yeah, you can accumulate for very long durations of time and not ever have to deload. Thanks for the donation though, Sky.
Just getting in. Did you see this?
Can't believe I felt bad for you. By the way, Anissa reached out. She wants to meet at the Motel 6 tonight at 11.
Excuse me?
Because I'm gonna fuck him for her? Because she's the cuck? No good?
Okay, Ian?
Him.
Right.
Anissa reached out to me.
You know, the first...
It's just a bad joke. Who cares? Thanks for the donation, Caleb.
Bottom, you had love Sabra. And if you know what Sabra actually means, not the hummus, then you'll understand why it comes off as racist. I wonder who appeared in that tier list.
Person is one of my favorite people, Ethan Klein.
I told you guys a lot.
You guys are missing a category for
I've never heard of GZ CLP, and I don't know if a deload would be appropriate for you.
Zionist.
Well, obviously it's Love Sabra, right?
Yeah,
That's easy. That's
Now let me introduce the top of this little pyramid scheme we got going on here, Hassan Piker. If you'd like a more in-depth history on Hassan, I'd recommend watching this video by June the King. It goes way more in-depth into Hassan than I'm willing to go into today, and the link will be in the description. To briefly summarize Hassan's content, he's an extreme leftist political streamer with breathtaking boots-on-the-ground coverage.
We did it successfully. We stopped Vladimir Putin from invading Ukraine. Or maybe that was never gonna fucking happen. Like I said, it was never gonna fucking happen. They'll be like, tomorrow, there's a war tomorrow. And the tomorrow never comes. And when there's no war tomorrow, they're like, you're lying. You're fucking lying, dude. It's gonna happen.
He's also grade A at taking criticism.
I believe you've done a couple videos about how dog shit I am, I think.
Did you watch the videos?
No, of course not. I have a policy of not really watching videos such as that one, specifically because it will frustrate me.
I've gotten numb to the criticism. Like, it's not. As a matter of fact, I seek it out now. You wanted to
respond
debate
to
about a
it.
video you didn't even watch?
Why? Yeah, of course.
And he also has this quirk of blaming everything or assuming everyone who disagrees with him has ties to the disgraced political streamer Destiny.
It's 100% like fucking rabid Destiny fans, dude.
It's quite the strange deflection considering he fits that category perfectly. He's also known for deflecting criticism by blaming the genocide in Gaza.
Go fucking yell at streamers for not covering sufficiently the ongoing active genocide in Gaza instead of coming in here and fucking chirping at me.
But the main takeaway is Hassan is a socialist grifter and a walking example of a hypocrite down to his lifestyle and actions. Our next character isn't necessarily a friend of iDubbbz, as far as we know at least, but he is a central figure to the situation. Bad Empanada is a psychopath that nobody, including Hassan, likes.
I'm never gonna watch a Bad Empanada video on the stream. I'm just letting you guys know. You're out of your fucking mind, okay? You think I want him to write like 700 hours worth of new YouTube essays about how I have wronged him? I don't want that. I don't want that at all, okay? He would perhaps benefit tremendously if I did watch his YouTube videos on this channel, but I'm never gonna fucking do that. I have an official blockade on Bad Empanada videos on this broadcast while I'm live. That's number one. And number two, he's not just mean on Twitter. He is a psychopath. He is not just mean on Twitter. He is the most insane person on Twitter.
That is until Bad Empanada started going batshit crazy towards Ethan Klein. Then Hassan and his orbiter started peddling him constantly.
Oh, dude. Okay. Okay, critical support to Bad Empanada has gone up by wide margins now, okay? Oh, dude, Bad Empanada went from bad to good Empanada. Bad Empanada went from Bad Empanada to based Empanada.
To show a really easy example of why Bad Empanada is a psychopath, here's a clip of him playing a game looking to shoot and kill IDF secretaries. For those who don't know, Israeli-born citizens are required to do mandatory IDF military service, including Ethan's wife, Hila, who was a secretary.
I'd like to pay tribute to Ethan Klein and the new Twitch DOS that declares Zionism. Zionist is a slur. I'd like to pay tribute to him by playing the first Alexa video game where you kill Zionist soldiers as a Palestinian resistance fighter, which is the glider level. And is the Israeli army a bunch of Ethan Kleins? Like, they're all on a fucking Ozempic binge. They don't understand what's going on around them. They haven't noticed me. Where do they keep the secretaries? In here? I'm hunting for secretaries right now. Secretary got.
Another example of this guy just being a fucking peach is when he used out-of-context clips to paint some narrative that Ethan and Hila's children were contracting giardia and other unknown diseases from eating dog shit and trying to paint Ethan and Hila as bad parents. Oh, and of course Denham's reacted to it and promoted the idea of CPS being called to her chat.
Covered in dog shit. And he has kids, and his kids like crawl into the dog shit. I don't know what they do with it. I don't know if they eat it or if it's just from like contact with it with their hands or something.
And CPS did end up getting called, which Bad Empanada tried to take credit for. For the sake of this video, I'm just gonna list everything else on screen that he's done. Just take a look if you're interested. This final character is also a big part of the dominoes falling between iDubbbz and Ethan. It's iDubbbz's former editor, Froggy Tonic. Not to be confused with a fighter who was kicked off Creator Clash 2, Froggy Fresh. The reason this guy's relevant is because he kept tweeting heinous shit towards Ethan and Hila, as you can see on screen, all the while Ian and Anissa were openly and publicly interacting with them.
What the hell is this?
Is that her last name?
He's taken her last name.
Testing. Hassan's Piker. Testing, 1, 2, 3, pussy. Testing. Hello everyone, Henry Handjob reporting live on the scene. As you can see behind me, we have the woods where it's believed disgraced former detective Ian Jamha is residing. We have some major breaking news that he has been identified as a suspect for content uniform malpractice, otherwise known as cum by professionals. Other members of this gang, Socialist Griftorio, is known as Hassan Piker and who can only be described as Grimace from McDonald's. Back to you, Margaret. Friends instead of defending his close friend of nearly 9 years who was being harassed. Harley Morenstein of Epic Mealtime recently did an interview where he talks about how he defended Ian and Anissa back during Creator Clash 2. It feels like these are the types of things that you normally do for friends. Of course, the friend I'm talking about is H3H3 Productions. Ethan and Hila were constantly defending iDubbbz to a fault, I would even argue. You can argue it's fair to say that maybe they didn't want to get involved, and that's fine. But what's not fine is ignoring your friends after they ask you to denounce the egregious behavior of someone who at one point represented you and is currently being signal boosted by you. The clip I'm about to show you is from the episode Snark called Child Protective Services on Us.
If you want to hang out with those people and not stand up for another girl that stood up for you.
She's friends with people like Denim.
I know, yeah.
Which I'll show. Denim is actually participating in this whole Child Protective Service lie. Child Protective Service is even the worst thing. I mean, she said worse things about you and me. I just don't see how you can be my friend and also be friends with someone like that. The last thing I said to Anissa, we were texting before I ever talked about it. She's like, I don't care about this guy. He's a nobody and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, then you'll have no problem publicly denouncing it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then from there, the conversation ended.
She never replied.
Anissa, Ian's wife, never responded. And what's hilarious about this whole thing is when Rogan was crashing out on stream about Ethan unfollowing her, Anissa was in her chat comforting her, saying, "He'll realize what he's saying isn't the best in a week or so." The cowardice behavior continued until it became pretty clear that Idubbbz probably agreed with what Froggy Tonic was saying, as he talked about it on his podcast.
Ethan's upset with...
Yeah, the Blade movies are dope, except for the third one. But the first two were good.
I think some of our connections.
No, Ian, it's not your connections. It's people you openly call friends. More on this later. But what a cop-out way to phrase this.
We want to stay out of the drama as much as possible. We don't want to pile on.
Oh, is that so?
I had a lot of friends when I did my apology that did not fuck with it in the slightest.
Yeah, they didn't agree.
And they still don't fuck with it.
Yeah.
Yeah, no shit. Your
No, I'm not on cycle yet.
apology was pretty useless and dumb. And although he's made some slop, I think Moist Critical had a pretty good take on the apology, which I agree with. I'll link the video in the description as well.
Don't agree with it. And I don't really expect them to come to bat for me or anything if they don't agree with it.
Yeah.
You know, I don't expect them to speak up, period, on any of it.
I appreciate that they don't.
Right here is the core of why I'm showing you this clip. He doesn't agree or doesn't care about what's happening to Ethan and Hila. Maybe he just disagrees with some take that Ethan has on the conflict, like that there should be a two-state solution or that Hamas terrorists should also be condemned as well as the Israeli government. I don't know. Maybe there's some behind-the-scenes shit we don't know about. Maybe he doesn't fuck with Ethan calling people out who encourage harassment against him and his family.
I'm sorry to everyone that I made content cop videos on. We want to stay out of the drama. We are friends with Denim. You did not deserve the hate and harassment that I sent your way.
No, he doesn't need a hug. He needs a good fucking ass whooping is what he needs.
Even when we don't say something, they think we're saying something.
Our silence means something. It means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure you...
Come on out, Ian. Where you at, Java? Hey, Stingray. Turns out Detective Washburn is no good. We're looking for a police impersonator. This is Birdie Pegasus. Do you come? Stingray, do you come? Sir, have you seen the suspect? No. Let's calm down, son. It's just a drawing. Let's go.
My lieutenant just informed me that there's police impersonation afoot, and I gotta bring him to justice. Ian recently uploaded content top on H3. Remember my first point?
I'm sorry to everyone that I made content cop videos on. You did not deserve the hate and harassment that I sent your way.
Yeah, Ian, you're a hypocrite. Hypocrisy aside, like his other more recent content, I'd like to talk about just how bad this video is. This isn't a content cop. His cart marks video, as bad as it was more of a content cop in this video. This is like an Idubbbz complains. It's a shitty video about his personal feelings on H3. It's poorly edited, it makes horrible points, it's not funny, and again, it just feels soulless. But despite all of this, it's still his best performing video in 3 years.
What's up, everybody? I'm Hassan Piker, and it's Dawson. I broadcast coming to you live from a cloudy day here in California, Los Angeles. We're live and alive.
And just like that, the 1 minute and 30 seconds of hope that we had for this video is lost. The video immediately derails with this person's inclusion. Kevin. Okay, this video sucks. What are you doing? This is not it. No! Denims? No! No! Mr. Beast!
Ethan, wake up.
Wakey, Ethan.
The dumb skit aside, this feels like more of a taunt than anything. I'm not sure how this is going to prevent harassment against your close friend, as you say you're so morally against.
We don't condone harassment of
We
any
don't
kind.
condone harassment of any kind.
Cameron, we're all here to see
It's all just gaslighting tactic.
you lappoon the skit, please, Cameron. There isn't much I can say regarding the skit that hasn't already been said itself.
Yeah, I finished watching Invincible. I think it took way too long for Mark to be okay with killing people. That was just stupid. I think that was a remarkably dumb plot point. That just got drawn out for way too fucking long, but overall, I really like the series.
I'm sure you want me to make fun of it further. Yeah, the Fortnite dance was retarded. Sorry, oh, a token. This just isn't a funny sketch. And what baffles me the most about this is that in the past, Ian has made impactful and funny sketches that improve the overall video, but this just falls flat.
If I would imagine this in 2016, I would have been like, oh yeah, if I ever do that, it's gotta be because I lose the plot. Well, it turns out it's not me losing the plot, it's Ethan.
No, dumbass, it's you. And that fact has become very apparent over the past couple of years. Quite honestly, I should have known that the second you decided any of those tattoos that make you look like a reformed skinhead looked good to you. Maybe it was the LASIK surgery that went a little too deep into your eyes and melted your brain. Maybe Sam Hyde kicked you too hard. Cameron, please stop being a cyberbelly.
I would say that Hassan was very well equipped to talk about that topic.
Yeah, Hassan has the political know-how. The same guy who before this conflict couldn't even locate Yemen on a map.
Doesn't know where Yemen is? Okay, I'm gonna click close. I'm closing it. I'm closing it. I think nope.
Hassan was very well equipped.
Nope. Got it.
We stopped Vladimir Putin from invading Ukraine. Or maybe that was never gonna fucking happen, like I said!
What kind of humiliation ritual is this video? You fucking moron.
Nation says that may be a war crime. It literally...
Ardoni Tillers is such bad faith of destiny is also wrong. Let me see.
Some people might have a... Just a second.
You sure? Then you can eat lobsters too. Just to...
Literally are insects.
world.
Yeah, I've already seen that clip. Whatever. Lobsters don't technically have brains, sort of, but they do have large clusters of nerve ganglia that function similarly. It's like a very primitive kind of brain, but... Thanks for the donation, R. World War III, donate to Osama bin Laden's son and his beloved psychic strikes again.
Humanity, we are at a critical juncture with two nuclear powers, India and Pakistan, going to war. And we as Muslims call for peace. We want both of them to show restraint and have a peaceful resolution. We want every neighbor to...
No, you want India to be destroyed so that you can bring in Muslims, create another caliphate, and have another shitty failed state that's just going to be fucking broken poor.
to live peacefully. But understanding the situation is such that India, like the IDF Zionist war criminals have been doing in Gaza, killing innocent women and children, India for half a century has been oppressing the people of Kashmir. And when the innocent
India owns Kashmir.
people of Kashmir stand up to military aggression, India, instead of solving their internal issue, blames their neighbor.
Yeah, that's because Pakistan committed a huge terror attack.
And attacks 9 innocent civilian targets. Innocent children in Pakistan have been killed.
Oh, yeah, we want an innocent or a peaceful resolution to the conflict. By the way, India is just like Israel and they're evil and they need to be stopped. Right, okay, sure. Yeah, again, Muslims just want to kill people, that's it. They just want to commit terror attacks and then create a fucking caliphate where everybody's fucking poor and lives in a shithole like Afghanistan.
This has been verified by news outlets across the board. And with a military budget that is 10 times that of Pakistan, almost 80 billion.
Oh, so you're telling me it was a bad idea for Pakistan to attack India, sort of like how it was a bad idea for Hamas to attack Israel. Oh no, we're the victims. Oh, a big military power's attacking us. Whose fault is that?
$1 India spends on military budget every year, with Pakistan only spending around 8.
Isn't that funny? Islam is like the best religion ever, but every country where Islam is like the predominant religion is fucking poor, with the only exception being like Saudi Arabia. And that's only because they literally just get free money out of the fucking ground with oil. Weird. So the country that isn't predominantly Muslim has more fucking money. Huh, I guess being religious doesn't really give you fucking cash, does it, loser?
8 billion. Even then, they've lost 5 jets. Confirmed by CNN, AP News, and other news agencies, 5 jets have been taken down without a single confirmed Pakistani jet going down. India.
Yeah, that's probably because Pakistan has like 2 jets and they didn't fly them into any danger zone.
This is not a war you're going to win. Muslims are going to stand firm for peace and we're going to defend ourselves. And even though we know you have secret
defend ourselves, is that why you committed a terror attack against India, which sparked this whole conflict?
chemical weapons, we are going to take all defensive measures to protect ourselves.
Loser. Islam is for just retarded gay people.
And we want proof. Brother, this is not a Shia-Sunni debate. Brother, why? We're doing an India-Pakistan debate. You want me to debate about some Shia thing? Muslims are being killed in India, in Kashmir. Astaghfirullah. Shame on you, brother. Get lost. Get lost. Oh, no. He's got me, ladies and gentlemen. He's got me. And we...
Love how they play the victim while acting racist to Indians, and their own ancestors were Indian as fuck, lol. It's all just a grift for these losers. All these people that have like associations with Muhammad Hijab and shit, the whole Islam thing is just an internet grift for them to get money. They're not even really true devout Muslims. The only reason they do this shit is because it gives them some social benefits, like having to have multiple wives who can't have Instagram or go out in public or talk to anybody because they're insecure fucking losers, and then they use Islam as a way to control the women they're around, because they know if the women they're around were able to have like normal fucking social lives, they'd just end up dating some dude who is better looking, makes more money, and isn't a fucking insecure loser dipshit with pubes for a beard like them. So it's all just a grift. And yeah. But thanks for the donation, World War III.
Vance once said Britain would become the first Islamic nation with nuclear weapons. Funny, but this completely ignores that Pakistan has nukes. I'm open to war with Iran, but not with retards in charge.
Vance is a fucking idiot.
Let me ask this basic question. Which regime in the world has civil nuclear power and enrichment without having a nuclear weapon? And the answer is no one. Let me ask this.
Yeah, Germany, Netherlands, Brazil, Japan. He was in fact a DEI hire, so, you know, what can you expect? Thanks for the donation, retard. Richard's Frozen Sperm Whales donated $2. Richard, I hate Anissa and Idub so much. Why is Idub such a simp for his brainlet turd wife? Well, it's because he's insecure and stupid. It's really the long and short of it. Thanks for the donation, Richard's Frozen Sperm Whales.
Is just eating the toppings out. The pizza looked like a burn victim. It was all disgusting.
It's very clear to anyone with a functioning brain how this kind of editing could easily be used maliciously. And this type of malicious editing plagues this video. There's plenty of times in this video where cut context is intentionally left out. Ethan actually already responded to this edit directly, showing that he was making commentary on the conflict at the time, as you can see.
He is extremely sympathetic to the Israeli cause and what's happening to them. His wife's Israeli. She served in the IDF. He obviously likes the state of Israel.
No, he's not. He's on numerous occasions called out the Israeli government and the IDF.
The Israel government is fucking barbaric, genocidal freaks. And I hate them.
I can't even begin to talk about how fucking bad faith it is, not to mention that Hila's military service was mandatory. It's not like she was psyched to serve in the IDF.
They follow Hassan. Hassan is strictly a political streamer.
No, he isn't. Half of his streams are just him eating and watching Skibbity Toilet. Throughout most of this video, Ian's points fall very flat. There are many occasions where he shows clips of Ethan that have nothing to do with the point he's trying to make and make Ian look really stupid. For example,
so when they see Ethan say things that are just like not accurate and it's just propaganda, they're gonna call it out.
From the river to the sea essentially means the state of Israel is going bye-bye.
In what way is that propaganda? The river to the sea, that's the whole thing. It's extremely reasonable to understand why people rightfully believe that.
The other day, BB fired a really good guy that a lot of people are pissed about.
In his past content cop videos, there was kind of this unspoken rule that Ian was kind of against criticizing people for things that they've taken accountability for. So the malicious use of this clip is pretty sour. Hila misspoke, apologized, then took a break from the podcast after clarifying. What's the problem?
He's finding new people every day, basically, to get in fights with.
Of all people, this guy, Matt Lieb, Frogan and Denims. And Denims, by the way, was the real villain of the video. Evil, hateful, fucking... And I'll say it and I'll double down on it. And people... Oh, no?
Bitch. Don't worry, Ethan, I got you. Ian pulled all of these clips out of context to make Ethan look like he was just attacking people without reason. Matt Lieb unprovokedly attacked Ethan Klein on his podcast, then platformed Bad Empanada. Frogan, as I said earlier, crashed out over Ethan silently unfollowing her on Twitter. And this last clip was a stream called My War on Snark, which was the second stream after the CPS incident. Ethan was calling out Denims for platforming Bad Empanada by showing and promoting his video where he falsely claims that Ethan and Hila's house was covered in dog shit and that the children were walking...
Should watch the David Woods video about Prophet Muhammad having sex with black men. Does he have his own channel anymore, or is this on Apostate Prophet? Is this a video from 9 years ago? Oh.
There are a lot of weird stories in the Muslim sources. Stories that make you wonder, why in the name of common sense would anyone ever write down something like this? But I challenge you to find a weirder, creepier, more disturbing story than the tale of Muhammad's late-night desert rendezvous with the men of Al-Zut. Since Raymond Ibrahim has already done the research on Muhammad's romantic encounter, we'll let Raymond break down the details.
This odd hadith, which I'm about to narrate, appears in several hadith collections, including the highly esteemed Musnad of Ibn Hanbal, founder of one of Islam's 4 schools of laws, or madhahib, as well as in many other well-respected Islamic texts, all of which are being taught in Al-Azhar.
So, the scholars know about this. But like so many other issues the scholars hide from us, this story hasn't worked its way to the general population. Until now.
The hadith, which is narrated by Abdullah bin Mas'ud, a companion of the Prophet and one of Islam's most reliable and trustworthy transmitters of hadith, goes as follows. Brace yourself. Abdullah begins by telling us that Muhammad called on him to accompany him on a trip into the desert. When they reached a certain place and night had fallen, Muhammad made a line in the sand, most likely a circle, and told Abdullah, quote, "Stay behind this line and do not cross it, for if you do, you will die."
Muhammad drew a line in the sand and warned his companion, Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, not to cross it. Let's call this line the Diddy line, as in, Muhammad didn't just cross that line, did he? We could also call it the Cuck line, for reasons that will soon be clear.
Muhammad then left his startled companion and walked into the desert night, about the distance of a hurled stone, says Abdullah. Before long, our narrator saw a group of men, he does not specify how many, who, quote, appeared to be al-Zut. He describes them as, quote, tall, lean, and naked.
So, Abdullah ibn Mas'ud was behind the Diddy line, the Cuck line, but Muhammad crossed the Diddy line, and he was soon surrounded by a number of tall, lean, naked men, the men of...
Retard when he tells Idubbbz Idubbbz is cucking to Hassan's orbit because he was able to raise a bunch for the charity, and so he can avoid Crater Clash 3 criticism.
Would you ever do this sort of thing?
I'll look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Gay. The tickets don't even go to charity. They're for expenses. They just shill the charity alongside the tickets. Yeah. Like, I mean, that checks out. Thanks for the donation, retard. He's got to be desperate for cash.
As a lot of you already know, I'm getting married in a few weeks. But before that happens, my fiance wants me to sleep with one of her single friends. I know, women are strange, but I can't refuse because her friend is hot and she's Asian, and that'd be a first for me. I could be missing out. Just look at Post Malone's dating history. There must be a reason for it. It'd be like that Spice Girls song. If you wanna be my lover, gotta hear it, my friend. Makes sense if you think about it, because if I'm gonna spend the rest of my life with Lamar over there, she's gotta make sure I don't prefer the company of another woman. We booked our favorite hotel for the occasion, and I'll take this over a bachelor party any day. Just look at that bathtub. And despite what you guys say, it's not cheating because she'll be joining in too. That way I can compare the...
Hello, I am...
No, I would not do this. I'm extremely antisocial, and I have no interest in the vast majority of people, so probably wouldn't do this. Thanks for the donation, Gay. How many times do you train abs? 4 times a week. Retard, and tell us who wore it better and why. I'd say Destiny, because at least his pants fit. And somehow he managed to look less gay, despite having blue hair. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Al-Zut. Other Islamic sources say these Zut were a black-skinned people, and we'll get into that later. After describing them, Abdullah goes on, and here's a problematic part, to say, quote, they went to and began to ride the Prophet of Allah.
They did what now?
They went to and began to ride the Prophet of Allah. Literally, that's what the Arabic says. These tall, black, naked men rode Muhammad, the Arabic word yarkabun, which I will presently discuss, can also be translated as mounted, and they did this all night long, says Abdullah.
These tall, lean, black, naked men mounted Muhammad in the desert and rode him all night long, while his companion Abdullah ibn Mas'ud watched from behind the Cuck line?
During which time they would also come and circle around and try to reach him, but they were prevented apparently from the line of protection Muhammad had drawn in the sand for his companion. Abdullah concludes his narration, quote, I was extremely terrified by them, so I sat down. With the coming of dawn, they began to depart. Then the Prophet of Allah returned slowly and in pain from that which they did while riding him.
These tall, lean, black, naked men tried to get to Ibn Mas'ud, but he was protected by the Diddy line. He was terrified, so he sat down. When dawn arrived, the tall, lean, black, naked men left, and Muhammad came stumbling back to Ibn Mas'ud, slowly, because he was in pain from these tall, lean, black, naked men riding him all night long.
According to another narration found in several Islamic texts, including Akhbar Mecca by Al-Fakahi, Muhammad complained to Abdullah that, quote, they wounded me all night long. At which point the Prophet proceeds to lay his head and fall asleep in Abdullah's lap.
Poor Muhammad was all tuckered out from these tall, lean, black, naked men riding him all night long, and he fell asleep with his head resting on Ibn Mas'ud's lap. Yes, Muhammad liked resting his head on men's laps to fall asleep. Just ask Dihya al-Kalbi. But who were these guys who mounted him and rode him all night long? Turns out, when they're described as black, it doesn't mean African.
Who are these al-Zut, these naked men who rode Muhammad all night long? According to Islam's written records, they were a migrant people from India or modern-day Pakistan, described in the sources as very tall, very dark-skinned, very lean, strong and hardy, and often used for labor-intensive work.
Sounds like Muhammad was using them for some labor-intensive work. So, al-Zut referred to people from India or Pakistan. Do we know anything else?
This is very, very strange. There's a lot of like just bizarre, baffling Bible stories, but there's so many hadiths where it's like, it's literally written like a comedy. I don't know how the fuck people can join Islam.
Else about these guys?
In early Arabic ethnographies and literary works, al-Zut are also depicted as being very sexual and virile, with very large penises. In fact, according to one Arabic source, al-Tishibbahat by Ibn Abi Awan, quote, "The penis of al-Zut never weakens," meaning their large phalluses never go limp and are ever ready.
The men of al-Zut were known for being extremely horny at all times, and Muhammad wanted to meet with these men at night in the desert, and they mounted him and rode him all night long while Ibn Masud watched from behind the Diddy line? Raymond asked ChatGPT about the men of al-Zut.
I then asked ChatGPT to give me a physical description of al-Zut based on early Arabic sources, and it said, quote, "In literary and anecdotal texts, they are grouped together with other southern or dark-skinned people, all of whom have the following traits: sexual potency, prominent genitalia, and associations with physical strength and virility."
Why did Muhammad want to meet these guys at night in the desert? And what do the sources mean when they say these guys were riding him all night long?
Now let's talk about the Arabic word translated as ride, as in al-Zut, rode the Prophet. Not only does it have the same exact meaning in English, as in to ride a horse, for example, but it carries the same slang meaning, as in copulating with a woman. In fact, several Islamic sources use it literally to mean sex.
So, when it says they rode him all night long, the word rode can either mean they rode him like a horse, or it can mean they had sex with him. What do you think it means in this context?
Yeah.
It's also interesting to note that when al-Zut began circling and trying to reach our terrified narrator, Abdullah, his first instinct was to sit down. Was he trying to hide and protect that one part of his body, which these naked men were apparently trying to access? That is, his bottom, by sitting down?
Well, he saw what they were doing to poor Muhammad's junk in the trunk, so we can't blame him for sitting down and protecting his badonkadonk from the booty bandits of al-Zut. All right, now that we know the details, Raymond puts it all together.
Muhammad took his close companion, Abdullah, into the desert at night. He warned him to wait behind a line and went off at a distance, apparently for a pre-planned rendezvous. Before long, Abdullah saw several naked men from the people of al-Zut appear, described in the sources as tall, lean, virile, and with large penises.
Why was Muhammad meeting these guys at night in the desert after crossing the Diddy line?
These men then took turns riding or mounting the Prophet all night long. They also tried to reach him, but Abdullah immediately sat down, apparently to protect that one part of his body they were trying to access.
Ibn Masud apparently did a better job protecting his bubble pop than Muhammad did.
As the sun rose, these naked men began to depart, even as Muhammad returned in pain, limping towards Abdullah and saying how al-Zut had injured him. He then lays in his companion's lap and falls asleep.
Nothing suspicious here. So, this is what I would consider the weirdest, creepiest, most disturbing story in the Muslim sources, and that's saying a lot. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm missing something. Let me ask all our Muslim friends what this means. Why did Muhammad head out into the desert in the middle of the night to meet with a bunch of Indian or Pakistani men who were known for their strong sexual appetites? Why did he bring his companion, Abdullah ibn Masud, and make him stand behind the Diddy line? Did Muhammad like it when one of his companions watched? What do your sources mean when they say that these tall, lean, black, naked men mounted Muhammad and rode him?
Well, I can definitely use that if I ever debate another Muslim.
This must have been Muhammad that night.
Sorry guys, my daddy needs me right now.
Yeah. So Prophet Muhammad likes getting railed in the ass by dark big dick dudes. Who would have figured? Thanks for the donation, Twat Destroyer.
Walking around eating the dog shit, which led to a false CPS report that Ethan's family had to deal with. Wow, with that context, it seems perfectly reasonable why Ethan would be upset at these people. Before we continue, I want to make it perfectly clear that I do not believe that following someone on social media equals the endorsement of that person. I myself follow several people that I disagree with and or dislike. However, Ian seems to be trying to weaponize this argument into something that it is not. In this part of the video, Ian is talking about his former editor, Froggy Tonic.
Anyway, this guy was saying shit like that Hila's a Nazi, that she kills kids, that she's like a IDF baby killer, all this types of shit. And that's showing up right up on us Nisa's and IDub's feed. My good fucking friends who I stood by after all these fucking years can't find a spine to speak up. You know why? Because they'll get murdered.
You don't know what's on my feed. What the fuck is happening? For all you know, I only use the For You tab. For all you know, I only use lists. For all you know, I'm seeing these things tweeted out by my editor of a year and a half ago and saying, God, that is nasty.
For all we know, what do you mean we do know? Anissa was literally engaging with him throughout all of this, but besides that, you literally confirm it yourself.
I used to work with this video editor named Froggy Tonic. There would be an occasional Froggy tweet where I'd be like, I agree with that. You don't know what's on my feed. I'm not going to retweet it or like it. Now, my former editor of a year and a half ago, what the fuck is happening? Really mean shit.
This contradiction makes this entire point fall flat very quickly, and it's honestly pathetic how little effort went into making this video.
He called Hila the C word. He said they're trying to kill their dog with cheddar cheese and a bunch of other shit, I'm sure.
A bunch of other shit? You barely scratched the surface. Oh, boo-hoo, he called someone the C word. What did he actually say, Ian?
Who the fuck is the person on the Reddit who's posting this in the first place? If you do a little bit of research, it seems like it's an account whose intention is to make Ethan crash out. One of the users on the Snark Reddit points this out. They're like, I've seen this account before.
What the hell happened to you, Ian? You went from well-researched videos to crediting Snark subreddits to make your point. The cherry on top is the person who made this post apparently isn't even the same dude the Snark is talking about, and this was found out less than an hour after this video's release.
Fucking the Gaza Strip, whatever it might be, I'll talk about it, no matter how ignorant of the facts I am. That's one very important thing to keep in mind, guys. I'm not a researcher. I'm a dipshit.
Also, I think Ian has just ruined the word crash out for me. He calls Ethan's behavior crashing out on the stream where he talks about CPS getting called on his kids.
Just like I'm not going to throw Ethan Klein away because he's having a parasocial weird crash out.
This is a point Ethan responded to in his latest video where he also reveals that 2 human skulls were sent to his house. If that's a crash out, it's a reasonable crash out.
I've stood by them when all the internet hated them.
I don't like that Ethan brought this up because it makes the relationship feel very transactional.
I don't entirely disagree with this point. Yeah, it's not cool to have an ultimatum, transactional type of relationship. However, wouldn't that make you a hypocrite, Ian? You give him a lot of ultimatums in this video.
It means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure your shit out. Maybe if he does these things, eventually he'll find peace and we can like rekindle our friendship.
Aren't you kind of doing the same thing?
I thought the text conversation that I had with him was very empathetic. I basically just my said, empathy like, meter's only maybe like a quarter of the way filled up, and I essentially empathize with that.
Ah, yes. Ian, the moral arbiter of empathy. I'm glad you filled up your empathy meter a little bit more before making this fucking hit piece.
Adam McIntyre needs to just like disappear. That guy is a piece of shit, like of the lowest order. I never even stood by him when he talked bad about Trisha having a kid and called him like the spawn of Satan.
They never made a statement. They never said that they disagree with his statements about Trisha's baby until it's useful. And what it sounds like to me is that you did see it at the time and you were like, ooh, I don't like that. And you didn't endorse it and you didn't fuck with it. Huh. It's almost like that is a fucking identical situation to me.
Yo, is this person fucking retarded?
Yes. This situation isn't near identical in any way. H3 and Trisha weren't close or even friends at the time of this happening. They had no reason to publicly stand on anything, nor were they asked to. When they asked you to denounce the crazy shit your former editor was saying, you guys ignored them.
Because they're trying to like paint themselves as the good guys. And they're saying like, yeah, we strongly disavow things that are said, even about our enemies. We are the most immoral people on the internet. Unlike Ian and Anissa, who are fucking keeping to themselves.
What a fucking liar, dude.
But you guys weren't staying silent, dude. You made a tweet joking about the situation. Anissa was out there in Frogan's chat after the whole Twitter incident, and then you went out to make a statement about it on your podcast. If you were trying to stay silent, you did a pretty fucking awful job.
Some people call it like a lol cow.
Come on, man, what is that?
I'll say it for anyone who doesn't know. Anissa is half Lebanese and half Irish.
That's awfully convenient. What, Anissa's half Lebanese? Well, it turns out she might not be, according to Yoko Ono herself. I'm actually like 50% Irish. I peed on myself in the shower. No, I've been peed on. 25% Italian, 8% Arab. Now, maybe let's give her the benefit of the doubt, despite the fact she constantly talks about her heritage. Let's say iDubbbz is just being hyperbolic. It's still quite a stretch to add 42% of your heritage to something and call it half. Keemstar is more black than Anissa is Lebanese. Shout out to Nicholas Diorio.
For anyone unfamiliar, the Irish have been on the receiving end of a lot of oppression and genocide. On the part of the Lebanese, they've received...
I don't know. Well, I guess since she said half Lebanese, that's a little strange. Because, like, if she just meant, like, her aunt's, like, her dad's nationality or something is Lebanese or something. But yeah, that's a little strange.
A lot of oppression and attacks from the IDF. So Anissa is very well familiar.
While this is true, this feels like a weird and unnecessary oppression tug of war. And do I have to state the obvious here, that Ethan and Hila are both Jews? I know this is a deep cut, Ian, you may have never heard of this, but like, I think around 6 million Jews were genocided in this little obscure thing known as the Holocaust. Huh. I wonder what Anissa's take is on that.
That's a really hard question, and I think if people are being 100% honest, they give you a different answer than what you're expecting. As terrible as the Holocaust was, obviously it was horrendous, and how disgusting the doctor was that did the experiments on people, gay people, handicaps, twins.
Yes, this was a clippable moment.
I think that's, and obviously, they're obviously Jewish, or they did it on Jewish people. They found a couple of really groundbreaking discoveries through that experimentation.
You caught us. We're not gonna run to your defense when, I don't know, we follow people. We be following. That's one fucked up thing that you can say about Anissa and I, is when we're on Twitter, we do be following.
Ooh. Yeah, Ian? Oh. How long did it take you to come up with that one, buddy? It's very malicious the way that this is phrased, as if Ethan and Hila actually care about who Ian is following on Twitter. It's the people you guys claim to be friends with openly.
Spineless, I'm cowardly, because I am following someone on Twitter. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, where we are friends with Denims.
She's friends with people like Denims.
I know,
yeah. Which I'll show. Denims is actually participating in this whole Child Protective Service lie.
You'll notice that Ethan and Hila start talking about this Denims character. Now, I'm not going to sugarcoat it, where we are friends with Denims, but I would say it's the same level of friendship that we had with Ethan and Hila. It's like kind of an internet friendship. We think that she's a good person like we think Ethan and Hila are good people.
H3 is clearly upset that Ian is admittedly friends
Denims is a lying anti-Semite.
with Denims. Denims openly promoted the idea that Ethan and Hila are bad parents and their kids are walking around in shit and eating shit and catching diseases. She then justified everything after CPS was called on H3 and is a terror-supporting rape denier who's yet to apologize for anything. Other than the CPS thing, which was barely an apology and it was made after the content cop. So yes, Ian, I question anyone who chooses to be friends with Denims or would openly call her a good person. You also gotta love this revisionist history, the same level of friendship.
I'm friendly with you, and I'd say I'm a light friend.
You guys were friends for nearly 9 years. You've called Ethan and Hila inspirations. You've met his family, and now he's just a light friend? By the end of this video, what are you gonna call him? An acquaintance? Another internet creator?
Yeah, we've been respecting you and
Want to buy an e-bike? Considering a Rottweiler, really like them, but they're expensive. Why do they call this an EXC? That's really weird. I'd go for the mullet setup, 27 rear, 29 front. Yeah, dude, that's 12,000 euros. This one's cheaper. I'd recommend a bike that has a 29 front wheel, 27.5 rear. They're just faster. But I'd recommend just going with Giant. I've noticed lately there's been a lot of really good deals at bike shops with Specialized. I saw a Turbo Levo that was like $2,000 off. So yeah, look at Giant or Specialized e-bikes. Especially now because the bike industry is like fucking collapsing. You can even find really good deals on Turbo Levos. They're getting discounted like crazy because nobody's buying them because they're too expensive. So you can get like a bike that's normally, you know, like 10, 12, 13 grand for like 2-3 grand cheaper. But yeah, take a look at the Giant Rain E Plus bikes or Specialized Turbo Levos. Those are a pretty good deal. What's it called? Luna Cycles also sells e-bikes. These are probably the absolute best bang for buck that you can find as far as like mountain e-bikes are concerned. Just a little over $4,000. They do have a full carbon fiber frame and you know, good RockShox suspension. 60 volt, 14 amp hour. So they're some of the most powerful on the market too. I wouldn't necessarily recommend getting a carbon framed mountain bike if that's your first mountain bike. But yeah, they have the X2 Enduro for just under $4,000. So yeah, Check out Lunacycles or Giant or Specialized. Is Australia or the UK more retarded? It's hard to say. They're kind of retarded in their own unique ways. So mullet bikes, bikes that have a 27.5-inch rear and 29 front are faster. They're just faster, easier to control. They're just better.
As independent content creators.
Yes.
I don't know, I think they're both probably guilty of saying things that they don't mean for internet clout and attention. Right now, one's a little bit more fucking nasty to me than the other.
Oh, I get it now. So it's about you.
He's like, I don't care about this guy.
Those are e-bikes. That's why I mentioned several times that they're e-bikes. And that's also why I mentioned their battery capacity, because they're e-bikes genius.
He's a nobody and, you know, blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, then you'll have no problem publicly denouncing it, right?
Mhm.
And then from there, the conversation ended.
She never replied.
Ethan, you can't even phrase it in a way that doesn't make you sound like you're being coercive and shitty. Well, then, you should have no problem publicly denouncing it, right? Does that sound like a friend? It kind of sounds like something a powerful villain would say.
You guys literally called Froggy Powdick a nobody. Yeah, I'd assume you'd have no problem denouncing him either if that's actually how you feel.
Would it have been nicer and more supportive to say, we don't agree with the things he's saying and we support Ethan and Hila? Sure.
Ah, holy shit, dude. That's all you had to fucking say, dude. Instead, you're wasting time, money, and a close friendship on a hit piece so you don't piss off your new friends. You look extremely pathetic, Ian.
Our silence means something. It means that we would like to pause this relationship until you figure your shit out. And then maybe we can find a moment in time, I don't know how long it'll be, but a moment in time in the
Vegan Gains, you are a nigger. I love that black ass of your I'm a cum 777. 777777777 nigga nig nig nigga nog nig nog nig nig nigga nig nig 77 7777. Do you like curry? 7.
Yeah, I do like curry. Curry is very nice. It would be very nice to have a curry right now. Thanks for the donation, E-Man.
the future where things are a little bit easier to broach.
Oh, excuse me. I was just talking to the Silence Through Witchcraft. I didn't hear anything about you wanting to pause the relationship, though. What I heard was that you let Hassan fuck your girlfriend while you watched. Not sure. Maybe I'm getting a bad read. Hold on.
I would have been perfectly fine.
You might want to watch your hand movements there, buddy. You keep doing it, dude. You need to stop. You're getting really close with that hand movement. Don't flip your arm over, man.
And I support Ethan and Hila. The problem is
that she doesn't.
That's the problem.
That's the problem.
She actually
thinks they have a point.
That's the problem.
Yeah, so go fuck yourself.
I agree.
Go fuck yourself. What about your girl? This is what I'm talking about, this aggression.
No, Ian, go fuck yourself is right. They're right. You do agree. You've made that very clear. That's why they're saying that. That's their decision. Also, what do you mean aggression? Look at you.
No, he doesn't need a hug. He needs a good fucking ass whooping.
In terms of these fair weather friends who are, so happy to be friends as long as they're getting something out of it.
Ethan, that is a rich thing to say.
Throughout this video, Ian strictly avoids the core reason as to why Ethan is acting the way he is in these clips. This one piece of context would likely nullify a majority of this video. The episode Ian is pulling clips from is titled Snark Called Child Protective Services on Us. No shit, he's pissed.
This is your emotional dumping ground. It's horrible. This is not what podcasts are.
Oh, I'm glad Ian's the king of podcasts. He knows what's horrible. He knows what an emotional dumping ground is. And he clearly knows not to do that in podcasts, right?
Would you guys like to hear the sweetest bit of hypocrisy?
Explaining to the people why we started this podcast. For me, that's one of the reasons is it's like, oh, I just need to sometimes dump a little bit and just being like, all right, I'll dump. I think it's that's like a satisfying thing for me.
So your podcast is an emotional dumping ground, but when Ethan does it and you don't like what he's dumping about, it's bad.
I realize that Ethan and Hila are more scared now than they've probably ever been. I feel like anti-Semitism is a thought in their heads now more than ever.
You know what? This could have been a valid point, but I gotta say, it was an interesting choice to shave your head before this video. Also, the pose with the swastika, the swastika sword, I don't know, man. That was an interesting choice there, Ian. Sometimes I wonder if you still got it in you.
Say,
nigga. Cameroon, you ignorant sloat. That sword is obviously from Bleach.
I don't even know who that guy is.
That's Isaac Bleach.
Oh, I don't watch Bleach.
This one's sicker. Wait, let's go sus.
immediately goes for the swastika one. Got it.
Maybe you haven't changed so much after all.
Me making this video is the standing up for something, and it's saying, fuck you, you guys are being bad. You know, I don't think you're bad people, but you're being bad. You're behaving poorly.
Oh, okay, I get it. I'm glad you stood up for the massive political streamer and his lackeys instead of your friend who was being harassed and threatened. What the fuck even is this shit, dude? You're being bad. Bad boy! You're being a bad boy. Who the fuck are you?
I'm not your fucking dad.
You sure try to act like one.
I was morally grandstanding.
True!
Bring it back to this on just because, but it's kind of the same thing. Like, I was thinking about going to Gaza until I found out it's dangerous. He's a total performative activist that doesn't give a single fuck about the cause.
Ah, it's been performed exquisitely. Harassing one person and seamlessly transitioning into harassing another one.
What? He criticizes. Ian, can I get your definition of harassment? Is
What were some of your favorite cartoons or anime growing up? As far as cartoons, Ren and Stimpy, Rocko's Modern Life, SpongeBob, Powerpuff Girls, Dexter's Lab. What else? There's a couple others that I'm forgetting, but anime, Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, Saint Seiya, Gundam Wing. I think those were pretty much the only animes that I could watch growing up. Oh yeah, Vision of Escaflowne. This was like 90s, so I could only watch shit on like cable TV.
Nig, what is up, dog? 777 yeah dog, you have a long nigger dick, yeah dog. Are you gonna play Oblivion, my nigger? 777.
Yeah, I'm gonna play Oblivion eventually. Thanks for the donation, E-Man. Oh yeah, and Sailor Moon. Sailor Moon was great. But yeah, those are pretty much the only anime on TV. For some reason, I never came across Naruto. I didn't learn about Naruto until quite a bit later. Just wasn't playing on any of the channels that I had growing up.
Criticism, now harassment? You sound like... Oh, never mind, my head hurts.
She's friends with Denims. Denims is streaming this story about our kid
show that, yeah.
getting Giarda from the dog, whatever.
I'm sorry, I'll accept this take, this position, from anyone except you guys. You have laid the groundwork for this type of streaming.
I don't even know the point Ian is trying to make here. Are you trying to say that Ethan pioneered live drama content? Maybe? Are you trying to say that Ethan pioneered live politics coverage? I don't think so. Are you criticizing Ethan for doing reaction streams? I hope not. Regardless, I'm not getting the Denims comparison because name me one time where Ethan promoted the harassment and misinformation against someone's family. But enough yapping, let's find out what he's talking about.
Which is watching people shit and giving your unfiltered reaction to it.
You do realize that reaction streams and videos long predated the H3 podcast? I think you should know this more than most. Ian should also know well that not all reaction content is created equally. Sitting there while eating and not adding commentary, or while your brain is malfunctioning in the case of Denims, or having your chair watch the video for you is not a reaction. It's content theft. And you should know that adding commentary to a video that you're watching and transforming it into your own thing is something very different. A reaction streamer can criticize another reaction streamer who's stealing content, just like a commentary YouTuber can criticize another commentary YouTuber for making bad content.
She could say so much, and it would make her a little bit uncomfortable, right? It's not comfortable. She'll get a little bit of shit.
They're actually good people, like that's gonna get you shit. That kind of says it all, doesn't it?
There isn't a single person that I respect who would give a fuck if I publicly said that Ethan and Hila are great with their kids, Ethan and Hila didn't kill their dog, and Ethan and Hila wipe their asses or don't have Giardia or whatever the fucking the prompt is. No one would care.
Don't be naive. You know you would have gotten shit, Ian. Also, what a great way to die.
That is the biggest load of fucking horseshit. Everyone would pile on him and say, oh, you're defending a fucking colonizer. Like, again, it's all a game. It's all just gaslighting horseshit.
Talking about the CPS situation.
If you can. I just want to ask you if you've always been shitting your pants.
No.
Because since I've known you, you've always had like IBS. You've always been shitting yourself.
Yeah, well. I'm not tweeting out because I'm not your fucking lapdog. That's why I'm not tweeting it out.
Well, by your logic, you just made an hour-long video defending Hassan and Co. Doesn't that make you Hassan's lapdog?
Me making this video is the standing up for something. If you maybe accepted the phone call and we talked about it, you could have asked me, hey, what are your principles?
No fucking shot, dude. No, I don't think Ethan wanted to talk to you about your principles. I think he's got bigger fish to fry right now. Fucking Muppet. Ian then goes on this retarded tangent about friends through the whole follower equals endorsement narrative, so I'll spare repeating myself.
Now let's talk about the button. Ethan got this button, or kill switch, as a response to the controversy with Cutie Cinderella. He was not able to control himself in that moment, and instead of figuring out how he could change his behavior, he spent $20,000.
Now, for whatever reason, Anissa's husband brings up the button. He goes on this concerned trolling rant about how Ethan refuses to change his behavior and instead uses the button after he did a goof plus a spoof plus a gaff plus a riot while watching a video of Cutie Cinderella crying.
What is going on with you?
Sorry, don't mind me.
Cutie Cinderella's a dumb bitch. Fucking cares. It's like, what a stupid point to bring up.
It's just really dumb.
Look at women who are not also benefiting off of being seen.
What a gay retard. Oh my god.
Now, if you did a tiny bit of research, it's in the same video. You would have known that the button had already been ordered at the time of this incident, so this wasn't some turning point. Ian quickly nullifies this point of the segment by saying,
I think if all of us had buttons, we'd hit the button all the time. But if you don't have it, you operate differently. You think about what you're saying. You maybe plan for your show a little bit more.
yeah, every network television station has a button. I stream a lot. I wish I had a button. I think everyone could use a kill switch. Ian is making a non-argument. He barely streams, and he is making this point during an edited video. You know what? I think I know a guy who could probably use that button.
You fucking bloodthirsty, violent pig dog. You would kill Rick Scott. America deserved 9/11, dude.
Yeah, kill them. Kill those motherfuckers in a video game. Sorry.
Let's talk about the crew. I think the crew has been put in the worst working environment that you possibly can be for a fucking podcast. Every crew member has it bad.
I think this part of the video, and frankly, any part of the video that mentions the podcast is malicious. Ian, I know you don't have the best business track record, and that happens, but I don't think you have the place to be talking about Ethan's successful podcast when my small YouTube channel consistently outperforms your podcast.
I would be fine with you not brigading my comment section on my podcast that gets 3,000 views a week because I prefer to not to do harassment campaigns and instead talk about Vampire's Kiss.
It's very clear to me that Ian is insecure about the success of his podcast, and it's not unsuccessful because he talks about niche subjects or whatever. It's because it's boring and oftentimes laughably bad.
I think for me, when I really started to be like, I really want to be a part
Well, and Anissa is just unlikable as fuck, and nobody wants to see Anissa because she's just irritating as shit.
for this was, I hate bringing it up, but Etika. The Etika stuff was so hard for me. Like, that was somebody who clearly was experiencing a mental health issue. And this is my attitude, like, full stop on this period. The last thing somebody who's going through something like that needs is more eyes on it. We were in it, and at the time, when we were in it, and we wanted...
She's referring to us kind of going through a fucking hard time on the internet, being harassed, videos made about us, people weighing in.
People still make videos about us.
And on the stupid crew point, there's been very few people to actually leave H3's crew. Only one is left on bad terms. Hell, Dan's been there for like 7 years, if not more. If the environment was so bad, why didn't you call it out when you were on the show a year and a half ago? You've had plenty of time. And while we're speaking...
Sociopath Cryball is losing in their war against the mighty Jew.
Let me see. Mocon may be the greatest thing that's ever happened for Jews to fight anti-Semitism in America. Like, imagine trying to defend this guy, whether he's spitting on people, throwing buckets of water on homeless people, doing drugs, running sex cam ring, or going on Nazi podcast. He's undeniably a piece of shit.
But they probably best friends. Oh shit, he's not rapping. Oh. But they probably.
I know.
It's basically OnlyFans but live streaming, but what's different is that with us, like, you don't have to do any promo or anything. Like, we've been working with girls for the past year or so, kind of like perfected the algorithm on Chatterbeat, and
that
we
guy
literally just help girls blow up and make bread. I think we could make you so much fucking bread.
Gave him a clue. And Mo was like, gave him a clue.
Yeah. Bro, the leave-in become friends with people like Bad Empanada. No one takes their horseshit seriously. It's only like, you know, Hassan community orbiter dipshits or like stupid college kids, and then they just destroy their own movement, and it's just a cult. Like, that's all it is. They don't actually try to convince anybody. They're all just part of some, like, fucking Nazi cult. Thanks for the donation, though, retard.
Speaking on the crew, I want to take a moment to talk about AB and Lena, two beloved members of the H3 podcast. I actually met AB at the second Creator Clash. He was nice as hell.
Oh, yeah, I watched Rocket Power. Don't know if Mighty Max? No, never watched Mighty Max. I did watch the '03 He-Man series. That was actually really good. Beetlejuice. More things are coming back now. The Tick. Wild Thornberries. That was really good. Hey Arnold. Yeah, some more are coming back to me. Street Sharks. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
I even made it into the podcast members only recap video. That aside, let's be clear here. Ian, what you did to Lena by stirring this shit up 2 months before the event is eerily similar to what you did last time to sabotage your own event. It's disgusting that you put 2 other people that you're friendly with, 2 Arabs, by the way, since that apparently matters, instead of treating everyone like human beings, in this position when you knew full well that Lena was fighting in your event in 2 months. If you had any spine at all, you would at least wait until after your event or send a warning to Lena and AB. You've now set 2 innocent people up for harassment, and harassment they've been getting, not just because of...
Dude, Arthur fucking sucked. I remember Arthur was like, it either came on right before or in between cartoon shows that I wanted to watch. Fucking hated Arthur. That was a show for like just weak, pathetic fucking losers. To give them an excuse to become weak, pathetic losers. All the horse shit on that show, like... deal with a bully by using words and telling a teacher, don't fight back. Like, it literally taught kids how to be a fucking weak little bitch. I remember just watching that as a kid and not falling for that horse shit. And just thinking, Arthur's just a fucking loser. Hate that little fucking prick. Yeah, I watched King of the Hill, Simpsons. Like, those are the... Everybody kind of knows those. I did watch Darkwing Duck. Darkwing Duck was good. I didn't really watch any of the... I don't think we had the Disney Channel or anything, so,
You skipped these 2 links.
Oh, my bad. Sorry. Yeah, I only watched Darkwing Duck. I didn't see any stuff on, like, the Disney Channel. I don't think we had that, but, I did end up seeing Darkwing Duck. Never saw Chip and Dale and shit like that.
It's been really hectic, but I'm keeping up and holding my ground as far as I can.
You know, we talk a lot about Jewish supremacy on this program. You're an innocent man.
Isn't this the same Nazi dude who had a relationship with the current FBI director?
But over the past few days, this disgusting Jew has internationally destroyed your reputation. He's threatened you. He's threatened your family. He's had your scholarship to Temple University revoked. Would you call that?
Oh, he's the guy who did the Barstool Sports thing.
Jewish supremacy?
To an extent, yes, I believe that is. Just because it goes to show how much control that one group could have on anyone's potential career. I mean, I've seen arguments saying that if the same sign said, fuck the Muslims, fuck the blacks, fuck the Christians, the impact that those signs would have had is not anywhere near the impact that this type of sign had, especially on a person that, like I said, wasn't necessarily even involved in it. So just to kind of put it into perspective, they're completely and utterly uprooting and annihilating one individual based off of pretty much nothing. If that doesn't show some kind of supremacy in state and that's there, then I don't really know what else counts as supremacy.
So millions of people saw this sign. First of all, we saw the reaction of the people that were there at the bar in Philadelphia, and they were loving it. I mean, they really thoroughly enjoyed the sign. They were yelling, they were chanting, they were screaming, fuck the Jews. And I think the big concern here for Dave Portnoy and these other Jews, and we'll get to Robert Kraft in a minute. I mean, we could talk about all of this, but I think the biggest concern here is that what happened in the bar is just...
Like, these are the people that are getting propped up by the pro-Palestine community. People who are clearly rabid anti-Semites who just hate Jews, no matter what they are, what they believe in, whether they're even Zionists or not. And then he goes on to a Nazi podcast. They don't care. It's literally a cult.
just a microcosm of the wider sentiment of humanity. You know, and it doesn't really matter at this point if you're a Muslim or if your parents immigrated here legally as yours did. It doesn't matter if your skin is brown or black or white. It doesn't matter about your religious ideology or your political affiliations. Everybody's pretty much like, fuck the Jews.
Everyone was a sign that said, fuck the Jews. Like I said, it was clearly provocative because it reminds people of what Israel's actions are doing across the country. So I recorded it, uploaded it, didn't expect much backlash. And I didn't realize to the effect that people were getting hurt over just a couple of words. But that doesn't give him the
Yeah, sure, right.
right to not check what actually happened, fire a bottle girl for something that is still protected under the First Amendment right.
There are lots of things you can do in a workplace that are protected under First Amendment rights, but they can still fire you, dumbass.
And then come at me all over the internet for something that has almost no correlation to me. I think it was just despicable and, like I said, an absolute slandering and tarnishing of my name across the internet.
You know, one thing I will say, though, is that these Jews are very tribal. It's the guy is a very well-off, extremely rich Jew. And so we're seeing these people come together. They're very tribal. They'll stick up for each other no matter what.
Oh, sort of like how people stick up for anti-Semites no matter what. Weird.
So do you think that now is the time for humanity to join forces and become tribal against Jewish supremacy?
Absolutely. And especially in this case, in the case of the American.
Oh, this is just psychotic.
An establishment in Philadelphia where an incident occurred, and Dave Portnoy sensationalized it to his 9.2 million followers on Instagram and X, essentially turning it into a global news story.
This is what they all do. This is like the Muslim thing. They like just throw mud, commit terror attacks, do some fucked up shit, and then as soon as they have to face the consequences for that, they act like victims. Like, more than any other fucking religion, dude. I swear, Islam just makes the most pathetic, cowardly fucking people.
Although I had nothing to do with the sign coming out, nor do I know who did it, I know that the sign was provocative because it reminded people.
So he's lying. He literally admitted he had something to do with it.
A lot of the unjust things that Israel is doing around the world, thus leading me to report on it. Dave Portnoy and his friends can choose to be triggered over the sentiments of that sign and even kick me out of the establishment forever. However, they have no right to destroy my life over free speech and ultimately something that was an edgy joke. Frankly, they're more worried about destroying and...
Yeah, right. Okay. It's just lying, acting like a victim. Maybe that's why they keep getting bombed, because rather than, you know, I don't know, actually fighting, they just act like victims and are crybabies. Maybe if they learned how to actually fight, they wouldn't lose all the time. They're just all losers. All of them. Since Islam was created, the only way they could ever fucking make money was by stealing other people's shit. They never learned how to be productive, get educated, and as soon as smarter, more powerful people, you know, started noticing them and they started poking the bear, they lose every fucking war and conflict. And then they just learned how to act like fucking victims. They're just losers. Islam teaches you to be a pathetic, stupid loser. The only way they can make money is by stealing it. And then when they try to steal from people who are smarter and more powerful than them, they end up getting fucked over. And then they act like fucking crybaby victims to get sympathy.
you, but because they're the only two Lebanese people on the show. Looks like you need to fill up that empathy bar a little bit more.
Also, let's talk about AB and Lena, two Lebanese employees, and you just continue to talk about the conflict like they don't exist. It would be nicer, a lot nicer, for you to shut the fuck up about it.
Also, you act like Ethan is some sort of anti-Palestinian voice, like he's got some Ben Shapiro absolute Zionist level takes, when that is absolutely not the case. Believe it or not, you can be pro-Palestinian and anti-terrorist at the same time, and I believe most pro-Palestinian people are. The cherry on top of this is that Ian accidentally released—
That is not true. Most Palestinians are pro-Palestinians are pro-terrorism. That's just not true.
the video while AB and Lena were live on the H3 podcast. While the show was live, Lena had to run off to the bathroom as she was having a panic attack over the video. Then Ian had the bright idea to send her DM like, oh, my bad, as if that fixes anything he set them up for. Ian, if you actually do have an empathy meter over 1%, you'll spare her and buy her out from Creator Clash because you know full well that your audience is going to boo her the second she steps foot on the event, something that she's afraid of. Also, big shoutouts to whoever the hell runs the Creator Clash Twitter and website. Yeah, great timing there.
The one time the button didn't work and we listened to how he spoke to AB without thinking that the internet was going to hear it. It was rude, it was nasty, and it didn't have this caveat of like, I'm not mad at you. It was anger, and it was uncalled for.
Use they get access to cover most of it.
We're doing it.
What are you
It's
doing?
so awkward and terrible.
I'm sorry, I'm not
Just like, this is what I'm talking about, but it's always like...
We need to get home for our kids.
It's like, bro...
Oh, no, I didn't want to finish it right now. I'm not finishing Wednesday.
Ian, for some reason, I'm beginning to think that you being an electrician's apprentice was some sort of joke. Jokes aside, I know that you actually have had jobs in the past, but you sure do act like you've never came across a difficult situation ever. This was a tame incident that there were no bad feelings over.
He makes it seem like he's not a tyrant of a boss.
We're doing it.
What are you
It's so
doing?
awkward and terrible. I appreciate the hard work.
I know you do.
And I loved it, and I really enjoy it.
Oh, what in God's name did Alex Wasabi do to your pituitary gland, Ian? Because you've clearly never had a tyrannical boss if you think Ethan sounds like one in that clip. Sure, it's a bad and awkward moment that he apologized for. Big whoop, it's over.
Dan, his producer, is constantly clarifying things on the air and making it clear that what Ethan said was a joke.
God forbid. Why?
Because
it's not that big of a deal, man.
Just
Like,
your
how-
inability to.
No, hold on, Dan. How does it change anything? People knowing that we did it.
It's fun when it's a surprise.
Okay, well,
Well, you just asked how it changed
surprise
things.
them on your show.
Again, shitty choice of a clip and a bad out of context example. This is Ethan and Gila's show, and I know this might be a massive revelation out of this world, but fun.
They could have even wrote fuck Israel if they specifically had an issue against the Israeli government, but they instead wrote fuck the Jews. Gee, wonder why they went with that particular wording.
Yeah, and then when they have to face consequences for their dumb bullshit, oh, it's not what I meant, why is everybody attacking me, it was just a joke, I didn't even have anything to do with it. Pathetic, weak, fucking losers. I just can't stand them, dude. Society. Thanks for the donation, though, Tyler.
In fact, the H in H3 stands for Hila, and the 3 is meant to represent a backwards E that stands for Ethan. It's their podcast. Ethan has every right to direct his producers to do what he wants for his show. Maybe you should take some notes so you can have a more entertaining podcast yourself.
Ethan doesn't want to change, and he wants to bring the entire crew down with him.
And you understand that the workforce isn't slavery, right? You do understand that a worker has the right to quit their job, and that these crew members working on a high-profile show could quit any day with a fantastic resume and the opportunity to start a career of their own on social media, right? They all make it clear that they disagree with this hole that you and the Snark subreddit are trying to place them in. You have Snark Redditor logic, and it's clear how you researched this video.
What makes demon mode different than goblin mode is goblins aren't really like an intimidating, powerful force. If the goblin is persistent, it can get what it wants.
When I'm done with the other one, the big one that's dropping probably next week, my full attention is going to you, George, like the Eye of Sauron. I see you out there, you fucking cockroach.
According to iDubbbz, demon mode refers to Ethan suing people, and this first example is Bad Empanada, aka George, who's already on the run for civil cases as it is. Bad Empanada absolutely deserves a lawsuit. He has knowingly and maliciously slandered Ethan and Hila, has absolutely been harassing Ethan and Hila, has wasted government resources in order to harass Ethan and Hila, and it's certainly easy to prove damages.
3 complaints for 3 people.
You are doing the classic rich asshole thing. You have a deficit of friends, you have a surplus of enemies. You feel really bad, you feel hurt, but you also have a surplus of money. So what can you do? You can use that money to bully and intimidate people.
No, Ian, person who's wealthy enough to run 2 charity boxing events despite the last one costing you $250,000 in debt that you had no problem paying off and starting a new one this year. Ethan is not a rich asshole for suing people that he feels with good evidence are slandering him. Moral grandstanding at its finest, ladies and gentlemen. This video was not just critical. Sure, there were some critiques against the Israeli government and one creator who really did deserve the criticism. However, there was so much slander against other creators to create some conclusion that they were all genocide supporters. For those unaware, Noah Samson, the person that Ethan Klein and Mudahar are preparing to sue, is pretty infamous for being bad faith. As Jolly Saint Nick—
He's also just a weak fucking cuck. Noah Samson was actually promoting terrorism too. Such a fucking loser. He was like basically telling his audience to go out and kill, people he doesn't agree with.
Nicholas DiOrio calls him, the Brit Bong of the left. Noah recently made a pretty bad faith video attacking several creators, notably Turkey Tom, Mudahar, and Ethan Klein. The video was titled The YouTubers Who Backed a Genocide, and it's about, you guessed it, the conflict between Israel and Palestine. In this video, Noah denies several rapes that were committed by terrorists, defended the Houthi terrorists, including the one terrorist that Hassan interviewed on stream that Hassan himself called a terrorist.
Bro, are we about to have a Houthi rebel on stream? Yes, brother.
He also defended Twitch's shitty actions on anti-Semitism, and most importantly, concluded that Ethan Klein is pro-genocide for making a video on Hassan Piker where he criticizes the terrorists that Hassan was promoting. This is all despite Ethan Klein saying that the West Bank is fair game and supporting the Palestinian movement in his content nuke on Hassan Piker. He tries to paint the picture that because of Ethan's video on Hassan, that Ethan is lying about his support and empathy towards the Palestinian cause. He then goes after creators like Turkey Tom and Mudahar just for criticizing Twitch, and the golden boy, Hassan Piker.
Hey, have you seen Hassan Piker at all?
Piker? I hardly even knew her. Noah's ultimate conclusion is that all of these creators back genocide because they criticize Hassan, which takes a lot of fucking hoops to draw that conclusion. And after watching this dog shit video, I completely understand why Ethan Klein and Mudahar want to sue. I won't get into my opinions on if they should or shouldn't sue, but let's just say I won't exactly feel sad if this scares the shit out of Noah Samson for years, fearing generational debt. Now, before I go any further, it should go without saying that I'm totally against retarded and frivolous lawsuits. However, Ian seems to think that all lawsuits are just used to intimidate people. But in the cases where that is true, sometimes it's justified. You shouldn't feel confident to slander people. You should feel intimidated at what might happen if you choose to spread malicious libel against people. Some lawsuits are justified. Hey Ian, a great example of a frivolous lawsuit is the Matt Haas versus H3H3 case. Another one is the one that you threatened Froggy Fresh over $18,000 for after you kicked him out of your event, but didn't pursue because of all the backlash you got.
Yeah.
Remember that one?
No, you have a ton of power, you have a ton of options, you have a ton of choice. That's exactly what you get for being filthy rich.
Someone's mad at the internet. Also, you gotta love this frame, right? He's screaming at Ethan for being filthy rich while he's got a gold tooth for fashion, looks like dog shit, and thousands of dollars worth of shitty tattoos. Should try to get a refund on that. Sitting in your basement filled with expensive boxing equipment and an arcade machine, talking to us on your expensive camera and lav mic. You have nothing to grandstand on, you fucking cowardly, pathetic little
He kept saying that it was racist or anti-Semitic to suggest that he talked to someone who's within the same ethnic group as him.
That's why I said yesterday, like, I urge Ethan to talk to Sam Cedar.
Is it not? I mean, maybe not so much racist, but you're definitely patronizing him. That's like telling a black liberal to go talk to the Hodge twins to see why they're wrong. Ian seems to have lost the idea that people are people. Like, people of different ethnic groups and cultures can have conversations, dude. And if there's anyone in this situation who cannot take criticism, it's absolutely Hassan Piker. If you dare ever criticize him, you're in for a world of bullshit. He won't watch it, and if your name ever comes up, he'll just isn't this the guy you and disregard you completely.
How can you speak for my entire ethnic group? I find that really interesting.
Ethan, I don't know what to fucking tell you. This is like step one of having a leftist ideology, is recognizing our race, religion, nationality, all this shit, all shape our experiences as people.
This is another rare part of the video where you start to think that Ian might kind of have a point, and then you sit there and you realize that Hassan is categorizing all Jews as to having one opinion, and instead of not doing that, he deflects Ethan off to go talk to the approved Jew, Sam Cedar. So instead of Ian criticizing Hassan for categorizing all Jews as to having one opinion, he decides to criticize Ethan for not talking to the approved Jew. This is so fucking backwards.
It could possibly be someone who shares progressive ideology with you. It could possibly be someone who is of your same gender.
Okay, so, alright, the new and improved iDubbbz is now asking you to patronize other ethnic groups, identities, or skin colors, and only talk to your own. I'm so happy that you've reformed, Ian. This is great moves, man. Keep it up. Proud of you.
America deserved 9/11, dude. Fuck it. I'm saying it.
Now, to be clear, I knew about all these edgy and controversial jokes at the time we made the show together, because who am I to judge?
No, Ethan, those aren't jokes, right? When someone makes a controversial statement like that, that's not them trying to be funny. I can understand why you would conflate the two. That is someone who is extremely frustrated and passionate.
Dean Withers' kid and his friend tanked a dem political operation following Charlie Kirk around over bullshit. Destiny interviewed organizer accused of racism and will take over for Dean and his cuck friend.
Shut the f up! You useless slit!
I don't know what's going on there, but we'll watch that next. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Passionate about a particular topic. In this case, American imperialism, and passionate about a particular.
No, what the fuck is happening? He just defended the 9/11 escalating. A part of me's kind of thankful for it. A part of me wanted to die the second I saw that Content Deputy H3 was uploaded. Alright, cut the shit, dude.
Anissa and I have decided to step away from Creator Clash. We have relinquished control to our business partners who ran the previous 2 events.
You guys are still to blame for this fight being barely promoted, for all of this shit failing, and for yet again bringing more drama into the card because you guys don't know how to handle relations behind the scenes, which is very clear, which is probably why you guys stepped down.
I can't keep my mouth shut. I can't, I mean, I can. I just didn't want to. I want to be frank. I didn't think I would be an awesome event organizer.
To be honest, if you felt you weren't going to be a good boxing promoter, why did you do it again after failing the last time? It's very funny how you guys are nudging the blame for Creator Clash 3's failure on Ethan and Hila just in case it inevitably fails, but you guys can avoid all accountability because you guys stepped away from the event. I saw this analogy on the internet. It's like the captain of the Titanic after hitting the iceberg, after the ship is fucking in half, saying, oh, this ain't my fault. I'm not the captain anymore. I'm stepping away from being the captain of this sinking ship. You're still to fucking blame. Your event's still gonna fail. And guess what? If your little promoters have any ounce of smarts, this event will never happen again. Don't support Creator Clash or any charity tied to Ian and Anissa. And in the spirit of being an asshole, I'm going to put a fundraiser on this video for cancer research. If you'd like to donate, at least event meant to gather in a bunch of creators that you wouldn't expect to get in the ring to fight it out, all for charity. The first one was a major success, raising over $1 million for charity, and even every fighter got a bonus, but they didn't have enough to pay Airsoft Fatty, apparently. It wasn't without controversy, however, as Ian banned Sam Hyde, someone who helped one of the other fighters, Harley Morenstein, train for the event, and was a subject of one of Ian's documentaries. He ended up refunding $10,000 worth of tickets that could have gone to charity to Sam. However, this success did not translate over to the next event. They ignorantly and stupidly assumed that the sequel event would garner more success than the original event. They took no anti-piracy measures, booked a much bigger venue, the Tampa Bay Lightning Stadium, added 4 more fights to the card, paid top dollar for a professional wrestler who isn't even an influencer to fight on the card. They added special parties like galas and photo opportunities before and after the event, and they paid for the flights of many big creators who weren't even fighting on the event. And guess who got paid flights to the event? You know, Denim, Sasan, you know, the whole crew. And can I say, when you're operating
Yeah, people can easily afford it.
a loss, you can tend to see that pattern really early on. When you have to pay for that $20,000 comedian, in the end, they came out with a $250,000 deficit to their bank accounts and 0 money for charity. Ian tried rectifying this by doing a charity stream, but only ended up raising $162,000 out of the $250,000. That's not even an iDubbbz empathy meter worth of what they raised last time. On top of all of that, Ian caused a lot of controversy before the event, causing a lot of people to try to refund their tickets before they disabled that ability by kicking Froggy Fresh off the card over some dumb Twitter drama and collaborating with Sam Hyde. Mind you, Harley Morenstein the previous year had also collaborated with Sam Hyde. So this was pretty shocking to a lot of fans. One of the reasons I brought that up is because Ian had such a problem with Froggy being friends with Sam Hyde and collaborating with him, but does not understand why Ethan wants people associated with him condemned who have done all this shit to him. Another YouTuber, Jadion, even offered $100,000 to fund Creator Clash if Ian just let Froggy Fresh fight, which Ian declined. This means on top of all of their expenses, they had to pay for another fighter as well. That same fighter pummeled the fuck out of Chris Raygun because their weight and height difference was pretty major. Now let me be clear, the event was fun. I went and I had a great time. I got to meet lots of creators and get to reconnect with a lot of people that I hadn't seen in years. Plus I got to make new friends. I even met Hassan. It was a fun event and I don't regret going. With all that said, you don't screw up charity. Even calling this boxing event charity is pretty misleading. It implies that there is no for-profit element whatsoever. Anissa and Ian had a mask-off moment on the H3 podcast.
And we kind of want it to be like a Super Bowl, like every year.
You want to do it again?
Yeah.
I see.
If it works out, then we can do that, and there could always be a charity aspect to it. You know, but I think the main goal is just to get the people paid who are involved in making it happen.
Yeah. And then he tried to slant everything as if, oh, Ethan and Hila are preventing money from getting raised for charity. What an actual cocksucker.
If they wanted to right their wrongs and ask for a second chance at charity, they would downsize a bit. And sure, they did that fighter-wise, but maybe less dinners, less galas and shit before and after the event. Maybe don't re-rent the Tampa Bay Lightning Stadium that you couldn't even fill last time. And also maybe don't jeopardize your event by putting one of your fighters who is from one of the biggest promotion opportunities that you've had at your past 2 events in a shitty situation like you've just done. A little update on the situation. So one of the main card fighters, Harley Morenstein from Epic Mealtime, dropped out. Why did he drop out? Well, one of the reasons was because when he agreed to fight, they agreed that all fighters would be getting paid the same amount. But when Harley talked to his opponent, LA Beast, turns out he was getting paid more. Another reason is Harley felt quite uncomfortable with this whole drama, with Ian seeming to side with pro-terrorist and pro-Hamas people like Hassan, Denims, and Frogan. And by the way, I don't know if you knew this, I don't know if you could tell by the fucking last name, but Harley Morenstein is a Jew! The main card of this fight was not meant to be Israel versus Palestine, it was supposed to be Harley versus LA Beast. He was also quite uncomfortable with the use of the swastika sword in the content cop, and unfortunately, shortly after, Lena Ayad from the H3 podcast, the wife of AB, decided to drop out as well. And what's really fucked up about that is, as I said, if Ian had a spine, he would buy her out. He didn't, and that's fucked up. But thankfully, Ethan did decide to cover the costs that Lena and AB were gonna face because Ian decided not to buy them out, which is nice. Creator Clash 3 will likely fail, and I won't be supporting it. However, I will be rooting for Lena on the sidelines. Maybe if shit hadn't hit the fan and there was better marketing, I would have ended up going again. However, given the fact that the UFC and Jake Paul are also having fighting events the same night across the country, and that VidCon is literally...
Don't know if you're a fan of the Sandlot movie, but I went to the location a couple days ago. Baseball field is still there in Salt Lake. Never heard of Sandlot.
The week before, all the way across the country, I don't see much success here, and those ticket sales are not looking too good. I'll paraphrase something that Nicholas Diorio said.
Yeah, fucking retard.
Lipless, assless, loser ass bitch. Don't ever come here and talk to black people like that again.
How are progressive TikTokers going to resist Trump when they can't even cope with a microaggression without imploding in spectacle? Up first, guys, like I mentioned, honestly, buckle up, get ready, because we're going to go through one of the craziest stories, just this lengthy saga that's tearing apart progressive TikTok right now that I've come across in some time. So the context.
This guy's eyebrows and hair are triggering me. It's like his hair looks like the top of a self-serve or a soft-serve ice cream cone.
Here is that Charlie Kirk, a very prominent MAGA Republican commentator and influencer, does this thing where he goes around to college campuses and like promotes MAGA ideas, and he debates left-wing college students and owns them and all this. It can be kind of cringe at times, but it is what it is. Progressive influencers on TikTok in particular, understandably, want to like counter-program him or do something to rebuff his activism, because Republicans have made huge gains with young men in particular, but people college age and below. And obviously, if you're progressive, you would want to stop that. So they put together something called the America tour, which is like their counter-programming, spearheaded by these two very popular progressive TikTokers, Dean Withers and Parker Get a Job, who I've actually had on my channel, both of whom, you know, strong Biden supporters, very liberal, love to debate Trump supporters and own them. They're very similar to Charlie Kirk in a lot of ways, but kind of from the opposite perspective. They put together this tour to deprogram people and fight back against Trump, MAGA, all this, and it has imploded in spectacular fashion. In one of the funniest, but also most revealing examples of how, as Trump has said, everything woke goes to shit. So I'll just put on screen here the America Tour's website, and I think you may be able to see the problem just from this. They've got their branding here, and then they've got featuring Dean Withers at its Dean and Parker Get a Job. You can see the two of them there next to this branding, and I'm sure you can see where this is going. There's a big problem here. They have two spearheading figures for this movement that's being put together by progressive TikTok influencers, and they are both the horror, cis, heterosexual white men. But that didn't stop there from originally being a lot of interest in this. This was organized by a woman named Z Cohen Sanchez, who they just call Z, and they raised over $115,000 for this tour. But then it started to get some criticism, both for being unorganized and not particularly well done, but also, notably, for having two white male content creators as the face of this whole movement, which...
No, I haven't played Destiny 2. The Destiny games suck. I don't play garbage looter shooters.
For woke progressives in 2025 is an unforgivable sin, apparently. Then the organizer, Z, made the mistake of going into a TikTok live struggle session with a bunch of black female content creators who were criticizing the America tour, and, well, it did not go well for Z. Take a listen to this first clip.
You know what? Perfect. Z. She's actually going to be running the campaign, so I would love to hear from her. Or is she her, right, Z?
Yeah, that's correct. No, I mean, I appreciate, you know, pushback in any respect. You know, obviously I'm an organizer. I'm used to that. I think that having conversations where we say things like, this is so unorganized, which came out of multiple people's mouths, and things like that, are directly harming the people of color that are behind this tour, that are working tirelessly to make this happen. And I'm just telling you guys that because I know that you don't know, okay? But the majority of the people behind this tour that are staying up late, working on this, because this is not easy. You think that getting 50 plus people to another state to do this is easy? Because it's not, right? And so we have young people that are putting everything into this, that are scared of this administration, and then people are saying that they're unorganized.
So as somebody who's done organizing within her own community, that's why I'm saying this.
So the she, her, right? Your pronouns thing at the beginning is just such a nice touch because sums up where these people are coming from rather perfectly. Now, I will say this. Throughout the course of this saga, which gets crazy, I view Z as the more sympathetic figure for reasons that you will understand if you stick with me to the end of this podcast. However, this was incredibly cringe. People are calling out this tour for being unorganized and chaotic and a hot mess, and it sounds like it was. Obviously, I don't really know. I wasn't there, but the first stop of this tour and the build-up to it was criticized for being chaotic, and she says, you can't call us unorganized because we have people of color working hard behind the scenes. That's dumb. That's a cop-out and is just nonsense. People of color could be doing a great job or could be doing a bad job. It's nonsense to just invoke their race as a shield from criticism. So it was cringe. But was it like a hate crime? Was it a severe microaggression? Because this, as well as other things that were said in this exchange that I'm going to show you, got Z branded a racist, dumped by all the progressive content creators she had platformed and put up into this tour, and started a woke civil war. We're going to watch the second clip that gets even more insane and blatantly racist, but in the opposite direction, towards white people after this quick break. I don't want to end up like these people.
What I ate today at the fatty.
Good morning, fatties. A pancake, breakfast sandwich.
Your cycle, as well as the onset of your
critique when things are done in bad faith. When it's
why
by another
are
person
you
of color.
saying that they're done in bad faith?
I mean, as if they are done in a myopic way, they can lead to significant harm. It can lead to a net negative of the overall leftist movement, which I don't believe that most people
how
are.
is this a net negative? Explain.
Right.
Yeah, please, explain her.
Right. In terms of a leftist movement, I think from bare bones, having two white men as a forefront is always going to be a net negative. No movement has ever helped by having white people at the front. I'm going to say that right now. And that's not even because. Why are you talking over me? I think a lot of the issues that a lot of white people have when they hold to particular progressive standards is that in order to get other white people to listen, they need to have white people at the forefront. But I think the second you capitulate.
Why so many tellers get fucked?
Free Palestine, bitch. Free
Free Palestine, you fucking bitch. You're ugly.
Well, there you go. Toronto or London? Mayor of Toronto wearing a hijab. Met with the city's Muslim community leaders to discuss what they consider the biggest national problem in Canada, Islamophobia. By the way, the only reason she's wearing a hijab is because these gross bearded retards refused to talk to a woman who wasn't wearing a hijab. That's the only reason she's wearing it. Like, it's just so pathetic how we have these weak-ass loser fucking politicians that are capitulating to these disgusting pieces of shit. They literally told her, wear a hijab or else we're not talking to you. And then she's like, okay. Like, this guy isn't even wearing fucking shoes. Like, if they have a problem with Islamophobia in Canada, well, why don't you fucking leave? Go to a Muslim country, since they're so great. Like, these fucking turds want to turn Canada into some fucking Muslim caliphate. Go to some Muslim country, then. Fuck these, like, just... This is why, like, so many people don't like liberals. They're weak leaders. Unfortunately, a lot of conservatives, they're dumber. Like, they don't know how to run a country as well, but at least they don't play these stupid fucking games where, oh, look how not racist I am. Fucking stupid. It's probably the most fucked up historical photo I've ever seen. Wait, what the fuck is that? Okay, these are... Yeah, whatever. And this actually looks fun. Yeah, white women will literally do anything other than lift weights. Got a point. Like, I mean, sure, jumping with a bungee thing on is fun, but it's not really great exercise. That's actually kind of pathetic. Thanks for the donation, Elias. What do you think about Gohan as a character? He's a whiny fucking dipshit. Do you think that he should have been an important character post-Z? No. Akira Toriyama's goal with Gohan was to make him the main character, but he was too much of an annoying loser nobody liked, and he was also hard to write for. So they ended up switching back to Goku after he realized it was kind of a mistake. So I think that speaks volumes. Like, Akira Toriyama even acknowledged that trying to make Gohan a main character was a mistake. But yeah, I kind of got what he was going for with Gohan, but I think there was a few issues with his character. One, the character arc thing would have been a good idea, where Gohan is kind of cowardly, but then like rises up to the occasion and over time becomes more and more brave. And then like maybe making him the main character. But the issue is, if he's just going to become Goku and he's not as likable as Goku, why bother? Have him just be a side character that just went through that arc, which is what he ended up having to do anyway. And two, his arc took way too fucking long. Like, Gohan was still kind of an insecure coward all the way up until the Cell Saga. So it just took way too long. And even into the Boo arc, when he was like going to college and stuff, or high school, whatever the fuck it was, he was still just an annoying, cringy mama's boy. So I never liked Gohan. Nobody liked Gohan. They could have made some better decisions when it came to his character arc, but like, he was always going to be just not a particularly likable character, and in order to make him a likable character, they literally would have just had to make him like Goku. And if he's just going to be like Goku, why bother? Right? Like, just have Goku. So yeah.
To any form of racism or bias, you have already lost this, right? So despite the fact that people are working really hard to get all this up and moving, no, I would actually make the argument that it still causes some significant harm. So I don't know why you have an issue with me, because I don't know who you are. But it seems like you already have a particular bias going on here.
Wow. So remember, guys, the takeaway from this conversation later is going to be that Z was a racist to the black women. But as you can hear, this black content creator, at least, was kind of wildly racist towards white people, saying any movement that has two white people at the front of it is bad and harmful. Not very accepting and tolerant of you, my dear. Sounds actually kind of like woke KKK, if you ask me. But these critics are correct that Z was lame by pushing back and saying, stop criticizing us, we have POC working behind the scenes. But then to take it into this like blatantly anti-white direction was, to me, very toxic. And I watched this whole relevant portion of the TikTok live, and it astounds me that people came away with the idea.
This guy's too annoying. It's like actually hard to look at the guy's face. Cure for everything, vegetarianism. Bible Christians.
William Cowherd began the Bible Christian Church in Manchester, England in 1809. He had split off from the Anglican and Swedenborgian churches and believed in Christian spiritualism, pacifism, temperance, and vegetarianism. They were the first Christian sect to adopt a meatless diet as their core belief, based on his interpretation of the sixth commandment, "Thou shalt not kill." He believed this also applied to animals, so killing them was a sin. Never mind all of the other parts of the Bible where God granted humans dominion over all the animals and specifically described which ones to eat, I guess. So, much like their Eastern counterparts, the first Europeans to go vegetarian did so on religious grounds. On March 29, 1817, his subordinate minister William Metcalfe led a group.
Well, yeah, that's another problem with Gohan. Like, again, one of the interesting things about Dragon Ball Z and Dragon Ball is the characters have to, like, really try hard to get stronger. And, like, Gohan was just strong, but in order to fulfill that strength or awaken that strength, he had to, like, become more brave. That was sort of his character arc. Whereas all the other characters, they were already brave, but they just had to, like, work harder. You know? So it was kind of an interesting idea with Gohan's character where he's already really strong. He just has to awaken that bravery. Whereas the characters already have the bravery, but they just have to become stronger. So he was kind of a unique character in that regard, but like, he just seems like a fucking bitch. And again, in order for that character to stay interesting, like, how are you going to keep doing that, right? Like, there's just that quality about him where he's always this insecure kind of coward next to all these other characters, like especially Vegeta, where like look at how he became Super Saiyan. Like, he will fucking just die, kill himself, go through extreme risk to just get stronger just because he fucking wants it more. And then, like, next to somebody like Vegeta, you have this pathetic fucking asshole who has all the talent in the world, but then he just acts like a weak fucking coward, won't train, like, just goes back to a normal fucking desk job, pushing pencils, and then it's like, oh, well, I guess I have to work out again because the world's gonna be destroyed, and then, like, he has to be pushed along. It just makes him annoying. So, again, they kind of fucked up his character arc, where they should have just had him go through that arc where he discovers, like, that bravery, and then just keep him there. But then he wouldn't be like Gohan anymore. He'd just be like Goku, and he's not going to be as cool as Goku no matter what you fucking do. So, you know, character had fundamental issues from the beginning. It's kind of unsalvageable. Give me a second.
I just came.
I'm gonna do a jazz album someday.
Yeah, that chick is just gross to me. I don't like her body, and even her face isn't that nice. Thanks for the donation, oh my god.
Mutaha and Hassan going back and forth over YouTube toes and supporting terror groups.
The more I see of Twitch, the more I'm surprised how Amazon hasn't cracked down on its leadership at all. Ticking time bomb. The platform he's on, YouTube, has a less strict application of TOS for political commentary. It's literally not true. They literally have Nazis on there, and this motherfucker is constantly chirping about Twitch because I'm explaining why the Houthis are implementing a blockade against Israel's genocide. So first of all, YouTube shadow bans pro-Nazi content. There have been some pro-Nazi documentaries uploaded to YouTube, and even if you search for them, it's impossible to find. The only way to get access to them, even though these are publicly available videos, is to literally go to some pro-Nazi, like, Twitter account or Discord channel and have it linked to you. And secondly, anybody on YouTube is, like, openly advocated for killing Jews or committing terrorism, they absolutely get banned. Whereas on Twitch, you can openly advocate for terrorism, even against the United States of America, like Hassan has done. Nobody will do anything. And Twitch has even gone as far as making it impossible to, like, submit a complaint against Hassan. If you want to submit a, like, community guidelines violation against him, you can't. It just comes up with an error. So that's just an absolute fucking lie. What a fucking dipshit. I'm actually speaking about the glorification of terror groups, something I know for a fact isn't allowed under YouTube Partner Program, as I've assisted creators who were flagged for having ISIS jokes on their videos years ago. I'm not talking about political ideological extremes, that's a separate topic. Hope you know I'm not a right-wing Nazi, but I'm very much against promoting terror organizations, using my religion as a shield to ruin our name in front of the world. I love how Mutahar, like, lies about being Muslim. He claims to be an Indian Muslim, but he doesn't practice, so I don't know why he fucking claims to be a Muslim. You do a lot more than just explain You endorse organizations that promote violence, bigotry, and eradication of groups of people. Yep, like Hamas, Houthis. Houthis and ISIS Al-Qaeda are enemies. That literally doesn't matter. When they have the same or adjacent religious and political goals, I don't know why the fuck that matters. The American government considers Cuba, DPRK to be terror states as well. Yeah, it's because they are. You're crying about a ridiculous designation that Trump slapped on in 2020. What? Do you think I'm using an American designation? Cute name calling, but I'm Canadian. My government and many others consider them to be a radical terror organization. The whole world isn't the United States. Many ridiculous designations. I agree. The specific designation has merit, decided by numerous countries, even countries that aren't friendly with each other. San's a fucking retard. Mudahar is also a moron, but he's not as stupid as Hassan. Thanks for the donation, retard. Nick Here's Everywhere donators. Can you watch this? How are you and Jasmine doing? I'm doing fine. You can ask Jasmine how she's doing. I don't fucking care. Are you talking or are you done? Oh, I'm done.
A man gets knocked out for assaulting McDonald's workers with chicken McNuggets. The man's entire family.
What?
After a man gets knocked out for assaulting McDonald's workers with chicken McNuggets.
Okay, I guess we can watch that. Thanks for the donation, dude. Why donators did Jasmine ever mention to get picked on by migrants back in Belgium? Most of all the Islamic fundamentalists and terrorists are in Brussels, and she'd never go to Brussels. I was living in... what was it called? I think it started with an N. Well, yeah, I can't remember where I was living in, but when I was going to the gym in Belgium, there were dudes who recognized me from my YouTube channel, and we started talking, and they told me never travel to Brussels. They told me it's a crime-ridden shithole, and you're probably going to get attacked by Muslim migrants. 88% of Brussels' population under the age of 20 is foreign origin. What's happening to Europe is well, yeah. Well, yeah, if you ever go to Belgium, don't go to Brussels. Literally, people living in Belgium told me never to go to Brussels, so... So yeah, as long as you avoid Brussels, you should be good. If Aisha knew karate. Yeah. Well, kid ain't doing that, but... Thanks for the donation, Elias.
The man's entire family arrives to continue the fight.
Hey, back up, police!
I've never been to Bruges. I did go to Leuven. Leuven was beautiful.
Back up. Hey, what's wrong with him? No. Can you help me pull him down to the ground for me? 10-4, we got one passed out. No. Keep him all the way down to the ground, sweetheart. Put his head down to the ground. All the way, yeah. Hey, sweetheart. Hey, bud. Hey. Who hit him? Hey, everybody, hush, and we'll get to investigating. Don't even have an attitude with me right now. Y'all called. So don't. Hey, relax. Hey, sweetheart, relax for me. Relax.
Oh, good.
You're good.
You passed out.
You're good.
So just
hang tight. Hang tight.
Say, listen to me. I'm good. Shut up. I mean, tell your sister, shut up. I'm good, man.
Hey, bro. You passed out.
No,
you passed out.
No, good.
It's okay. All right, if you want to sit up, that's fine. All right, just hold on. You passed out, diggity dog. All right, chill out.
I'm good. I'm good.
You are gonna lose your balance. Can you sit for just a second? Yep. Sit.
I'm good,
Sit.
bro. I'm good.
Sit.
I have no idea if Mutahar practices Islam today. I know he said he does practice to some extent now and again on a video a while ago, after Hassan called him a fake Muslim for not supporting terrorism.
He is a fake Muslim. Buddy, the guy doesn't practice Islam. He openly admits to watching, like, porn, watching hentai and shit. Like, it's just a joke. I get watching other people's videos is all you're good at, but try vetting out slander before promoting Hassan the Hun. Gay, I have never defended or backed the Israeli genocide or isn't Gazans. You're only vet in Gaza you admit to knowing about politics, try to cover Israel-Palestine as drama, slop for centrist audience, defend Asmongold for inferior cultures, genocide comment, then attack pro-Palestinian voices. Yeah. Mutahar is just a fucking retard. He's one of the biggest pseudo-intellectuals on YouTube. He's just a fucking idiot, but thanks for the donation, retard.
Yeah, please let me up, please.
Hold on, you passed out, dude.
No, I'm good. I'm good.
No, you're
I
not.
promise I'm
You were
good.
passed out when I got here, so have a seat.
I'm
Have a
good,
dash on your
man.
head.
Good.
You got EMS on the way. You need to get checked out, dude.
I'm going home. I'm good.
No. Have a seat, dude. I'm not gonna tell you again. Have a seat.
I'm
have
good,
a seat.
man.
Have a seat.
Y'all straight, right?
Have a seat.
Y'all good.
You got blood on you, man, and you passed out, okay? Hey, can I get someone to let my officer in? Can you tell me your name?
My name is Travion. I'm straight. More than you had on the menu. Sorry.
This guy literally can't walk. If I wouldn't get fired or sued for it and I was one of these cops, I'd be like, oh, you're good? Okay. And then I just watch him just flop and hit his head on the fucking ground.
Hey, what happened? Everybody out there is saying they didn't see him. Saying what? They didn't see anything. Okay.
All right, I need somebody to talk to one of the employees. He was passed out right here with blood. So, I mean, he's got a big old knot on his head. Something happened, and he's passed out right here. So, I need someone to talk to somebody right there.
Did any of y'all see what happened?
No, he came up here acting crazy. I don't know what for, but it's like he tried to attack a pregnant lady. Like,
Okay.
he got what he deserved.
Do we know where that pregnant lady is?
What?
Do we know where the pregnant lady is that he
My son,
attacked?
she's in the back.
So he attacked her?
Yes, he's been in here doing the most.
Okay, so who beat him up? Do we know?
No.
Okay. Okay, where that lady, where your sister at? Who? Right here? Oh. What's going on? You okay?
Yeah, I'm alright.
You don't need an ambulance or nothing? Okay, so do you know this dude?
I don't know him. He just came in. I guess he's drunk or whatever. So he was like, well, I ain't going to rest. I get my money naked. So I walked up to him. I said, stop being disrespectful to me. I guess one of them gave him naked. He do them naked to him.
I never knew of an intellectually honest carnist who openly embraces being a psychopath/lunatic just so he doesn't go vegan lol.
Is this Destiny? Oh, yeah. Like, if we go 1,000 years in the future and, I don't know, we have, like, an ethno-state, like Trump enacts an ethno-state, sure. And all the blackies stay in Africa, all the Asians stay in Asia, we could, in theory, have enough genetic differentiation and species drift over time where black people are no longer part of, the white species. Like, there might be
So now they're not categorized as Homo sapiens anymore?
Right, so they still maintain, like, sapience, so human wisdom and intelligence. Mm-hmm. They still have 2 legs, walk upright, all that, but there is enough species differentiation where that, cluster of genes that would categorize you as Homo sapien no longer exists. So maybe they're Homo sapien negroidus or something. Mm-hmm. I'm black, by the way. Like,
yeah, no, I get it.
Yeah, so yeah, like, would it be okay to just kill and eat black people now?
Do you want to take a hypothetical species and investigate it?
Well, we can't investigate the actual species itself, but we can investigate whether or not it would be moral to, kill and eat, said hypothetical species.
Okay. Right now, I would say it is, because it's not a Homo sapien. But
yeah, well, that's... So basically Andrew is saying this to make it unethical for vegans to debate him so that he doesn't get embarrassed again. Don't answer a question to my satisfaction could mean anything. They could answer every question to my satisfaction. I'd drop the guillotine anyway. Yeah. Oh, same link. Sure, and I don't know. And it turns out. Well, thanks for the donation, Ben Overbitch.
He threw him at who?
He threw it at me.
Did anyone else see him throw the nuggets at you?
Yeah, the camera.
Can you pull the camera up for me?
I can't put. I'm not a man.
Who can pull it up? Can you see your name? Can you pull the camera up so I can see him throwing the nuggets at her?
You can have a seat on a chair. Hold on, let me bring a chair to you.
Let's do it.
We definitely need to get you.
That last link I sent was meant to show a picture Hassan posted of Mutu at Mecca dressed in gay twink robes. But no matter. Did you ever watch the recent Piers Ments, either the kneecap one or the sneaker one?
We saw the sneaker one, didn't see the kneecap one. Mutahar, so he's as Muslim as, like, the Christians who have never gone to church, never read the Bible, go to their friends' or family's Christmas parties, and have casual sex, watch porn, smoke, drink, do drugs. That's like that's if all that's required to be Muslim is going to some like family gathering occasionally that has something to do with some Muslim religious holiday, and then all the rest of the time you just do whatever the fuck you want, that if that's what it means to be Muslim, then yeah, I guess he's Muslim, but he's not really Muslim, just like how, there's people who claim to be Christian, but they've literally never read the Bible, don't know anything about Christianity, don't go to church, don't practice anything related to Christianity other than celebrate Christmas, But thanks for the donation, retard.
You check out because you passed out. At least let EMS look at you, okay?
Hello Richard, it's your boy from Outworld. Did you miss me? Opinion on this heavenly blessed black beauty please? I beat my meat when she claps her cheeks and her tits, all the time. It's incredible. Best nutting.
Definitely not into the fake boobs. She's got a nice butt, but I don't know if it's, like, maybe it's a real booty. Like, she's had breast implants. Also, looking at the shape of her hips, it's kind of a giveaway that she's probably had a butt implant and fat sculpting done. Women's anatomy, there's usually a dip in your hips here. And typically when there isn't a sort of dip in the hips, there's been something done to the buttocks where there's been some kind of fat sculpting done. So yeah, definitely not into the fake boobs. She looks fit, though. I don't know, it could just be black jeans. There's a lot of black chicks just with a nice round ass, but... Okay, yeah, no. Pretty much guaranteed she's had some sort of procedure done on her butt. Just not into cosmetic surgery, Does have a nice ass, but not my type. Thanks for the donation, Sub-Zero.
If you want to know why people don't like you BTW, it's because you choose to be honest in a dishonest world. You turn a mirror on the ugly truth that people choose to live in of their own volition, and they hate you for it. Keep doing you, man.
Yeah, that's 99% of the reason why people don't like me. Definitely. Thanks for the donation, Tyler.
Even though that Andrew Wilson, and now that you mentioned Destiny lol, are openly psychos/lunatics so that they wouldn't go vegan, I'd rather still stay in contact with them because they're intellectually honest and don't make up bullshit excuses and lie a lot.
Destiny overall is definitely more intellectually honest than Andrew Wilson. It's only veganism that really seems to trigger Destiny to be dishonest. As far as Andrew Wilson, he has absolutely horrible dog shit politics, and it's hard to tell exactly when he's being dishonest, but usually in order to justify his positions, he has to employ some level of dishonesty. And I see that happen a lot more with Andrew Wilson. So, but thanks for the donation, Ben.
If you are such an introvert and antisocial person, do you think you will ever date or have sex again? The older I get, the more I realize women just cause more trouble than they're worth. Also, is she hot?
I wouldn't say no, I'll never date or have sex again, but I don't care either way. Like, I'm only going to date somebody if I'm interested in them.
Most people don't understand what is ladyboy is. That's why it's like every time they ask me this question, it's go viral.
Could you explain like what a ladyboy is?
Ladyboy is the outside you look like lady, but if you still have dick, it mean boy. I don't mean like you are boy, but this word can use like lady, boy, something like that. This is how I can understand this word, but maybe.
She looks passable, like I wouldn't expect her to be trans, aside from maybe her voice, but I don't find her attractive personally, but she looks like an above average looking woman by conventional beauty standards. Like, she's pretty, but I'm not personally attracted to her. But yeah, vast majority of women are more trouble than they're worth. And I know people are going to try to put this in a sexist direction, like, oh, vegan gains hates women, but yeah, most women really are only good for sex. They don't share any of the hobbies or interests that I'm actually interested in, and even when there's some overlap, they are not as interested as I am, to a point where it is kind of bothersome. Like, some women will say, oh, I watch anime too, but they've only ever watched like Demon Slayer, and they aren't interested in any other anime or manga. So they don't actually have an interest in anime. They only have an interest in one show that happens to be an anime. Same with video games. Like, oh, yeah, I'm a gamer, but they'll only play like one video game. Could be anything. It could be like one racing game or one RPG. I've never like met any women who are actually even into shooters, aside from like one chick that I know of online. But you know, like, that's a unicorn if you find a chick who's into shooters like Call of Duty, Battlefield, Gears of War. Absolute fucking unicorn. 99% of the time you'll find like a chick who claims to be a gamer and she's only ever played like one RPG, like Final Fantasy. That's it. And only one of the Final Fantasy games, like, not even interested in the series. Or they'll say, oh, I'm into motorcycles, and they don't actually ride themselves. They just ride on the back of their like boyfriend's bike. So very rarely will I ever find a woman that shares any interests or hobbies that I'm interested in on a kind of intellectual level. Again, they're like they don't actually have any interest in hobbies. Like most women, their only interest or hobby is really just their boyfriend or their relationships. And again, the only thing they're good for really is sex. I have male friends that I actually share interests with. So what do I need them for? The only reason I'd really spend any time with them is just for sex. I already have male friends that actually have the same hobbies. So if I meet a chick who's really fucking cool and actually shares some of the same hobbies and interests I have, does have like comparable intellectual capacity, philosophically kind of agrees with me, then yeah, sure. I'll date them and shit, but otherwise I'm just not interested in like most women, most people, period. But yeah, I'm not interested in just having sex. So might take a very fucking long time to ever meet anybody like that, or I could get lucky, meet somebody tomorrow, but yeah, in all likelihood, I'm probably going to be single for a while. Thanks for the donation, though, jizz leaking out of my butthole.
So, you'd say that Andrew's logical consistency with you during the debate was more or less rage baiting, because now that I think about it, it just seems too good to be true that Andrew would openly embrace his being psychopathic in order to not go vegan, lol.
It's hard. So here's a giveaway. He tried to back out of answering the hypothetical by saying, oh, well, it's not real, so what does this matter? Like, oh, you mean there's like an actual species that exists that's just like a human being? Like that doesn't even exist, so why should I answer that question? Like, hypothetical dodging is just a clear indication that, after they bite the bullet, they're not really being intellectually honest. So I think he just bit the bullet because he doesn't care enough about the topic, doesn't see there being enough social consequences to answering in that manner where he'd be willing to concede the point. So I don't think he was answering honestly. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. Death of Rabbit donated $2, hot or not. No. I don't know if this is somebody who's biologically male or not. Stun a boy. Okay, so he's like a femboy. No, don't think that person's attractive. Thanks for the donation, Death of Rabbit. He's got a nice butt, but don't find them attractive.
I'm alright though. I'm straight.
Listen, you possibly have a concussion, alright? You got a big old knot on your forehead. Can you tell this officer what happened to the best of your ability?
I just came in to get my food to go home. That's it, man. I ain't trying to do nothing else.
Alright, it's a little bit more than that because you were passed out. So what happened?
I just came in to get my food to go home.
Your head just busted by itself?
So after he threw the nuggets at her, because he's in the wrong, who knocked him out after that?
One of the employees did. They want to see the camera.
Do you need to share hobbies? Yeah, kind of. Like, if there's no overlapping interests whatsoever, what are you gonna do? Like, so I'm supposed to date a chick, and like, assuming the relationship becomes serious enough where like maybe we're living together, I'm just supposed to go out with them on like to dinner or something, or watch a movie, just because, oh, well, that's what you're supposed to do as a couple, fuck, and then never do anything together. Like that's the whole thing. So basically, it's a roommate that I spend some time with so that eventually I can just have sex with them. So yeah, why would I do that? Not worth it. So yeah, if I'm dating somebody, there has to be like some significant amount of overlap with our interests.
You ain't away? On his way. He said he'd be here by 15.
Okay, so he threw the nuggets. So after he threw them, he stood there and kept cussing.
He was still going on and on. He would not shut up.
So and he was cussing.
And he would not leave.
And he was cussing the pregnant lady.
Yes.
And then Buddy put the hands on him. And where is he at?
I don't know.
The McDonald's dude that beat him up.
I don't know.
But he's left for the he's left.
I don't know.
Like, here's the thing. Most people are okay with like, oh, having different interests and shit, like, but they only play this game because they need like some sort of external validation. They need to feel like somebody loves them. They need somebody around for attention. I'm not like that. I don't need anybody. I don't need anybody to like me, be friends with me, be in love with me. I don't need validation from anyone to tell me that I'm beautiful and special or anything like that. I don't need anybody around me. I don't need a relationship for any of those reasons. I don't need a relationship, period. So when people like consider their dating preferences and partners and shit, like, oh, well, I need to get along with them well enough. They need to, like, I need some amount of attention from somebody. I need somebody to tell me I love them. I need some physical contact with a human being. I need some amount of sex. I don't need any of that fucking crap. Some of those things, like sex, is kind of like a nice bonus, but I don't need it. And with all the other things that come along with a relationship, like having to talk to them, having to spend some amount of time with them, if it doesn't add to my life, like if it doesn't make training better for me because I have somebody that I like and I jive with to train with me, or if I ride my motorcycle and go to the grocery store, like, or like just go out, rollerblade, mountain bike, if I'm doing all of those things with somebody that I actually like and get along with and they share the hobby and it elevates those experiences to be better, if that's not happening, why the fuck would I take all these trade-offs? Spending time with somebody that doesn't share my same hobbies, I don't particularly like all that much, just so I can have sex. Like, the trade-off isn't worth it. So yeah, I don't need a relationship. I don't need it. The only reason I'd have a relationship is to make my life better, and most people are not going to make my life better. I think most people just get into relationships and deal with all this bullshit because they need some sort of external validation or stimulus. They need some sort of attention. They need some sort of physical contact. They need to feel like they're not alone. I'm fine with being alone. I'm perfectly happy being alone. And I just don't need the same things that most other people need, so I'm not going to date a chick just for the sake of dating a chick. I'm going to date somebody because they actually improve my life. And that's rare.
Remember that friend I told you about that apologized for becoming an ex-vegan? Well, he's trying to get me to become vegetarian, and I told him that I'd have to admit that I'm a psychopath like Andrew Wilson. Lol, basically I'd never become an ex-vegan like him.
That guy's a fucking loser. Just cut him out of your fucking life. Why even hang out with or talk to just fucking dipshit like that? He's just a fucking loser who wants you to be a loser like him so that he can have a loser fucking friend. So yeah, just fucking cut him out. Why even deal with a piece of shit like that? Thanks for the donation though, Ben. Would I hire a prostitute? No. I don't get much out of sex itself. Again, I don't like most people. So when I'm with a person, knowing they're a person who is probably just an asshole that I don't like, that I wouldn't spend any time with, I just don't enjoy sex. There has to be some kind of emotional connection with somebody, so like I just never hire a prostitute. It just doesn't interest me.
Probably on his dog yet. I don't know.
But he's not back here cooking food.
No, I don't see him. I came in here to get my food. That's all.
Was there any verbal altercation that happened between you and the employees?
No, because I was outside. First I was outside, and then I came in here to get my food.
Well, how'd you get the gash on your head?
Ma'am?
How'd you get the cut on your head?
Because I was in the car.
Oh, okay.
And I came inside here.
Okay.
To get my food.
I think I know what happened. So based off...
Here, hold on. Tell her. Ferguson, talk to him.
So from what everyone's saying, the pregnant lady who was taking his order, he's yelling at her, being obnoxious. She gets the nuggets, gives them to him. He gets the nuggets, throws it at. He wouldn't leave. So at some point, one of the workers from back here came around. They got to fight in, but the McDonald's guy won. And that's how he wound up busted up. So it looks like he was the primary instigator. Yes, he initiated everything. All right. So we got, and I'll get, the manager's on the way to put the surveillance. Yeah, but he's about 15 minutes away. But we got, disorderly conduct on him, simple battery.
He smells intoxicated, so I don't know.
Public intox.
Yeah. When I came up, he was totally passed out. So he's got a big old knot right there on his forehead.
Oh, was there a fight?
Verbal altercation where an employee took that straw thing and hit him on top of the head. But you can see he's got a little gash right there.
Yeah, he sure does.
Yeah, just check him out, make sure he's good. He's probably not going to go with y'all, but cover our grounds.
He threw his nuggets at them.
Okay.
Continued acting very disorderly, cussing everybody. Apparently another guy knocked him out because it was starting to get physical.
So do we know what they want to do? See what they want to do. You want him barred?
Yes.
Okay. Are you, Mama?
I'm the one who's in stay with. So I need.
Oh, okay. Give him a second. He was knocked out. He got hit right here. So let EMS check him out, make sure he's good. But
so did it happen here?
Yes. We're trying to figure out what's going on and what we need to do. Okay.
A McDonald's worker now gets into another verbal argument with this lady as she's walking out.
Okay, but I'm not talking to you, bro. I got somebody on the way to you. You bro. You at work. You bro. Okay. I'm saying though, y'all don't feel like talking to me.
Hey, you're good. Step outside for me, okay? Just wait for it to cool down a little bit.
Oh, why are we yelling? Man.
Come sit down. Come sit down.
Can you just make sure she's good? So we don't want to take her to jail.
I'll keep her back here.
Okay. The pregnant lady was like, I'm getting it. He kept cursing at her while she's getting it. She brings it out, and he takes the nuggets and just throw them at her, and then starts cussing everyone else out. So they start cussing him out back. So he refused to leave. So then one of the male guys back here came over and was like, buddy, you need to go. And they got to scuffling, but the McDonald's worker won, and that's how he wound up busted up on the table.
While waiting for the manager to arrive to watch the surveillance footage, the angry female worker from earlier comes outside and begins arguing with the suspect's family.
Okay, are you her mom? Yeah. Can you please take her?
Oh my god. Dude, it's fucking great when people call their, family to come by or friends, and then it just turns in this huge brawl.
Calm down.
If she don't calm down, she may wind up going to jail.
She don't care. She already got a record. So I'm telling you, she ADHD. She's not gonna calm down.
You can't take her home somewhere?
She works.
Hey,
she's about to go for disorderly conduct. She don't shut her out.
No. I'm trying.
Everybody get more pressure. Okay, then tell her to back up. Tell her to back up.
Man, what you locking me up for? You see her talking.
We begged you.
Okay, you begged me. Let you know.
Hey, Doja Cat. Hey, Williams.
I'm not fighting you at all.
Y'all get him out here. I'm the general manager of this restaurant.
Go.
Baby. Go. You need to go. Y'all need to go.
Do you want to ban him?
I want him barred. Get him out of here.
All right. He wants you barred. Hey, he wants you barred. You can be barred if you don't leave.
Dude, if the police didn't exist and all of these businesses had to hire private security, bro, The amount of fucking money a private security company would make being next to a black McDonald's, like a McDonald's in a black area, would be fucking crazy. You could be a fucking billionaire.
Leave right now.
Or like a Waffle House. Waffle houses for some reason in black neighborhoods. Fuck, dude. They had to hire private security, you'd make a fucking killing.
Leave. Listen, I'm not fighting you at all, though. I'm not fighting you at all.
Got her? Yeah, outside the car.
Okay.
Out of here.
Ma'am, come on.
I'll get her. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay.
We'll take it.
You're doing too much.
Saw you said you were on 1,500 calories a day, 6'3" myself. Can't imagine living on solo cal intake. How are you doing? Well, my blood sugar is constantly fucking low, and I have like no energy, and I also have very low blood pressure, so I'm extremely prone to fainting, and I basically just want to lie down constantly, but I just force myself to work out.
You're doing too much. She talking. I'm talking.
Yo, man, relax.
I'm not fighting y'all at all.
She's gonna pat you down.
I'm not fighting y'all.
Stop yelling.
Okay, here. That's what I'm saying.
You know that video I sent you at the beginning of the stream with that fucking delusional retard claiming that the cure for everything is vegetarianism? That loser you speak of sent me that video and claiming that it's very interesting to watch LMFAO. What fucker?
Yeah, we'll watch that next. Yeah, the guy sounds like a dipshit. I wouldn't even bother talking to that fucking loser. Just wants to drag you down with him. Thanks for the donation, Ben.
Y'all sit here doing that for way. I'm not fighting y'all at all.
Face the car.
Huh? Y'all don't hear her? Stop. I'm not.
All right, get in the car.
Y'all locking me up for talking? She talking
It's
too.
disorderly conduct.
Okay,
Sit
but
back.
she is talking.
Sit back.
I'm sitting back, ma'am. I'm not going to fight y'all at all to do y'all job.
You're 17?
Yes.
Ma'am, please walk away.
I gotta walk away. This is my dog.
Man.
Walk away. This is my dog.
Man, please go over there for me.
Come on.
Please go over there.
This is my dog.
Walk away.
Hey, I'll get her name. I'm gonna just take her.
Got her?
Yeah, I'm going 10:42 or 10.
What's your diet look like? I have a protein shake after I work out, and then at night I have 2 blocks of tofu.
Oh, here's her airplane.
You got a rape? Yeah, I got it.
Hey, you got that citation for us?
What citation?
The disorderly conduct?
For her?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm taking her right now.
You can write it?
Yeah, I'll take it.
All right.
When I can get out this parking lot, I'll start talking to you.
Okay.
I'm trying to get out this parking lot.
Yeah, tell me, please. Tell me.
That's the man?
Yeah. Right here should be fine, just so I can see.
Oh, yeah. Can I tell you something?
Yes.
You need to learn how to control your emotions.
I control my emotions.
You weren't doing it there.
Sure.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Do you think I want to take you to jail when we already got a dude up in there that's throwing nuggets at a pregnant lady? Do you think I want to do this?
I know, but
But you're not working with us. I begged you. I said, please.
Okay, but
go home or go in the office. Please, I begged you. And you just kept going. You need to control your emotions, okay? At least I gave you the respect of begging you for like 15 minutes, then putting you in handcuffs using my hands without having to fucking use a weapon and bust you upside the head like a lot of these motherfuckers out here be doing. But you don't respect me back because I begged you to just relax, control your emotions. We come to work, we don't
Conduct, okay? Thank you.
So where did they
So with what we saw on video surveillance, he was throwing food at the employees. He almost went behind there. That's why an employee hit him because it's about to turn physical between him and the employees. So that's when he got hit. So he's getting charged with the disorderly conduct because they instructed him to leave. He didn't leave. So he just got to go to court for that. It's just a citation.
Uber Eats brought his food to the house.
And the
So
floor.
he came here looking for food, but his food was delivered to the house.
And I think that's why he got upset.
Fuck? Wait, that sounded retarded.
disorderly conduct because they instructed him to leave. He didn't leave. So he just got to go to court for that. It's just a citation.
Uber Eats brought his food to the house.
And the
So
floor.
he came here looking for food, but his food was delivered to the house.
And I
What the fuck? So he ordered food on Uber Eats. It was delivered to his fucking house. And then this retard didn't understand how Uber Eats worked. And he thought he had to go to the store to get it or something. And then he freaked out at the employees and threw nuggets at them. And then he got whooped upside the head. Oh my god.
You know what's funny? You and my dad, who isn't vegan BTW but respects my choice to be vegan, say the same thing with him, that he's a loser who's lonely and doesn't have anybody else except his mum and stepfather to talk to. All his friends are on PS5 LMFAO.
Yeah, that sounds about right. That's probably why he's trying to convince you to not be vegan so he can have another loser friend or something. Thanks for the donation though, Ben. Well, yeah, I eat fat. Tofu isn't 100% protein, and I do cook it in a little bit of avocado oil.
think that's why he got upset. So that's what started the verbal altercation, and then it almost ensued into a physical. And that's when they hit him because they're just like, "Hey, bro, like we gave you multiple times, and you're coming over here trying to be physical." He's just gonna get cited because we could have charged him with simple battery for throwing the chicken nuggets at the girl, because that can still be considered simple battery. But to make it easier tonight, and with what's going on with him, I said disorderly conduct. Call it a day, and he's just going to be barred here, so he can't come back to this McDonald's at all. So he's barred from here for 2 years. Whenever he comes home, just remind him of that so he doesn't go to jail for a stupid criminal trespass. Okay. Okay. All right.
Thank you. We got 1 million people out there. We got a crime scene. We got a dude bust upside the head. The EMS lady is saying, "I'm taking him to the hospital," and you up in here.
Well, it turns out throwing nuggets at a pregnant woman isn't just stupid, it's also the quickest way to get you knocked out in a McDonald's. Now, you know things are definitely going downhill when you can't even go to a...
Oh, that's hilarious. Attacking a pregnant woman isn't just stupid, it's also the fastest way to get knocked out at a McDonald's.
Group of 41 Bible Christians to establish a church in Philadelphia, the second largest city in the United States and a hub for various reform movements. I just want to point out how ironic it is that the two guys in the Christian world 1,000 years ago, love and sex were completely separate ideas. Sex was only for procreation, and love was something you only gave to God. The church was known as the bride of Christ. Loving anyone other than God was a betrayal. Marriages were arranged, and romantic love wasn't really a concept yet. If you were infatuated with someone other than God, that was lust, which was a sin. Around the time of the Renaissance, lust came to be viewed as more of a sickness, which was blamed on demon possession. You see, demons needed to collect human semen in order to create bodies for themselves. No, you can't leave. You're stuck on this ride with me now. Anyway, a female succubus.
Dodo Donatillers, is this man a psychopath? Oh yeah, he is.
During your Senate confirmation hearings, you repeatedly denied having any involvement as a private citizen in the firing of FBI officials who engaged in the prosecution against January 6 insurrectionists, the violent rioters who beat and killed Capitol police officers, and whom you referred to as political prisoners. Since then, multiple whistleblowers have come forward, and we know that you likely committed perjury. At the same hearing, you claimed you were not familiar with Stu Peters, an anti-Semitic Holocaust denier, despite the fact that you appeared on Mr. Peters' podcast 8 separate times. 8 times. And you claimed not to recall. Mr. Patel, my second question is, should we worry more about your memory or your veracity?
We should worry more about your lack of candor. You're accusing me of committing perjury. Tell the American people how I broke the law and committed a felony. Have the audacity to actually put the facts forward.
Flashback. You familiar with the Stu Peters? Does that name ring a bell?
I'm sorry, what?
Are you familiar with Mr. Stu Peters?
Not off the top of my head.
Clearly, Kash Patel's lying. Yeah, he absolutely does know who I am.
We'll put out. I'd love to put out this show. We just put out a link, and that's the whole point. Educate America on what we're doing and how we fight. And I'll be there with you, man. Every step of the way.
Right on. Cash Patel, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Stu. Always love coming on your show. Thanks so much, Stu. Appreciate it. You've got a great show.
Yeah, he's a psychopath. You can tell just by the way he talks, his eyes. Can you guess what this is going to be about? Read the comments. Platforming, this vile creature's wild. I'm out of here. What's going on here? Hi, great show, Jank. Anytime Majorie Green speaks, I really like to listen. She seems like a really good person. Garbage content. They brought her on because she's anti-Israel, right?
One from Georgia's 14th district about something that's that we might have in common. And I want to get a little bit of information about what's happening on the inside in Washington and see if we can maybe prevent a war. So the two sides coming together here on what I hope is a good mission. So let's start on Iran. I'm worried about a...
Yeah. They're right-wing grifting, probably because their viewership is down, and they're trying to be more friendly to right-wingers, and they brought her on specifically because she's an anti-Semite. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Kid Boo donated $2.
Lamau. What a fucking moron. BTW, I had a group of black women steal my Uber Eats order from my doorstep years ago. I went to get it back from them and they ran off with it, cussing me out. Had to reorder it. Hope they enjoy vegan pizza.
When I lived in Guelph, Indian guys who were working for Uber Eats and Skip the Dishes would keep stealing my pizzas. It was literally impossible for me to order a pizza. I would even try leaving $20 tips, and they'd still steal my pizza. So I'd order a $15 pizza, leave a $20 fucking tip, and Guelph is a small town. It takes like literally 10 minutes to drive from one end of town to another. The pizza place was, again, about 7-8 minutes away. I would leave a $20 fucking tip. They would eat my fucking pizza, put on the Uber Eats app that they couldn't deliver it because item was damaged, and then I'd have to call customer support for them to give me a refund on both the pizza and the tip. It was fucking insane. And sometimes they'd try to gaslight me. I'd literally look on the app where they're like driving to and shit, because it gives you a live update feed on where they are. They would miss the turn going into like the street that leads to the apartment, and then they would go to like some alley on like a side street, and then they'd sit there for several minutes, and then I'd message them, "What are you doing? You're just sitting there not delivering the pizza." And then they said, "Oh no, I'm on the way. I'm just at a red light." And I messaged them back, "No, you're not at a red light. You're on this street, sitting there. You've been there for 5 minutes. What are you doing?" Then they'd cancel the fucking order saying that item was damaged. I would give them a $20 fucking tip. I'd literally tip them like 120% of what the fucking order was worth. They still wouldn't fucking deliver it, and they'd eat my fucking pizza. They're absolute fucking cunts. So yeah. But thanks for the donation, Masashi Blade.
もう限界でしょうが、その姿。頼むルフィ。
One Piece looks like shit, dude. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo. Retard Crash Outs donated $2 or $3. Let me see.
The
the rest with Ignatius.
You're still talking! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up! Is there a fucking video game? Shut up! This is the worst fucking thing ever!
But in better ones.
They never shut up! They just talk and blather about menial, boring shit! This is a video game? Oh.
I mean, to be fair, I also do this, and I think it's a completely reasonable reaction.
Like Hassan, for example.
Doesn't know where Yemen is? Okay, I'm gonna click close. I'm closing it. I'm closing it. I think nope. Dude, I'm memeing. I'm fucking memeing. Nope. I'm fucking memeing. Got it. No, not only am I joking there, I'm gonna show you something, okay? Here, that's another Destiny clip, by the way. Classic, okay? Play this game. I suck. Terra.com. I'm not gonna do it. Everyone's gonna make fun of me. I'm bad at geography too. I can't do that. Is it this?
That's why does he even... Like, he has enough money to retire. He doesn't even have to do this. It shows you just how much of a, like, attention-seeking liar this guy is. Just wow. Like, if I was reduced to having to come up with, like, excuses like that, and I was hit that rich, just retire. Get off the fucking internet. Just enjoy your fucking life without just fucking with other people. Oh, wait. We already saw that one.
It's funny just to say it because you're told so much for your entire life, yo, this is something you can't say. It like parallels with like the cousin record. Like, oh, yo, you can't say, tell your cousin, don't tell nobody type of lyrics and shit. And it becomes more about that or the KKK outfit. It's more about this idea of being told that you can't do something than it is about what it's specifically saying, because there's a lot of black people that have no connection to Hitler or not Hitler.
Why does Aiden Ross... Dude, this is just social media. The most, like, greediest, attention-seeking people have this job. I don't know how to deal with that. There should be, like, a liar tax. There should be, like, kind of like the IRS, but have, like, the IRS, like, look through people's streams and shit, and every time they're caught lying, like, give them, like, this big tax that they have to pay, you know, on their income, so that, like, all this lying bullshit they do, like, that money is just gone that they earn from lying.
Said like Hitler was a good leader. It's like you breaking curses of generational pain.
Yeah, but you would understand more than anyone. When I said Hitler was a good leader, the definition of like a prominent leader, you know what I mean? Like he dominated, he did what he did as a leader. That doesn't mean he's a good.
Aiden Ross is a Jew, by the way, and he's being gaslit by people like Sneeko to say Hitler was a good leader. It's either he's being gaslit or he knows his audience is far right wing and he's doing this cynically.
Good person, but he led a mass majority of people to believing something or believing some type of leadership, whatever he was preaching. So that's why I give him his flowers for that. But he's a horrible person.
I'm not here. I'm not here to argue that. I'm here to offer you. I mean, no. We could go into that conversation, and we can go into that conversation now. Well, I never met him in real life.
I know you didn't meet him. I know, but do you think that Hitler would have liked you for being black?
Yeah, I think he would have. I would have been one of the scientists that America ended up cleaning up and bringing in and having served America after the fact. Like I'm one of the scientists, so he loves scientists.
The irony is Hitler did not allow any Jews to hold any public office, have jobs, or be involved in the government in any way that included being in scientific development. It is entirely possible if Hitler did not have this policy with Jews, Nazi Germany might have actually been able to develop nuclear weapons. Because Jews were the ones who basically invented nuclear weapons, essentially. So, like, this is just so stupid.
Well, yeah. I mean, you're very you
Yeah, and yeah, Kanye is not a scientist.
are very creative, and you're an artist, and
Wait a
you're very
second.
good
Come on, so I'm not a scientist.
Well, you're very smart. You're brilliant, but
Okay,
I
so
think
now
that-
we're in a good place. Now, next subject.
All right. Well, what's the next subject? What else? What else?
The subject is, I'm offering you. We got
The math and science for the nuclear bomb was largely developed by Jews. I don't know if Oppenheimer was Jewish. Like, his name could be Jewish. Oppenheimer film. Oppenheimers were a non-observant Jewish family. Yeah. So he was an ethnic Jew. So yeah. Not only did Jews largely create the math and science required for the atomic bomb, but they literally made the atomic bomb.
said like Hitler was a good leader. It's like you breaking curses of generational pain.
Yeah, but you would understand more than anyone. When I said Hitler was a good leader, the definition of like a prominent leader, you know what I mean? Like he was he dominated. He did what he did as a leader. That doesn't mean he's a good person, but he led a mass majority of people. Well,
I never met him in real life.
I know you didn't meet him. I know, but do you think that Hitler would have liked you for being black?
Oh wait, we already saw that. Thanks for the donation, retard crash out. Demon Coon Soy Ass donated $2. How many door-to-door salesmen come to your house? None. I've been living in apartment buildings for like almost the last 10 years, and I've only just moved into a house, and it's a very small town. There aren't any like solicitors here. It's a really small town, so nobody goes door to door selling shit. Thanks for the donation though, Demon Coon Soy Ass.
Did Gummy drag that whole tree down the stairs and under your desk?
Yeah, I did. I was working out, and then I saw him drag it down the stairs. Then I just moved it into the corner because I thought he'd just play with it or scratch it in the corner, but then he dragged it under my desk for some reason. And then he started ripping the stuffing out of the thing that moves around, and then I had to hide it in the closet because he started ripping the stuffing out, and I was worried he'd like swallow it and choke on it or something. I'm probably gonna remove that piece and then just have him have the scratching post. Thanks for the donation, even though.
You know the same loser that we're speaking of. After I told him that I'd never go vegetarian after him sending me that video, I replied back with Aaron Janus's videos with dairy is scary and truth about the egg industry and said I'd be psychotic to betray them.
Unfortunately, Aaron Janus isn't vegan anymore. She had a psychotic breakdown and then ended up dating some douchebag anti-vegan who I think is a surgeon, and he convinced her to not be vegan anymore. I don't know if she's vegetarian, but I know she's not vegan. Apparently she's eaten fish or something. But yeah. The guy's a loser anyway. I wouldn't bother talking to him. Thanks for the donation, Ben. Richard donated $2. I still can't believe that bitch is getting money for saying the N-word. Where's my money? Yeah, really. It's too bad you don't have a like crystal ball to tell you if you like if you just call this one person the N-word, you'll become a millionaire. I wish I had like some magic mirror. Mirror, mirror on the wall, who shall I call the N-word to get money from them all? And then the magic mirror can tell you, go to this park and call this little boy the N-word. Oh, okay. And then you can just go to the park, call some kid the N-word, and then be a millionaire. Thanks for the donation, Richard. Drake donated $2. Would you say in general dog owners tend to be extremely entitled? No, I wouldn't say dog owners are entitled in general. Some dog owners are just degenerate pieces of shit. Usually it's people with like pit bulls or cane corsos or something where they just won't pick up their dog's shit, but they're usually like trailer park trash. If anything, the most entitled people are women with children. Especially infant children. Women with infant children are the most entitled fucking dumb cunts on the fucking planet. Thanks for the donation though, Drake.
That's a high value, high testosterone, alpha male of a cat you have there. My type of cat. Totally manly and boisterous.
Yeah, Gummy is an alpha male vegan Chad for sure. Thanks for the donation, Then though.
This would seduce a man in order to extract his vital fluid. Then it would transform into a male incubus to deposit that corruption into a woman in the hopes of birthing a demon. They used to blame birth defects on laying with demons. The idea that semen has some sort of mystical power associated with vitality and strength predates writing and can be found in completely disconnected cultures all over the world. This isn't just a weird Christian thing. But when people started performing human dissections and publishing anatomy textbooks, the demon possession stuff fell away and we were left with humoral theory, which existed well before Christianity and continues in different forms to this day. You have 4 humors in your body and all illnesses result from an imbalance of those fluids: black bile, yellow bile, phlegm, and blood. Semen was thought to be derived from blood, known as levirate marriage. His dead bone existed. Obviously, Onan was not a fan of that arrangement. Rather than go through with it, he withdrew and spilled his seed on the ground. The Lord was so displeased.
I'm not on hormone replacement therapy, and if you watch my video about how I cured my depression, I explain what cured my depression.
That he was put to death. This is the story that many Christians use to say that masturbation and sex that isn't for the purpose of bearing children are sins. This interpretation of the Bible didn't come about until the 1600s or 1700s. And if you listen to the story, he wasn't punished for pulling out. He was punished for disobeying his father. And even though he wasn't jerking it in that story at all, masturbation came to be known as the sin of Onan. Doing it
What the fuck does this have to do with vegetarianism?
Habitually was called onania or onanism. Auguste Tissot's A Treatise on the Diseases Produced by the Human recognized that age alone did not turn boy erect, or it's only one disease that took many forms, which he called overstimulation. This is when a specific organ or part of the body becomes polluted due to overexcitement. If you eat something too spicy and get an upset stomach, that's overstimulation. If you drink something too hot or too cold and get a headache, that's also overstimulation. Rush taught that alcohol, tobacco, coffee, tea, spices, and condiments were all too stimulating for the body and should be avoided. Since there was no germ theory yet, Rush proposed that venereal diseases were a lower and factor in temperance before he met the Bible Christians. Eating a carnivorous diet increased carnal desires, and salty foods caused salacious thoughts, even when you're unconscious. There was no better proof of that to Graham than the wet dream. This is a quote from Graham's A Lecture to Young Men on Chastity, originally published in 1834.
When goes late for venereal errors, and I have invariably
is a similar state of purity, we wouldn't want to engage everyone to switch to a vegetarian and therefore most of the nutritional value. Only recommendation though, Graham was preaching insides gurgle, which is probably why
he's just talking about he's talking about that crazy guy Graham who made the graham crackers. I don't care. I've heard that stupid story already. That guy's also extraordinarily boring. I just gotta go take a piss. I'll be right back. And I'll get some more water too. Oh. Oh my god.
else. It's actually doctor, by the way. And you see what I'm saying? So we see that across, but what that tells me is that person there is so locked into their own bias that they're probably never going to change.
Well, it's an age thing. A lot of it's age and maturity. And I'll run into that with, okay, so when I used to practice, I'd run into that with 7-year-old doctors. If I'm doing nutritional support for a patient and I'm getting their cholesterol down, they're mad and they say, you shouldn't write diets, you're not qualified. And it's like, what do you mean I'm not qualified? And it's like, I got a biochemistry degree and I'm a bodybuilder. And it's like, yeah, but you're not a registered dietitian. They're a registered dietitian, but you mean the 300-pound woman? It's like, what the fuck does she know about dieting?
Yeah.
And it's like, that's retarded. And so for him to accept that I was right would mean that he was wrong, which means that for 50 years, he's been practicing medicine wrong. He can't accept that because then his whole self-worth is tied into the fact that his life was dedicated to helping his patients. So if he wasn't helping them, or he wasn't helping them very well, that means he has no self-worth. So he needs to protect that self-worth, which means he has to destroy me. And that's kind of how these people are, is that they're married to what worked for them. And because it worked for them and they don't have the ability to shift their perspective to other points of view, then they're not going to acknowledge that what worked for them might work for them and not other people, or worse, it wasn't optimal. It was acceptable. Or that they're responsible for the consequences of their drug use and that it wasn't genetics or fate, that had they done it differently, they would have gotten better results and less side effects.
In this context, do you think you could technically, though, question how determined or all in those individuals are? Because let's say I come to you having looked at anything, but let's say PD is a certain way and I've hit ceiling. I have my bias, sure. And then you come at me and you say, actually, you're doing everything wrong. Well, I've reached a certain level, supposedly doing everything wrong. What is the upper ceiling if I now do things right? Right. I should be like, fuck, please tell me more.
Right. It's an opportunity.
Yeah. So I would then question that person. Do you really want to get better or do you just want to think you're correct? Because those are different things, right?
Yeah, that's totally different. It's totally different. But also a lot of people don't understand when I talk to a camera, I'm talking to the camera the way I talk to myself. I'm not going to talk to a person that way unless they stutter. When fucking people stutter, it kills me. I can't fucking stand people who stutter. Or when they talk like this, really slow. Like, motherfucker, if I'm talking to you, I feel like I'm in traffic, I want to strangle you. It's like, I'm like, Ben Shapiro is the speed I want to hear. So just fucking spit it out, get to the point, and then we'll pick it apart afterward. But I try to be as polite and as sensitive as possible when I'm talking to an individual. But when I'm talking to a camera, I'm talking to it as harshly as I talk to myself.
Well, and you're speaking to a large number of people on camera.
Right.
So it's not an individual.
It's not like I'm talking to an audience, though. It wasted like 400,000 people. It's like
possible.
That could kind of be a good thing, though.
That more drugs is the next step as opposed to any of those other variables that you're talking about.
Right, so the sleep. If you're getting 8 hours of sleep and you're waking up before your alarm and you feel rested, the sleep's optimal. If the sleep's not optimal, I have a sleep video.
Dude, all the pit bull owners I've met have been insufferable. They get them just to look tough and let them run around without a leash to go maul some poor old lady to death.
Yeah, well, there's an interesting cross-sectional survey about pit bull attacks. A huge correlation with pit bull attacks has to do with the owners. The owners are more likely to have low socioeconomic status, so be in poverty. And they're also far more likely to have a criminal history. So there's a lot of broke, retard criminals that own pit bulls. So they're just basically trailer park trash, like loser Walmart people. And yeah, they're just irresponsible dickheads. Thanks for the donation, though, Masashi Blade.
On my YouTube channel, which I talk about sleep hygiene. And I actually show my bed and my bedside, show how much effort I put into getting sleep, which is fucking insane. Like, the fact that I have tinfoil over my windows is enough to make people consider me crazy. That's like level 1. It's like there's 7 levels of crazy beyond that tinfoil on the windows. Then,
can you list just a couple? Because I'm really curious now.
All right, so I wear an eye mask.
Yep.
All right, I have a speaker, Bluetooth speaker, set up to one different phone. It's a dedicated phone just to thunderstorms. And then it's on a live thunderstorm from Danny Lewis. I like his thunderstorms more than other people's thunderstorms. It has to be Danny Lewis's thunderstorms. It's like, then there's the CPAP machine, right? And then I've got an air filtration device right where the intake is of the CPAP machine, so that it's cleaning the air before it goes in the CPAP machine. And then it's got a space heater, so that I can regulate the temperature of the air in the CPAP. On the other side of the bed, I've got my air conditioning window mount. So I can exactly modulate the exact temperature of the room, because I've got an upper limit on one machine and a lower limit on the other machine. Then next to me, I've got Tums, I've got melatonin, and that's just like a tip of the iceberg. What else is there? I've got sound, light, airflow, temperature covered. That's, I think, like 4 or 5 of them. There's other things I'm forgetting. But
the tinfoil is there primarily for light, not anything else, like radio waves or whatever it might be.
You have a mask on. You have a mask on.
Yep, it doesn't matter. I want triple redundancy. That's how you succeed, right? You don't bring one battery for your night vision goggles. You bring 2 batteries for your night vision goggles, plus the one that's in there.
The Solomon Nelson video with Johnny Shreve isn't that interesting. Like, we could probably watch it next stream. Yeah, it's the Johnny Shreve one. It's like 2 hours, 40 minutes. There's not much to it. You can maybe watch some of it.
True. Right? So it's one of those things where I want to have triple redundancy on everything. So I have a backup phone. And then that way in the middle of the night, I can reach over. And like if as soon as the speaker cuts out, I can then just toggle the phone over to its own speaker so that I don't fully wake up. Because once you're up for 4 minutes, you're up.
Yeah.
So you get 4 minutes to deal with whatever the problem is. And then if any light enters your eyes, your cortisol goes up, you're up.
So what happens if you got to wake up to take a piss?
I do all the time. And I've got 4 minutes. I've got 4 minutes or less to piss.
So is there a bucket in the corner of the room?
No, it's right across the other side of the room. And then what I do is I get up and I hit the ultraviolet filtration on the air filtration device so that there's a small blue light right next to the bed. So I have like, and it casts enough light in the room, I can see my way over to the toilet, pee, and then make it back and then hit the button to turn off that light and get back in. But it's not enough light to where it's actually going to wake me up.
Any infrared light and things like that in your bedroom at night, or haven't gone to that extent?
I haven't gotten that far yet.
Okay, so there's more rabbit holes.
There probably is. There's probably going to be people in the comments who are like, what a stupid asshole. He calls himself a doctor. He doesn't know about the 570-second wavelength. And, you know.
But some people might look at it and go, oh, wow, okay, but like, how is your sleep for doing all that? And when you travel, saying you can't take that stuff with you, what's the difference?
I haven't slept in like 2 days. So I did like 70 milligrams of melatonin last night just so I'd be wide-eyed bushtail for this. It didn't work. So I had to use a prototype of a energy drink that I'm designing.
Okay.
To wake up for this. And I don't want to take too much. I took a half a scoop, and I think I'm pretty hyper right now.
Sure.
But this is, I don't normally use caffeine. It's been like 3 years. But this was important, so that's why I did do it.
What would your daily dose of melatonin be just for sleep quality?
Zero.
So you said you had it by the bed though. Like, is that like in case then?
If it's going to be more than 4 minutes, and I'm like, oh shit, I got to time it right, because the cortisol and the light makes the melatonin secretion from pineal gland go down. So I can front load it with this sublingual dissolvable melatonin tablets, so I can spike my blood levels of melatonin, so that as one thing's coming down, the graph's going up, and I can knock myself out after the 5-6 minute mark.
Is that a mistake a lot of people make, taking it kind of too close to the bedtime, whereas they need that kind of bleed-in time, especially if they're taking like oral as opposed to sublingual?
So that's the thing, it's administration time. Ella, Scientific Snitch on Instagram, she has this thing up where you're supposed to do it an hour before, but I haven't discussed with her whether or not it is sublingual or oral that she's talking about, because administration matters. And so that's why I'm just doing what I've done, and it usually works. So the other things you can do before sleep is GABA. That's strong as fuck. So I try to only use that as a last resort too. Magnesium, 800 milligrams of bisglycinate is what I use. So I'll use ashwagandha, either 600 or 1200 milligrams. And that's basically, I'm trying to cover all my bases, because let's say you're using androlone. So you're blocking the cortisol receptors. So that means there's going to be free floating cortisol, which means that you're going to have more agitation. So that means you're going to have something like ashwagandha in there to cancel out. So like when you use certain drugs like androlone, even if you're using a baby dose, you're still going to have to use something to block out the cortisol. Because yes, you do have cortisol blockers, but then that has more free form cortisol. You're blocking the cortisol from binding the muscles. But is it equally binding all tissue types? Or is it just muscular?
Sure.
So
this is a little bit of a tangent, I apologize. Since you mentioned kind of free flow or floating cortisol and it only being blocked in certain tissues, is this somewhere you find where a lot of people go wrong with post-cycle? As in, on cycle, cortisol might be high because you're dieting, whatever, or your body is putting out extra cortisol to try and balance the androgens, for a better way of putting it. And then they come off their cycle and they're like, okay, well, I can't get jacked anymore, so I may as well cut down my calories, cut down my carbs. I'm going to train more because I'm worried about losing my gains. And then you get this perfect storm where now they're not blocking that extra cortisol anymore, and the calories have come down, and the training volume's gone up, and then they're like, oh, I lost some of my gains. Can you just dive into that a little bit, because that's so common?
Can we circle back? I want to address the other things. So the nutrition things we're talking about, the checklist as to whether you get the green light to increase your masteron. So like the nutrition stuff that's going to tie into that is like, are you at a calorie neutrality at the very least? So like me and Ella did a video, advanced discussion, autopsy of bulking, where she pretty much, something I played with the idea for years, and I noticed it myself, but she pretty much murdered the whole calorie surplus thing, murdered it dead. And there's people who still fight against her, but it's fucking funny. It's just pathetic when they try. But it's the idea is, if you are eating at least calorie neutral, you've got enough nutrition pretty much to grow. Justin Harris talks about this, that if you actually broke it down, it's like 20 grams of extra protein a day wouldn't turn into would be like 20 pounds of muscle a year. It's absurd amount of how much, like, people are eating hundreds of extra grams of protein, eating hundreds or thousands of extra calories to generate what the most you're going to get is maybe 3 to 5 pounds of muscle a year. So it's absurd how much people are overdoing it with the calories. If you can only gain 1 pound a month, and you can't even grow that, but even if you could only grow 1 pound a month, that's only 100 calories a day. That's only like 25 extra grams of protein, right? So like, there's no reason to go super excessive with calories. So as long as your weight's stable, then you're fine. And then as far as training stimulus, if you're getting a pump when
the pit bull cope is hilarious. They are genetically just violent dogs and their bloodline should be ended. It has nothing to do with owners. Tons of dumb fucks own labs, but their violent attack rate is much lower.
There's never been any actual study, as far as I'm aware, proving that. It's just based on, again, case reports or cross-sectional surveys, so I don't think you can confidently make that statement. Thanks for the donation, though, Majin Buu.
When you're training that muscle. That doesn't mean you have to, but if you are, pretty good indication you've stimulated that muscle. If I'm doing bicep curls and I'm getting an anterior deltoid forearm pump, but not a bicep pump, it might not be the right exercise for me. But if I'm getting a bicep pump, the biceps are getting stimulated. If you're slightly sore the next day, you slightly overtrained it. Because you did damage and now your immune system has to repair that damage with inflammation. So you definitely did something if you're inflamed from it. So you want to scratch the surface, you want to stimulate it. You know, what's stimulate, not annihilate was Lee Haney's thing. So we want, if 6 sets is 1 set too many, you could do 5, and then come back 48 hours later and do 5 more, and then come back 48 hours later and do 5 more. So if you do that, which is kind of like an Israel model, you know, and so that's what I mean. If you've got your bases covered, you're getting good enough sleep, you're getting at least calorie neutrality, you're getting at least the appropriate amount of protein, you're getting at least, you're stimulating the muscle as frequently as possible and not overtraining it, but you're at least stimulating enough to where you got to pump it, and you know that you're exactly 1 set under too many. So I think Israel's idea is that if MRV is maximum recoverable volume, and then MEV is maximum effective volume, then MAV, maximum adaptive volume, is not right under MRV, it's right above MEV. So it's, if 4 sets is enough and you can handle 18 sets, the right amount might be 5 sets every 48 hours.
AG1's next gen is now one of the most clinically backed green powder. They went above and beyond the industry standard in testing and have made a great product even better.
AG1's fucking garbage.
And your blood work says your test is at 1500, your IGF-1 is at 300, and you're still not growing, then adding a little bit of masteron, maybe 10 to 20 milligrams a day, would probably push you over the edge.
In that context there, so first off, that video about TDE maintenance, whatever, can you just talk about that a little bit? Because that is being, should we say, misconstrued by people, where they see maintenance as the amount it takes to maintain their body weight, but it's not really as simple as that, or the way that you and your colleague, whoever, were explaining it in the video, it's a little bit more complicated than that.
I think everyone wants to win on that battle. But the war is waged somewhere else. So her whole point is, science bullshit aside, even though that's what she does, science is, if your fat level's the same, you're at maintenance, because fat is reserve energy. If your fat level's going down, you're not at maintenance, you're at a deficit. If your fat level's going up, you're at a surplus. So judging your progress based on fat, as long as your fat's neutral, then that means you are not gaining any fat. So if your lifts are progressing in the gym, but your fat level's neither going down nor up, you're at maintenance. So the old way of thinking was maintenance was body weight, but body weight's a shitty way of measuring something because it's mostly water and sodium that changes. And true, we have no accurate way to measure body fat. But if you look over a span of 6 months and your conditioning is the same, that's what matters. Is if you put on 20 pounds on your bench press, 40 pounds on this row, 40 pounds on squat, and you've been lifting the same program for 6 months, and you've been lifting 10 years, if you're making that much gains, it ain't neuromuscular adaptation. It's got to be muscle, and you probably look bigger. So that's what the whole context is. It isn't for people who are competitive bodybuilders, because competitive bodybuilders are going to want to put some fat back on after the show. And but when it comes to the vast majority of people, and I think most of her audience, it's regular people who are not competitive bodybuilders. They just want to permabulk. And so rather than permabulking, main gaining, like Doucette says, which is a healthier way of approaching it. People are concerned that maybe this isn't the fastest way to do it. Maybe it's not. But if you're bulking for 8 months and then you have to cut for 6 months, then after that 14 months, are you really further ahead than the person who just main gained for 14 months? No. It's the tortoise versus the hare. The hare has to take rests, and the tortoise can keep going. Bodybuilding is a sport of the tortoise, not the hare. And then additionally, when you go into a calorie surplus and you're growing fat, you're not just getting hypertrophy of the fat cells, you're getting hyperplasia of the fat cells. So you're getting more fat cells. And then your leptin amount is dependent off of how many fat cells you have, not and how full they are. So it means each iteration of bulking and cutting, your appetite's going to permanently go up and up and up. You're set.
I am very skeptical as to whether or not that's actually true. I think some of this is assumed.
Is that thing Mike Israel said truth, that when you gain a certain amount of fat the cells only swell and you can lose it all again, but if you gain too much the cells multiply and you have a harder time losing that weight again?
So I'm pretty sure when you initially gain weight, your fat cells actually initially go through hyperplasia, then they swell up, and then once they reach like a maximum domain size, they go through hyperplasia again. I think some of this assumption that having an increased fat cell count increases hunger, it's because people with greater perceived hunger in general have more hyperplasia of fat cells, but it maybe it's like a chicken or the egg thing. It's not necessarily that having increased hyperplasia generates more hunger. It's just that people who are hungrier and fatter end up having more hyperplasia. Because, like, I've just anecdotally, I've gone through bulking and cutting phases. The more experience I've had dieting, the easier it's been over time. So, I don't know. I'm a little skeptical of this. I don't know if there's any real direct evidence for any of this crap. And especially when there's so many social factors involved. And you're also going off of subjective perception of hunger. I don't know. It's hard to say, but I'm very, very skeptical. Just like anecdotally, I've seen so many bodybuilders bulk and cut. I've never seen any of them really claim, man, each time I go through a bulk and then a cutting phase, it gets harder each time. Like, generally speaking, I've seen more people claim the more times they've had to go through bulking and cutting phases, the cutting phase gets easier. So it may be like a nocebo effect where after people hear this, they end up thinking it. Thanks for the donation, though, David. Jania donated $3. Let me see.
Animals. Must we really stop eating them now, or can I have one last burger? But veganism is just extreme. It's narrow-minded, it's judgmental, it's self-satisfied.
Look, if you and I were in a field drinking beetroot juice and somebody walked in and started sucking on the breasts of a cow, who's the maniac? It isn't just the human animal that has an interest in his life. It isn't just the human animal who feels a deep connection to his mother. It isn't just the human animal who would rather be loved than be alone, rather be free than be enslaved, rather live than be killed.
But vegans are still going to have to convince an awful lot of people.
You have to stop diminishing us, okay? We are not vegans.
You
Animals.
are vegans.
No, we're not. We're all animals. That's why the idea of a meat industry is so appalling. Look at what the meat industry is doing to our planet. Look at what it's doing to other animals. Look at what it's doing to us. That's extreme. We are not vegans. They are carnists.
Why don't people like vegans?
That was when we stopped being vegans. We didn't have to be vegans anymore because they were carnists.
Interesting take. Thanks for the donation, though, Jania.
That point is going to go up and up and up because you're putting on fat cells that you don't want to put on. It's not an optimal way of doing it. Even if you and she even says, something I figured out too is, if 100 calories a day is enough of a surplus and you feel like, what if I'm underestimating it? Go 200 calories a day. Then you'll gain 2 pounds a month as opposed to 1 pound a month. There's no fucking way you're getting 2 pounds of muscle a month.
I didn't say there's anything wrong with green powder. I said AG1's a scam. Those are two different statements. Q donated $2. Sean Baker, nonsense.
And yet, as you know, the incredible benefits that people seeing here and now today are enormous. You cannot deny when someone's dropped 100 pounds. You cannot deny when someone is off 10 medication. You cannot deny someone who's bedridden and suicidal is now happy. Those things are not something you can just sweep under the rug. So now they got to say, well, in 30 years, you're going to get this or that. That's like, you might as well.
All right, guys, I've seen a lot of people make comments about, you should avoid a carnivore diet or maybe a high protein diet.
Did your doctor tell you your chronic disease is something you're going to have for the rest of your life and there's really nothing you can do about it other than take pills? Question on why do women lose their period on a carnivore diet? Most women do not lose their period on a carnivore diet. I think the women that potentially might are women that generally are probably under consuming enough energy, right? We see this in really any. All right, autoimmune diseases are literally exploding, and the modern healthcare system of this is just to give you toxic drugs for the rest of your life. Now, that is certainly an unsatisfying solution.
Where's his evidence that autoimmune diseases are exploding? Where? I I don't know of any data that supports that. So this article is just talking about prevalence. It's not... increasing prevalence of autoimmunity and autoimmune disease. Self-reactive immune. Where's autoimmunity, autoimmune diseases are dramatically increasing in many parts of the world, like as a result. By how much? This is just a stupid author's opinion. Like, the thing is, things like rheumatoid arthritis are a form of autoimmune disease, and we know why it's caused. It's caused by bacterial infections in the urinary tract, so there's a lot of different types of autoimmune diseases, and I don't think it's a coincidence that more women experience autoimmune disease because they're also more prone to urinary tract infections.
Is somewhat depressing and certainly disempowering, but I'm here to tell you that there is a better way for this. Now, we've seen a rise in autoimmunity parallel the increased consumption of absolute garbage food, and we see people every day at Rivero that actually put these diseases in remission, and coincidentally it happens.
So trust me, bro.
Happens when we fix their nutrition. It's not a mystery as far as I'm concerned.
I don't even understand, like, how is he defining autoimmune disease? Like, it's such a broad spectrum of disorders.
You know, we see stories like this, things like Crohn's disease, rheumatoid arthritis, psoriasis.
Is Crohn's disease even considered an autoimmune? And did he say osteoarthritis? Osteoarthritis isn't an autoimmune condition.
Things like Crohn's disease, rheumatoid arthritis,
rheumatoid, yeah.
Psoriasis, a whole host of autoimmune disease get better. The system, as you guys ought to know by now, the system profits from keeping you sick. And
I don't know why a carnivore diet's the only way to resolve those issues. Most of those videos were just bullshit, and there's nothing really to react to. Thanks for the donation, Q.
Continuously. So it means you're guaranteeing you're gaining 1 pound of fat a month. So if that makes you feel more comfortable, because you know for sure you have a surplus of calories because you're gaining a half a pound a week, and it's easier to track that way, that's fine. But that's how many more weeks are you going to have to cut before a show? And the longer that prep phase, the more grueling it is. The bigger the deficit, the more muscle you're going to lose. So are you really gaining more muscle? No.
In that context as well, do you think there's a misconception as well about what maintenance means? And by that, I mean, we all take into account like step count or, how many calories you burn in the gym. But if we look at maintenance as the energy it takes to cover the activity you're doing, but also recover from the activity you're doing, in theory, maintenance calories would also cover the recovery process, right?
And I think what a lot of these science guys are doing is they're not accounting the calories it took to grow the tissue into TDEE. And that's where and if you read the comments on those videos, because I think one of those videos has 240,000 views, and there's thousands of comments in there. If you actually read through the comments, she can't fight all those fights, so I'll jump in there once in a while. And it's like, she's got better shit to do. I don't have better shit to do. I'll fight all day. But so it's like, I'll get in there. And the thing is it's the semantics over how they define TDEE. And so they're like, well, it says so in my textbook. I was like, guess what, dude? The textbook was written by a dude. God didn't write your fucking textbook. And one day she's going to have a PhD and she's going to be writing the fucking textbooks. So that's whatever she says is I'm not saying whatever she says goes, but these are men who write now ladies who write the textbooks. They're not gods. And it doesn't mean the shit in there is right.
True. Well, at some point, it also said that leeches cured everything as well, right?
What's funny you brought that up is how many motherfuckers do I have to tell not to get their blood drawn? They're like, oh, my doctor says my Medicrit's high. I got to get my blood drawn. I was like, did he use leeches? They're like, no. I was like, how fucking stupid is that? And they're like, what do you mean? I was like, think it through. Why the fuck would your body make more red blood cells if it didn't want them? It's like, well, it's supposed to cause strokes. It's like, it's supposed to cause strokes in 70-year-old men. Are you 70 years old? No. I was like, they're regressing. They're taking data and they're supposing the mechanism that caused those events. Like, of the stroke people, they had a correlation. Doesn't mean there's causation. Like, do people in Denver give their blood? No. What do you mean? It's like, well, it's got less oxygen in Denver. So I bet in Denver they've got more red blood cells on average.
So what you're saying is that all of these things come with context that people like to ignore?
Or they just don't think that deep about it.
Yeah.
They just think because it's written down, it's true. It's like, just because it's written down doesn't mean shit. It's like, so-and-so is smart. He wrote a book. It's like, I could write a book.
Well,
like,
if they give blood, won't that super compensate and bring it even higher?
It does. It does. So the correct thing to do is, if your blood's thick, drink more fucking water. It's like, well, I just pee more. I'm like, well, take more salt. And it's like, well, that's going to make my blood pressure go up. It was, will it? Like, that's what you were told. But that was all based on data from people with kidney failure.
Yeah.
That if you use sea salt with water and you get the ratios right, I've got in my hydration video, I think it's how to grow episode 11. It has the formulas on exactly how to get in enough water and sodium. And I have like a system. Here's my shit. Boom, 45 ounces, right? So you have, let's say, 4 of these would be 180. No, what am I trying to say here? Each one of these is basically 1.5 liters. So you put in the right amount of salt for you, and then you drink it, and you drink faster because there's salt in it. If it's so salty it tastes like shit, it's too much salt. If it's so salty you get diarrhea, it's too much salt. But if you put enough salt in it that it tastes better, then, and it doesn't give you heartburn, you know when you drink a lot of water, you get heartburn? Put more salt in there. You won't get the heartburn. And then your body will hold the water. And just because people are like, well, it's going to make your blood pressure go up. I'm like, maybe it might go the diastolic to go up. But if the systolic is high, it's because the tension on the vessels is so great because you're probably dehydrated. So if you're type 1 hypertensive, let's say you're 135/65, fluid is not the problem. I mean, actually is the problem. You're probably dehydrated. So if you added fluid, your bottom number will come up, your top number might come down. If it's the other way around, if for whatever reason you have a high lower level, you know, you might have pitting edema in your ankles. It's like, we'd have to explore, why are you holding all this water? Is it estrogen overload? Is it kidney deficiency? There's got to be a reason for it. So you have to track down that blood pressure problem. And once you solve for the blood pressure problem, it opens your door up to a lot of stuff. But when nobody has high blood pressure because they have a pill deficiency, nobody has high blood pressure because they have a propranolol deficiency. That's not the nutrient that you're missing, is the drug that your Western medicine doctor is pushing on you.
Just to circle back to the diet bit there, what do you make of the argument that the surplus can be helpful if it allows you to increase your calories and increase your carbs, which can have beneficial effects on like IGF-1, mTOR, bring cortisol down? Does that play actually a meaningful effect in your mind, or is that people just looking for excuses to be in a high deficit? Surplus.
So we talked about that. I think we have a whole extra episode on just insulin, because that's something that we were taught is you slam the insulin one way or the other. Either you slam enough carbs to drive up your endogenous pancreatic secretion of insulin until the pancreas starts to fail, and then you supplement it with Lantus, or you can just slam Humalog pre and post training and chase it with some carbs that help you live. And what happens is the insulin binds to the Janus kinase receptor, and then that stimulates the pathway that works its way down to AKT, and then AKT works with mTOR to stimulate muscle protein synthesis, and then also the insulin will also help upregulate IGF-1 expression. But so that's what makes sense, right? But she brings up this point, and I think this is probably true, is as the insulin level goes up, intramuscular triglycerides go up. And then intramuscular triglycerides then are what the cause of insulin resistance.
At the muscle level?
Yeah. So that therefore you do short-term benefit, but long-term harm. So it isn't necessarily the right thing to do.
And do you think that's a problem though, like people are getting their blood panels and going, oh, but my blood glucose or even my resting insulin is good, but that's just present in the blood as opposed to the tissues that maybe we're worried about?
No, so this is how I would investigate for insulin resistance. And I got this from my business partner, Dr. Karina Dodson, that if you got HbA1c, which is nice, that's the long term, that's the red blood cells and how glycosylated they are, and that tells you 120 days worth how it gives you a picture of the last 120 days how much glucose you were over, right? I rarely see guys who are under 5.5. All right. Then there's the fasted glucose, which is at the time of testing, but that's kind of useless without having a fasted insulin. So if your fasted insulin is under 5, you're insulin sensitive, assuming your HbA1c is under like 5.3 or something. If your fasting insulin's over 5, even if your glucose is good, it means that your cells are getting insulin resistant, so your pancreas is working overtime, so you've got more insulin in the bloodstream. So it's a prelude to insulin resistance. I mean, it's a prelude to diabetes type 2. You're not there yet, but eventually it's going to get to the point where the pancreas can't keep up with the demand, that you're going to get so resistant that the maximum it can pump hundreds of extra grams of protein, eating hundreds or thousands of extra calories to generate what the most you're going to get is maybe 3 to 5 pounds of muscle a year. So it's absurd how much people are overdoing it.
Oh, wait, we already saw that part.
Give their blood? No. What do you mean? It's like, well, it's got less.
These timestamps have nothing to do with what they're talking about.
I'm on this planet. I must have missed my planet and got off at the wrong exit. It's like my soul got off at the wrong exit because I do not belong on this planet. All right, so
how does this come back to Masteron? Not being people not being a big enough proponent of it.
So the priests are pushing, and I'm going to call them primogogs, that they're basically worship at the altar of Primo, and they heard a rumor, an urban legend that Primo was best, and so they repeated it. And because their education comes from watching YouTube, because on YouTube, so it's an echo chamber on YouTube of people watching each other's videos, and they're just repeating what they say. So this creates a narrative that the uneducated, emotional person latches onto, and they believe it because of safety in numbers. So the herd mentality, the sheep mindset is, if 7 people are saying one thing or 10 people are saying one thing and one guy's saying something else, they're right and he's wrong, irregardless of education, irregardless of if it makes sense, irregardless if one's a successful competitive bodybuilder and the other ones aren't. So they're going to latch onto whatever is popular. Who the fuck was using Primo 10 years ago? Nobody. People are like, well, Arnold used to do it. It's like Arnold used to use D-ball and Primo. D-ball was, they didn't have testosterone. So the only source of estrogen was D-ball. But you can mitigate that estrogen with the aromatase aromatase inhibition action of the Primo. But the Primo's metabolite is an aromatase inhibitor. So you can balance D-ball and Primo to get the perfect blend of DHB, because dianabol, when 5-alpha reduced, turns into DHB. So you got DHB as an anabolic, and you have methyl estrogen, and then you've got the Primo, which is going to be another, it's a 5-alpha reduced, so a DHT derivative, but it doesn't work like DHT. It's just an anabolic compound that's resistant to the 3-alpha HSD.
Amazing, super rigid pad, crazy friction. This machine is clearly made by people who lift heavy.
Hello, Matt Goodwin, EliteFTS.com, equipment sales. Today we are looking at the Elite FTS Signature Hack Squat machine. Boy, this thing is a monster. It's gonna have an extra wide foot plate on here. Get you a nice big wide stance on here. Come in narrow, come in wide. It will come with black diamond texture on here. Give you guys a little extra grip. This one particularly is shown with the optional laser logo side panels. So this does not come with the side panels. This will be an empty space here unless you pay the extra customization fee to get these logo panels. Highly recommended if you're a gym owner, a school, any kind of thing like that. I would definitely get the panels. A couple $100 extra bucks. Looks fantastic. This thing is it's great. We're gonna have band pegs on the top and on the bottom. Why on the top? Because this thing is heavy. So you need to deload the weight if you have a client that may be a little bit older, a little bit younger, whatever, can't handle the whole weight of the sled. We have these band pegs up on top so we can deload that weight to make it a little bit easier for you. Got adjustable handles here to kind of give yourself some grip. The release point is up here on your shoulders. So when you release it, push them out.
I'm assuming this is like $1 billion. Why is their website so fucking weird? Leg curl. Pendulum squat. Yeah, this is going to be $1 billion. That's actually not that bad. I thought this was going to be like over 10 grand. It's not too bad. Looks like a 35-degree sled. Maybe it's 40? I don't know if they ship to Canada. I don't know if I'd be able to get that downstairs. Yeah, it looks like this whole frame is welded together. I don't know if I'd even be able to fit it downstairs.
Squat, push it back in, everything locks in together.
It's 45, okay. Yeah, I don't know if I'd even be able to fit it down here. That'd be really, really tricky getting it down here if the whole thing's welded together.
Then that way. Then in other words, I'm not saying that if you have a high estrogen and a high IGF-1, you don't need to lift right.
No, I get that.
I'm
There's
just saying,
different mechanisms.
I'm just saying that you can make up for not having estrogen alpha binding and the IGF-1 through MGF.
Dave Tate here from Elite FTS to talk to you about bands. We've been...
Okay, whatever.
First of all, well, Jason, first of all, I'm really impressed at your work ethic. Like, you are really on it. You know, when you were telling me a little bit more about what you're doing, and then I started looking into it.
I've been under 7 to 8% body fat. I have somewhat some knowledge on nutrition and stuff.
Yeah, what's your body fat right now, do you think?
I'm holding good size, and my midsection doesn't look so bad. I'm probably around 15 right now.
Yeah, at least. Yeah, I notice you're thick.
At
You
least.
have a lot of muscle. You built a lot of muscle. So what is your? Let's take it from the beginning because the last video didn't record. So what is your goal right now?
Well, this year I have a movie I want to get in shape for my movie. And then next year maybe go dip my way back in the competition after the movie's over. The problem is Lenny got sick. You know, Lenny's not competing in the North Carolina show. And because there's no North Carolina show with Dale and Lenny and Andrew Floor and me, there's no Ments. There's nothing to be, if there's no Ments for my fans to see, it's just going to be
Yeah, that's 15% body fat, apparently.
boring. Nobody's going to watch it. It's not going to be entertaining. We want the whole crew there. I mean, if I'm just going to compete, it's not Menti. It's just, without Lenny, it's nothing.
Okay, so you don't need to get competition shredded. You need to get in better shape for your movie. What exactly do you want to look like for your movie?
About 10% body for 5% lower.
Okay, and when is the movie? When's your deadline to look like that?
The movie's between December and January. I haven't got the exact dates on it. But basically, I sent the Ford my lifesaver. She wants me to grow my hair out loud. Susan is her name, the casting director. And she basically, for the movie, she basically said she wants me to grow my hair 6 inches like Luke. They're going to dye my hair. They're going to make me look. They're going to CGI some of the stuff, like the face, to make it look like Luke. They're going to do different body, because I'm muscular. They're going to do different body shots so I don't look as muscular. By manipulation, they want me to practice my lightsaber skills. I send her my lightsaber skills, and tonight she'll probably look at it in about a week.
Does he actually believe some of this shit? Or did, like, some troll had to have contacted him? Or is this just some, like, one of his things where he's bragging about stuff that is never happening?
A week or something, because she's very busy. She travels a lot. So as soon as she
My knee's doing pretty decent.
looks at it, she'll let me know, you know, what the case is. But I've been on YouTube for a very, very, very long time. I'm the original creator of YouTube, I think, fitness. I got on YouTube. So if you look at videos today, a lot of videos are no older than 10, 12 years old. I've been on, some of my videos are 11 years old, bro.
How old are you?
When I started on YouTube, I was 23 years old. I'm 34 now, 11 years ago.
Whoa, I'm 36. You look a lot younger than me, though.
Yeah, I take good care of myself. That's the thing. I had a lot of knowledge in fitness for many years. I think I did abuse the drugs a little bit, but, you know, everybody does a little bit of abuse here and there.
What were your previous, what were some of your most hardcore cycles so that I know?
Probably 2017, 15, I was running about, probably 2015 wasn't my hardest because I was 180 in that show. Probably my driest and leanest was probably 7 or 8, and I was about running about probably about 8 grams of drugs a month.
Yeah, he was not ever running 8 grams.
A month. Okay, so 2 grams a week. Where'd you get the protocols from? Boston Lloyd?
No, well, yeah, I got some of the knowledge, not from Boston Lloyd, from Gaspari, actually, after he retired. The stack.
Yeah, no, I didn't mean that negative about Boston
Because
Lloyd.
he gave his stack out in 2 after he retired. He gave some of his secrets in his book. If you read Richard Gaspari's book, he talks about his stack when he retired, how heavy it was, how much he was using, and I was using that and that protocol, and then I really abused in 2000. That's why I'm kind of letting my receptors heal, because I ran about 10,000 milligrams in a month for 2017.
Did you notice that when you did high doses of gear that you actually could lose weight, like you go flat? 'Cause that's what happens to me when I run high doses.
Yeah, I got a little flat, but I was really muscular in 2017. I was sitting about 8 or 9.5%, about 194 pounds. So I packed on about 15 pounds of more muscle compared to that 2015.
Dude, he like never works out and can't stick to a diet. Like, why does he say this shit?
Show where I was 179. I packed about 15 pounds. It was a lot of muscle, man.
We'll get into what protocol might be
God.
best for you for your movie. Tell me what it makes you feel like to play the good guys in the Star Wars.
KMT Donatello is the GOAT. Let me see.
As I was denied access into the clubhouses, that's fine. Put my shoes on here in the parking lot. I asked 2 questions only. That was it. Where was the first tee, and what was the course record?
You're gonna recite the entire English alphabet in a slow, non-rhythmic manner, meaning you're not gonna sing it, okay? Do you understand the instructions?
Yeah.
Okay, what were the instructions?
Not to sing the national anthem backwards.
Do you like Rammstein?
Yeah, I like Rammstein. They're good. Sun is my favorite song from them. Thanks for the donation, David. Was that actually Tiger Woods? Dude. He had to have been so fucking sauced. Like recite the alphabet. What did I just say? Don't sing the national anthem backwards? Oh my god. Oh my god, dude, he fell off. Bro, what is he doing? Isn't the guy like a billionaire? Why in the fuck is he getting drunk and driving? I've never understood that. When you're that rich and it's so easy to get like a private like limo driver or chauffeur or something, why in the fuck would you ever drive drunk? It's so stupid. Thanks for the donation, Cam.
Versus your character, you play like the Vader. Everything I see is, theme Vader.
I think it's kind of cool changing it up and being the good guy for once. It should be an interesting role, getting my feet wet, playing Luke Skywalker's father, Luke Skywalker, the father of Darth Vader. I think it's pretty cool that I'm being in a fan movie, and doing that type of stuff. It's entertaining. I think it's really cool, and I'm going to enjoy this. It's going to be fun. It's a $2 million film. If I get royalties.
Yeah, seriously, why do you even need to leave your house to get drunk when you have a mansion? Like, he doesn't even have to go out to meet girls or anything. Like, he could literally just fucking post on Facebook, like, any hot bitches, just come here. Like, it's so... These people are just cracked. They have something, like, seriously fucking wrong with them, and just, I don't know, once some shit goes wrong with their life, like, they're not golfing anymore, focusing on a sport, like, staying consistent with shit, and then they just go fucking insane.
For the rest of my life, I can just sit back, collect $5,000 a month, and not even work. That's great.
That's nice. So one thing that made me nervous about you is, you order 66 people, which is a dangerous and powerful tool you need to use responsibly. But you choose the Vader theme.
Cam, $20. I love Tiger Woods.
So you're coming from LA? What were you doing in LA? I'm sorry?
Question, MML.
Okay. Well,
Around.
I'm Officer Fandry with the Jupiter Police Department, okay?
Yes, sir.
You're in Jupiter, Florida right now.
Yeah.
Over here, sir. Okay. It's your other shoe that's untied, man. Well, that one is too. Okay, so where are you coming from today?
How are you even able to, like, not crash into a tree if you're this drunk?
Jupiter, Florida.
You're coming from Jupiter, Florida?
Yes.
Okay, do you know where you're going?
No.
You're just driving around, or what?
I like to drive.
I'm sorry?
I like to drive.
You like to drive?
Just go from Mental.
Do you have problems with feeling very cold when you're in a huge deficit? I don't know. It's cold in the basement, but I don't feel cold when I'm like upstairs or anything. But this is a cold basement. Also, that Solomon Israel video is boring. Don't watch it. Well, I've already seen it. It is kind of boring. Like, there's not much. Just, like, Johnny Shreve is a boring guy, and he kind of yaps too long. And it takes him way too long to get to any point he's making. Like, if you edited that video down to, like, 20 minutes, it'd be more interesting. But, yeah, basically Mike Isertel's just a whiny baby who can't handle any criticism. And even when you give him basic advice, he, like, considers it criticism and then gets defensive about it. All that was really said over the course of 2 hours, 40 minutes.
Okay.
Off course,
Left foot, and then right foot with your heel touching your toe of your left foot. All right, make your right foot heel touch your toe. The ABCs from A to Z in a slow, non-rhythmic manner, okay?
Wait a minute.
You may begin when you're ready. Afterwards, you don't have to walk anywhere.
Wait a minute.
Go ahead and stand with your feet together and your arms down by your side.
Oh.
Are you okay? What's wrong?
What are we doing?
Do you understand?
A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P.
I'm placing you under arrest for suspicion of driving under the influence, okay? Do you understand? All right, go ahead and spread your feet for me. Do you have anything on you that's going to poke me, prick me, stick me, or cut me?
No.
You don't?
No.
Okay.
What a fucking moron, dude. Why did this guy even get married, by the way? Like, it's so weird. Dudes just do shit that makes no fucking sense. Like, if I won the lottery before meeting Jasmine, I would have never gotten fucking married. Like, when you have that kind of fucking money and so much shit to lose, why would you ever get fucking married? It's like just fucking crazy. The dude's just unhinged. Thanks for the donation though, Cam. Oblivion donated $2, pretty much doing this in remastered lull, going for a pure mage build with High Elf. Yeah, I remember that. There used to be, in the OG game, there's some glitch you could use where if you pressed the lockpick button and then paused it, you'd get a perfect lockpick each time, and I just used that glitch.
Be quick about it, mortal. Which of my lord's boons do you require this time? The meaningless chores. Be more specific. With what do you want to cut down your foes? Take it, mortal. Do you dare ask for more? I will allow you to ask for more items later.
Weird. I'm gonna have to play that at some point. Summoning demons is fucking insane, lol. Yeah, if only you could do it in real life. Thanks for the donation, Oblivion.
Which is like the bad guy, you know. And I've had a friend in the past who liked being the bad guy, and you know, sometimes he would do bad things to people because he wanted to actually be a bad guy in a movie. Is there any part of you that just likes doing bad things, or what? Why did you pick the bad guy?
I think I was tormented because a lot of things, and I'll tell you, Tony Hugh, a lot of people use me in the fitness industry, but I felt betrayed by my own people. PJ Braun, who used to be, Iron Mag Lab, I exposed him. Nobody ever heard of PJ Braun until I exposed him, and then he became famous and piggyback off me and built a huge empire because of me. If it wasn't for me,
dude, Jason is a fucking narcissist. Like, he's a retarded autistic narcissist.
He would have been practically nobody would have ever heard of how PJ Braun was. Also, another person who used me used to be in fitness.
Bro, and isn't the whole reason he's talking shit here is because, like, PJ Braun wouldn't give him, like, free supplements anymore or something?
Was a couple other people, like fitness people, and I felt stabbed and I felt abandoned and abused. So I rebelled. I said, fuck this. I don't like the way the fitness community is treating me. I guess I'm a bad guy. People treating me like shit and stabbing all over me.
Got it. I don't travel much.
I don't travel that much, but I do travel. I mean, if you were to travel me out to California when you're out there, I could stay with you as long as possible. If you needed me to get fucking shredded condition for 10%, I would stay with you.
Hey.
Hey, Nutmuffin, what's going on, dude? Thanks for the donation, dude. If you want me to live with you, I'll live with you? Like, that's literally what he's saying?
You however long and eat the food and do what I need to do to get there, you know?
Okay, that's something to consider. Yeah, actually, it would have been interesting to have this conversation earlier because I'm doing for Generation Iron these insane transformations, but now I'm running out of time up to the grand finale, which is me competing in the Lake Tahoe show. So now I have to focus on that part of it. Okay, so I'm going to make some calls and have stuff and ask some friends to get you some stuff. And we can go over the protocol and how to use those when you receive those. So that could be another video.
So how do I get them? Are they going to meet them somewhere?
No. People will mail you things.
They gave you a very hard look.
It was a good starting SARM, yeah. But like even at your level where you had a lot of experience with things like Trenbolone, Austrine's kind of weak for you. Austrine would be like you taking Anavar. Austrine to me is kind of the Anavar of SARMs.
So what are you gonna send me in the mail? You thinking?
Well, so you don't need the dry hard look right now. Right now, you can focus on kind of gaining muscle, burning fat, sort of recomping. And then as it gets closer to the movie, then you can focus on pulling the water out and hardening up, just like a competition, except for extreme. So in the beginning, you might want to use something like Ligandrol, LGD 4033, something that puts on a little bit more muscle size, but doesn't really help the muscle definition much. And then as it goes on closer, you start looking at things like S23, RAD 140, and S4.
Yeah.
Dude, Tony Huge is just literal AIDS. Like, Jason Genova is a literal retard. He may as well be, like, giving steroid advice to, like, a 9-year-old. I don't even know if Jason's cognitive ability is even comparable to a 9-year-old. I've met 9-year-olds who have more sense, more social awareness, and have more, like, responsibility than Jason. Like, Jason works, 2 hours a week at Publix, and he's on disability for his, like, autism and shit. There are 9-year-olds who work fucking full-time jobs in shithole poor-ass countries. So, like, for not only is Tony Hughes' steroid advice and shit just irresponsible, period, for, like, literally anybody, but for him to come on and talk to Jason like this, it's just... Like, the guy has no fucking morals. He's literally telling somebody who's mentally disabled, who probably has the intellect of, like, a 10-year-old at best. Oh, yeah, you want to take this SARM and do this steroid and shit, and oh, this SARM is too weak for you. Yeah, you have experience with Trenbolone, you probably want to take something stronger. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
10%. Yeah. So what do you think I was, my leanest, looking at my old videos would impress you? What do you think my leanest year was, would impress you the most?
I have not seen you get super shredded. I'd love to see it. And I don't know how lean, I don't know which video I've seen that you look the leanest, but you had the amount of muscle. I would love to see you get ultra shredded. I think you would blow the world away if you did.
Yeah, that's why I think I should figure out how, I think the lowest I ever was 8 back in the Adam Harper era when I was doing all that massive amount of cardio. But I think the thing is I ate a lot of muscle when I was doing that.
Okay, so I did watch the training video. You the hacks press video, and I saw more talking than I saw working out, which is great. It's funny and entertaining. And you mentioned my name in it, which was cool. That was fun to hear.
The old videos are very hardcore. Have you watched the old videos?
Okay, no, I need to see what your hardcore training looks like. So I'll go back and
go back to like 10 years ago, 8 years ago. It was really hardcore back then.
Okay, I'll check it out. So do you think, as I get older, 36, it's hard for me to train as hard as I used to? Like, I used to be crazy intense. Do you think you can pull that intensity back again?
If I don't injure myself, I have to really watch. Like, the only thing I got to watch out for is deadlifts and squats because it really hurts me bad. I have a slip disc in my back and my vertebrae, and deadlifts are not good at squats because I have a compressed disc.
So what about a bent over row? You're bending over and you're rowing for your back.
That's okay if I wear a back brace, but I can't go super heavy because this disc is killing me there.
Okay, you can do heavy. You can do heavy. Oh, here, Trevor, come say hi.
Trevor, what a freak! Hey, what's up, brother?
I can hear you guys talking. I'm in the other room.
What do you got? What are you doing? Taking a nap?
Oh, I was, man, but I could barely sleep. I think we're gonna go to the gym pretty soon here.
What time is it there now? It's like 8 or 9 o'clock, 7 o'clock?
8:18 p.m.
Yeah, 8. It gets later and later when I work out now, and I just don't work out.
Yeah. Older you get, the harder it gets, my friend.
Oh, every day.
You know that Trevor's only, how old are you?
I'm 29.
29.
Whoa.
Wow, late 20s.
Way older.
I met him when he was like 26, and I couldn't.
Dude, he looks like 10 years older than me now.
Believe it, because he looks a lot.
Yeah, that guy looks so old.
A lot older, and of course, he's one of the biggest guys I've ever seen.
What's hilarious is this jackass used to make videos with Tony Hughes talking about how human growth hormone stops you from aging, and he even claimed that you could, in theory, live forever and never die if you took high amounts of human growth hormone, like from when you're a child, basically. It would stop you from aging. And then this guy looks like he's over 40 at 29 years old.
So to see a 26-year-old that big.
Well, even bending over like this, my back's hurt.
Yeah, he's got a lot.
Beard any tellers who was in the wrong here. Let me see. Fucking TikTok sucks, dude.
This guy, he's
standing over there. He has like blonde hair, like red beard. He's a little short, but he's really sexy at the same time. I'm gonna go see if he is interested. Like he's staring at me and I'm staring at him. But like he's not doing anything. So, it's kind of empty in here. So I don't know, maybe this is the time I actually say something. It's been a while. I don't want to interrupt him. I'm so fucking mad. Oh, he's working out. He's really focused. I'm gonna see him. He's kind of surrounded by people. Alright, I'm just gonna go say hi. You look good. What you working on?
Talking to me?
Yeah.
The fuck it looks like I'm in a gym working out. Do me a favor, I'm over there with my wife. Don't bother me, please.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'll do that.
Oh, that is hilarious. Bro. I've never seen a dude react that way to a chick showing him attention. Dude, this guy doesn't even... Was this staged? He's not strong, shit at lifting, doesn't look like he has a great physique. She mentioned he's short, and it looks like he has like receding hair. Yeah. He's like balding. And then this chick walks up to him, giving him attention. He's like, "Fucking leave me alone, bitch." Like, what? Was this staged? What's funny is, like, so many dudes deal with fucking rejection like that, where girls just go way over the top when they're rejecting a dude. And then, like, dudes are like, "Oh, man," and then they get their feelings hurt and shit. Like, usually when dudes turn a chick down, they're like, "Well, I appreciate the comment, but, you know, I'm kind of just focusing on my workout, if you don't mind," like, you know, something like that. Wow, that was harsh. Like, I think that's inappropriate reacting that way. Like, I would have just said, like, "Well, I appreciate the compliment, but I'm just focusing on my workout," or whatever, you know. I probably wouldn't even go that hard with a chick. I'd probably just say, like, "Oh, well, thank you," you know, and then let her have, like, my Instagram or whatever. Like, just say, "Oh, well, we can talk on Instagram," but then, like, ignore her or something, or just say I'm busy. If there's a social standard where no one cares if, like, girls go crazy and insane when a dude just acts nice to them, like, you know, the old, "Oh my god, I can't believe you're talking to me when I'm just getting gas. Can I be left alone, fuck's sakes?" Like, if everyone defends women acting that way, sure, whatever, like, you know. I don't think either gender should react that way. Like, I think we should be a little more pro-social than that. This is just hard to believe. Like, this dude reacting to a chick who's, like, she's not fine as hell, but I mean, for that dude, like, yeah, she's chubby and everything, but she has a cute face and stuff. It's just hard for me to believe that this isn't staged. Like, there's no way this guy is getting approached by women fucking ever. Short, redheaded dude who's not in good shape, can't lift, balding. That's hard to believe that's not staged. And for a guy like that to react that way, weird. Also, please tell us about times women hit on you in public, whether it be in the gym or elsewhere. I haven't been to a public gym in a long time, but there's this one weird circumstance where this chick, she was really pretty. She was hitting on me in a public gym. I was kind of iffy about not even pursuing her, but like accepting her advances. I just got like a weird vibe. Like she was attractive enough. I was attracted to her, but I just got this weird feeling about her. And she kept hitting on me. I was being kind of iffy and just being nice to her and not like giving her any signs that I was interested. But she kept pursuing. And she ended up like asking to work out with me. And like the first time I met her, she was like complimenting how strong I was and everything, and like what I was lifting was impressive, and I was like, oh, thank you, you know, that whole thing. And, you know, I just gave my name and whatever, nice to see you, and then I just went on about my day. But then she like kept going up and talking to me over and over again and giving me those same sort of compliments. She ended up asking to work out with me, and then I was like, sure. Then we had a workout, and then I just went into the yoga room to stretch after a workout. And then she just kept being more and more forward, like, so like, do you like sleep around with a lot of girls and stuff? You know, like how often do you have sex? And I'm like, never really. And then she was like surprised, like, really? And then she told me to add her on Facebook. And I think she even like, it's hard to remember, but I think she insisted that I take her number. So I add her on Facebook, and again, I just had like this weird feeling from her. And I look through her Facebook. This chick was actually a bit older than I expected. I thought she was around my age. I think I was like, I would have been like 21, 22 at the time. I think she was like almost 30. She was like 28, 29. So she was like 7, 8 years older than me. And she looked my age. She looked way younger than she really was. And then I just scroll through her photos and her posts and stuff. And turns out she had a kid, which is just a no-go. Nope. But I keep scrolling, and turns out she's fucking dating a dude. She literally has a boyfriend who, and I think that boyfriend is based on the Facebook posts. It seems like that boyfriend she was dating was the same dude she had the kid with. And she's like going to the fucking gym, hitting on me. I don't know if she's hitting on any other dudes, but hitting on me, being this forward, when she has a kid and a boyfriend, and she's living with this guy. So, and I found out later, because I actually ended up meeting her boyfriend randomly at another fucking gym. And it turns out he was a trainer at a different gym. So yeah, I'm not fucking with any of that shit. I just ignored her from then on, and if I saw her at the gym, I'd just say hi, but that was fucking retarded. Other than that, like, I'll just randomly meet women who will give me compliments. Like, if I go to the grocery store, there might be some chick who, like, compliments me on my motorcycle or, like, the clothes I'm wearing. I have some nice motorcycle clothes or, you know, stuff like that. I've had a few girls say, like, my rollerblades are really nice, shit like that, but thanks for the donation, Boo.
A lot of injuries, too. Okay, Trevor, you installed the app. Okay, so here, let's do this, Jason. Let's I'll do. Okay, I'm gonna look at your old training videos, see the intensity. I am gonna come out to Florida sometime. I do want to hang out with the Blackstone crew, PJ's crew, and PJ over there, and check out that lifestyle, and then train with you and enjoy Florida and hopefully some Latina women. Oh, speaking of women, I heard that you got with a lady boy. Is that true?
Yes, one time I did.
Go Jason. Yeah, go Jason, Trevor said.
She was.
Okay, so this is
Yeah, Tony Hughes is into ladyboys.
what's fascinating to me is, people would call you retarded or something like that. I don't know what word.
No, I'm not retired. I'm smart, man, in many ways.
I'm realizing that. I don't think I don't know. I don't know if most people realize that or if they're trolling you or what, but
They're trolling me. They're trolling me, man. They're trolling me.
they're trolling you, but they're also fans, and that it's a weird dynamic. So I totally
It's a weird cult following, man.
Yeah, it is. I misunderstood, but that's what makes it interesting, because like you think it's one thing, and then you start watching and getting to know you, and you realize it's something different and actually much deeper. So I don't think I'll ever get tired of watching you now that I'm getting to really know you. So I have
a lot of fans around the world. I just think people don't realize that I'm older now and I have more injuries.
Dude, this guy had a fitness channel. It just blows my mind. It's so hilarious. Fitness YouTube was so much better like 10 years ago. You had Jason Genova, who's like this autistic, insane person who was like fat, could never like get in shape, just trained fucking terribly. Big Lenny, like the Misfit crew. You had Rich Piana. You had like idiots like fucking Cali Muscle who are still relevant and shit. And then everyone was beefing with each other constantly. It was so much better back then.
It's not as easy as it used to be, going into the gym and walking to the door like I own the joint. It's just not that easy. I have aches, I have pains, I'm hurting. I'm not 23 years old like when I first started on YouTube, or I was bashing weights 500 pounds for deadlifts.
Yeah. Okay, I have one more question for you before we sign off, and then I'll watch your workout videos, and then when you get the stuff in the mail, we'll go over a protocol. But the first video I ever saw of you was probably 3 years ago, because that's when I started watching YouTube fitness stuff more, maybe 4 years ago. And it was you doing bicep curls, but saying that you're working your triceps.
That was a joke. It was a joke.
I thought it must be a joke, but you were so good at acting it. Like
it's an act. It's an act.
I always wondered.
It was not an act. He was actually retarded.
It's an act, man.
I'm impressed. Yeah. Well, cool. All right, Jason. Then let's stay in touch, and then when you get the stuff, then we'll go over.
Now, listen. If it comes in the mail, it's not gonna like be a shady where it comes in my mail and they confiscate it. Sometimes they do that stuff.
No. You're not gonna get anything illegal.
Okay.
All right.
All right. Is it gonna be oral liquid or injectable?
Dude, Tony Hughes is sending a mentally disabled person fucking SARMs. Like, he has no morals. I can't stand Tony Hughes. That guy's just fucking cancerous. Like, SARMs are the stupidest fucking drugs. It's crazy how people still fucking take them too. They're the dumbest fucking drugs. The only reason Tony Hughes even promotes SARMs is because they have a weird legal status where you can sell them legally in most countries under the research chemical exemption. So he can't sell steroids, which actually work and have manageable side effects that we know of. So he ends up selling these weird research chemicals where no one really knows what they do, how safe they are long term, Not a great idea of how they work. They have a bunch of like really bizarre side effects. Some of these SARMs will create breakdown molecules where they can make you go blind. They actually like fuck with the photoreceptors in your eyes, and these like molecules accumulate in your fucking eye. And then they can make you like go legally blind. And it seems like some of those effects are temporary. Like if you stop taking them, it goes away. But I mean, when there's shit like that happening, why in the fuck would you ever sell them or recommend them? And he just does it because he can make money. And then he lies about how good they are, how safe they are, and like promotes all this fucking horse shit just to make fucking money. So the guy's a complete scumbag. No, I'm not with Jasmine. We broke up. All right, well, it is late. I hope you all had fun. Big thanks to everybody who donated on Streamlabs. Really appreciate it. Should be on tomorrow around the same time, so we'll see you all then. It's a possibility that I'll do some kind of like morning or afternoon stream because I don't have to stream tomorrow, I don't have to train tomorrow. But no guarantees, but since I'll have a bit more free time, might do an early stream. But in any case, I'll be on around the same time tomorrow, so I'll see you all then. And sweet dreams, everybody.